Hello. I don't know if you guys can see me yet. Um, can you guys hear me? Please let me know if you guys can hear me. So let me know if you can see me, if you can hear me. I can't really hear well out of this ear. Who told me to jam it cute? I don't know why I did what I did today. I don't know why I did what I did today. But this ear is so uncomfortable right now. Um, it is what it is. Let's get into this because we're going to be doing a live on Friday. That is going to be very intense, I think. This one should be kind of like not as intense. Before I continue, there are a couple of things that I want to do up front before we start. Um, I started the Discord again. I figured out what I needed to do. This link says 7 days, but it's not 7 days. In fact, right after this live stream, I will be closing the Discord. So I will remind you guys 3 times during this live stream about the Discord. In the middle, well, in the beginning, somewhere in the middle, and then in the after show. That is the link to the Discord. Please definitely go to the Discord. And I hear a ton of people clicking the Discord now. Please go there, sign up for that, be on there. I will be closing it at the end of this stream. And then I don't know when I will reopen it. After you guys sign up, I will assign you to be members so that it will become private. So I figured out how to make it private. So everything should be fine. Go there, and I'll explain later about how to do whatever you need to do so that it's private for us. I know everyone is asking. It's all completely free. It's completely free. Don't ever worry about paying for anything. It's fine. Cool. So now that's out of the way. Let's start the intro and get to it. Welcome everyone too. All right. So while that is happening, I don't know if you guys can hear. You guys, there's a ton of people hitting the Discord. Let me mute that for a second. I apologize. I had to mute everything because there's a ton of people like hitting it. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you for being over there and doing what needs to be done. So thank you. Before we get into this video, which is literally one of the, I think it's the funniest sequence of events in the worst way possible. And I'll get into that video about Fresh and Fit and all of them people in a moment, because I think it's actually a very fascinating juxtaposition. And again, the way you know those movies where people go into this old house and they turn off the light or they turn on the light and all the like insects start scattering? It feels kind of like that watching what's happening now. So first and foremost, let me say I'm gonna start on a really, really bad note. I got sent a video of this young boy, like no more than 10 years old, being arrested. And he was being arrested allegedly for stealing a bag of chips. And I'm very much confused as to why the child was being arrested. A 10-year-old child was being handled in the way that the child was being handled. Now, believe what you want about who you want to believe. I don't translate that into children. So I have a problem with this. We're going to watch the video, and then I will talk about what we're doing Friday just a little bit more because I think it's kind of important now, particularly because of this video. And there are additional questions that I want you guys to think about as we get into the live stream on um, Friday. So here we go.
What is y'all doing? What is y'all doing?
Guess. Take a guess what I'm doing.
Hey, he like a baby to me. Why you?
Guess what I'm doing.
I don't know what you doing. I just see you snatching him up off the. So what? So what's going on then?
He's stealing stuff. If he breaks into your house to steal something.
Nah, man. What is that? A bag of chips? So y'all treat me like a whole cold-blooded fucking killer?
Keep walking, dude. You don't even know what you're
Keep walking. I do. I know what I just came up and see. I know what the fuck I just came up and see.
Okay, what'd you see?
I see y'all snatching him up a bike like you're a fucking grown-ass man. Ain't he saying it wasn't him? Fuck is y'all doing?
Crazy. How old is he? 10 years
Fuck is y'all talking about, man?
That's against the law.
Fuck is y'all doing?
So you cannot put that.
What is y'all doing? Take the fucking chips. If you stole some chips, I'll pay for them. I'll pay for them. You don't even know where he lives. Y'all just throwing him in the fucking car.
That's what they do. They come here.
Fuck is y'all doing?
Bro,
leave him alone.
On camera. That's all we can do.
He a kid. What is y'all doing?
All right. Now, I am thoroughly disgusted. There is absolutely no reason for you to manhandle a child like that. I do not care that he stole a bag of chips. There are ways I think you interact with children, right, to teach them the right ways and to engage with them more meaningfully without. I don't even know if he was handcuffed. The way the officer was holding him, I'm not going to play it again, but let's pull it on the screen for 2 seconds. That looks like he was handcuffed or he was being held in that way. And I just find this absolutely abhorrent. Props to the man who was speaking and trying to defend this child. This is absolutely not okay. Now, I brought this up because in the context of talking about punishment on Friday, right? As we start to consider more broadly these ideas about punishment, who should be punished, what should be punished, why should people be punished, and to what extent does punishment match the crime, right? Or the issues at hand. I think when we think about punishment, we often go to the sort of logical extreme, right? We're talking about men, for example, who engage in heinous behaviors. So that's on one level. But also on the another extreme is a child who stole a bag of chips because he was hungry or just because he wanted to take it, right? And what do we think about punishment as a sort of general matter in its application to people based on the kinds of crime they commit? And is there an opportunity for forgiveness even when it's clear that the person who engaged in the behavior definitely did so, right? So the defense is not necessarily that it wasn't me, but that it was me, but I needed to do that in order to survive. I needed to do that in order to have this kind of access. I do not believe that the laws in place are righteous, and therefore I decided to break the law. I mean, we can go back to slavery, Jim Crow, and all of that. So, in our understanding of crime and punishment, right? And this is from a moral perspective, right? We are hopefully going to be thinking more deeply about, well, why do we punish people? And who are the people that needs to be punished? Should a 10-year-old child be treated in this way as a form of punishment? So if the answer to that is no, what then should punishment look like for various people? Does it change based on the crime? Hopefully, the answer to that is yes. Does it change based on the age of the person? Hopefully, the answer to that is also yes. Should it change because of mental capacity outside of like age? Hopefully, the answer to that is also yes, right? And because these answers hopefully are yes, how does that confluence of uh, personhood, of mental capacity, and even crime, the kinds of crime, how does that inform the way that we see punishment as a obviously realistic tool, but a philosophical tool to control behavior? Because ultimately, from a utilitarian perspective, punishment is going to be about control, right? And how do we enforce rules and regulations that we have? How do we consider punishment in that aspect? On the flip side, right, is punishment purely retributivist, right? Are you punished because you did something wrong? Is it morally wrong for us to punish only from a utilitarian perspective and not from a retributivist perspective? Should we consider that because you did something wrong, you should be punished, even if punishing you does not have any utility to the broader society? Not deterrent, right? And not that you would change. So when we think about punishment, and I'm sorry I'm going into this long tangent, I hope that we're thinking about it not just from, oh, let's punish this one person who did this one heinous act. And so, therefore, punishment is always good all the time. But that we're thinking more precisely, not even broadly, about punishment in its application to not just that kind of individual, but other kinds of individuals. So, I am I am very much happy that we're doing this discussion. I do hope that you guys read the materials that I did put in the community tab. You don't have to fully immerse yourself in all the literature that is there, but you can just skim. You can just skim it a little bit, and then we can come in and talk, because I don't want, it shouldn't be a lecture, it should be a conversation where we are debating moral rightness and wrongness for punishment. When is it and when should it be applicable, when should it not be applicable? I have the Dudley case up there, so hopefully that informs a lot of our discussion. Because honestly, what we just saw happening, like, hopefully we can all agree that that child should not be treated in such a manner, right? And hopefully that comes in to the discussion some more. So I put some questions for you guys to think about. I hope you guys think about it more in depth, come with questions for me, come with ideas for how we should move forward. I'm all for that. Know that it is a conversation and not a lecture. All right, so I'm excited. Let's continue. Let me close down the Discord because it is actually going off and I don't know how to stop it from going off. So you guys might hear the Discord in the background when people click on it. Should have thought that one through, but I didn't. So let's continue. All right. So fresh and fit. I can't. At this point, they're just a pariah, right? So there is this fitness guy. Wait, it's not there's this fitness guy. His name is, I think, Mike Rashid. I don't know him. I don't know him at all. Demas, you can change notification settings so that it only makes a sound when someone at you. I'm pretty sure I can. Thank you, Dexter. I don't think I'm going to figure that out now. So we'll see. If it becomes too bad, then I'll definitely have to figure it out. Deanne said I learned a ton. Oh, I like that. All right, can we stop clicking on the Discord now, please? I'm sorry. It's really annoying. All right, so let's do it. The deadly case was something serious. I'm glad you guys enjoy it. All right. So let's go to let's go to the roommates first. So the roommates is interviewing this guy who was on the Fresh and Fit podcast. Now, if you last remember, last time on Dragon Ball's roommate, Hafeez was attempting to distance himself from the manosphere and to pretend like he wasn't a part of the manosphere. He was one of the first people in this year to sort of like back away and say, "Oh, I am not a part of the manosphere. I don't know what they're saying over there. What is a manosphere? Where is the manosphere? And who is a part of the manosphere?" Like, Hafeez wanted to sell us the idea that he was not a part of the manosphere and he didn't engage in degenerate behaviors with the people in the manosphere, at least verbally. But we remember things. But he's here now interviewing this man who I don't completely agree with, but let's hear how they attempt to distance themselves from the manosphere. Let's go. Please stop clicking the Discord. there, there it is again. The reason I say please stop clicking the Discord is because as soon as you sign up, it makes a pinging sound and it's getting kind of annoying. I that was my bad. I should have figured this out. Oh, there it is. I feel like this is going to be a horrible show. It's fine. The show wasn't going to be great anyways because this show is essentially me laughing. That is what this show is. Because at this point, Hafeez and them are just like, this is just a joke. I'm actually attempting to close the Discord on my laptop, but I don't know how to do that. So, all right, here we go. Ignore the Discord. There we Please stop signing up for the Discord like for 2 seconds. I can. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much. But like, it's still going. Themis, can you maybe put the tab on mute so you don't? It's not a tab. It's literally an app on the Discord that I closed down and I literally shut down doing. Oh my god. Oh my god. I went to. Let me do it again. Task manager. All right. I brought up my task manager. I'm talking so you guys are not completely bored. And I am about to try to end the Discord. And it doesn't pop up because I already ended it, but people are still clicking it. So apologies. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to silence the notification, but it. All right, let's continue.
I'm telling guys that. I'm saying, yo, quit. Leave girls alone, bro. First of all, you're too young. You have so much time ahead of you where you could be really qualifying yourself, getting education, developing skills, whatever, putting in work on yourself, training, all of this stuff. If you don't like how you look, change your diet and work out. That's a part of it. You know what I'm saying? Figure out how to dress better, whatever. But ultimately, what do you have to offer a woman?
Before we start today's video, I want to let you guys know that Saturday, March 5th in Atlanta, Georgia, we're having is recently I've seen you kind of dragged into Wonderland in regards to the men's
manosphere
side of YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know Hafeez is disingenuous when he's pretending he doesn't know the word manosphere. You know Hafeez is being disingenuous when he's pretending he does not know the word manosphere. I'm going to repeat it a third time in the name of Dr. Umar. You know Hafeez... You know Hafeez is disingenuous when he pretends he does not know what the word manosphere is. He goes, what is it again? Looking around, trying to figure out what's that thing that men are part of that is about to be on the terrorist watch list. Let's do it again. Happy if it's play. Girl, sir, no.
The men's
Manosphere.
sphere side of YouTube.
Yeah.
And whenever
I'm sorry, I'm gonna do that again just because. I can't believe Hafeez is out here pretending he doesn't. This is a recent video, right? So the fact that Hafeez is out here pretending. Period. What are those people called? Manosphere? What are they? Who are they? When are they?
got kind of dragged into Wonderland in regards to the men's
Manosphere.
sphere side of YouTube.
You know he dead wrong. Hafeez knows he's dead wrong for this. At what? Why is Hafeez pretending he doesn't know what the manosphere is? Why is Hafeez like this is actually I didn't see this in the beginning because like I was watching it at 2.2 like 2 I think 1.7 speed. I don't know. So it's like, why are you sitting there thinking we don't know you know what the manosphere is that you're a part of? Let's do it. Let's continue. I won't hold you on that, but like it is really strange for Hafeez to be I don't think Hafeez, if Hafeez ever watched my video, he wouldn't hate me. If Hafeez hates me, Hafeez hates accountability. The only way Hafeez could hate me is if he hates accountability, because I have not done anything bad to Hafeez, but point out the fact that he's like literally disingenuous, talking about what Ruslan and Jordan Peterson are going to testify against him. Yeah, like he literally had a conversation about how he's not a part of it. Now he's pretending he doesn't know the manners, the men's in what are they called again? Sir, you're part of it.
Yeah.
And whenever I meet people who are dragged into it, like, what the heck is this? And they're all of a sudden out here. I'm always interested in what is their experience. What are your thoughts? What are some of the things you realize? I'm very interested in how you understand what's going on with what's with
You
men.
are very talented at segueing into another, and I respect it. I love it. But it was just bizarre to me. You know, I had no idea what I was getting into. When I first did the Fresh and Fit interview, my YouTube guy was like, he knew I was in Miami. He's like, yo, why don't you do an interview with Fresh and Fit? I'm like, I don't know who they are. So he said, check them out. They're about fitness and finances. That's what he told me. I said, cool, yeah, for sure. So I seen a couple clips.
Your manager played you. I don't believe for 1 second this man is telling the truth. There is no one on this planet that will tell you that Fresh and Fit channel is about fitness and finance. I'm not saying they don't do fitness and finance videos, but you cannot describe Fresh and Fit's podcast that it's about fitness and finance. Your manager needs to be fired if that is what he told you to get you to go on the Fresh and Fit podcast. My belief is that you probably are trying to distance yourself from them. And now you are like, the only reason I went on there is because I didn't know who they were. He then later says he's friends with them and he does know what they do. So finance and fitness is not what they do. I'm not saying they don't do that also, but that is not what they do. Give Hafeez Will Smith Oscar. Period. Hafeez needs an Oscar at this point. Chameleon much. Make it right. Thank you.
I was like, oh, homie be going hard, like Myron. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't see nothing too crazy. You know what I'm saying? But you know, after going on there, they asked me like questions about women, like, and I just speak about women with the utmost. I love women. Like I really.
All right. So hear this. He goes on a podcast to talk about fitness and finance and then talk about women. If you went on there, if you thought the podcast was about fitness and finance, I'm assuming you went on there to talk about fitness and I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. He knew what it was. That's not a pass. So right now, all I see is a bunch of people lying about who they are and what they are associated with. So let's continue.
Really respect women. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying the sweetest things. 'Cause that's what I do. And then I'm just seeing the comments like, "Oh, he's a simp." I'm like, first of all, say it to my face. You know what I'm saying?
We're not gonna do that. We all know that's not gonna happen.
It's like it's fascinating because this guy would never say that to me, right?
Never.
Because no one's ever said that to my face. Like, and I don't know tough guy shit, but that's just a weird thing to do, right? And why y'all think I'm a simp? So I'm going down. I'm like, wow, these people going hard. So, and then there's other people making videos about Mike Rashid, like in their space, like trying to be. There's treading the line of not being super disrespectful, but being super disrespectful. But well, I mean, he's an alpha. I mean, he'd kick my ass.
Yeah.
But you know, really, it's like it's a hiding a insult behind a compliment.
Yeah, exactly.
I rather not.
So I'm going to come in here because they're not really saying much. And I say I do respect this. You know those people who will say things behind your back but won't say it in your face? I find those people really annoying. I don't think you should speak. I mean, you have the right, but if you can't say something in someone's face in front of them, you shouldn't be talking. That should just be a blanket reality. Like, I should be able to say everything that I say now in front of your face.
Rather you just insult me. You know what I'm saying? Because it's insulting to my intelligence. Because all you're gonna do is say, "But I said nice things about you," right? So, and this one particular guy did, and we were gonna call, and I'm like, well, "Yeah, but you did say X, Y, Z." And enough about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you know, like people really trying to like delegitimize me and my advice to young men. I'm like, yo, fuck it. I have a lot better advice. And Myron and Fresh, they're my homies. But I have a lot better advice for young men than them. You know what I'm saying? Because what I was telling people, was telling them, and the last time they was here, I had to corner them. I said, no, listen, because they're telling me what women got to do this. And I'm like, okay, you're teaching women all these things, but women don't listen to your show. It's all men.
Yeah.
So why are you putting so much emphasis on what women need to do and not what men need to do? You know.
So right here. By the way, this is not intellectually stimulating at all, but it's funny. I like this. He's saying men are the ones watching your channel, yet you're telling women what they need to do. You're talking about women. Why aren't you telling men how to improve? Because it's not about improvement. It is a sport. Like, these people come together to participate in a cesspool of degeneracy. That is what is happening. Because, to be fair, if you were actually trying to help women, but no women aren't watching your channel, right? It's men. You're not getting the message to them. Right? So the fact that you're there talking about women is just for sports. I love that he called this out. But let's.
And I was just coming from a perspective of like, yo, fellas, quit bitching and complaining and level yourself up. You ain't gonna have these issues.
Yeah.
And then people were like, well, that's easy for you to say. Yeah, but I leveled myself up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
You put the work in.
I put the work in all my life. So it's not like, because they were saying, oh, well, he's a natural. What's that? He always had money. He's all the looks. What? First of all, looks is silly, like for men. Like, it's, why are you talking about men's looks? Like, because women are not geared towards that like we are. That's us. I know I am. I'm straight looks out the gate. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Okay, this idea that women don't like looks, I don't believe it, but I believe he actually doesn't also believe that. And maybe he went to the gym for himself, girl. Maybe that's why he went to the gym. But anyway, let's continue.
Women are not, bro.
Yeah.
It's not. It's different, right? I've seen it a million times. But men building themselves up to be the guy, right? I just told you, like earlier today, I've always tried to qualify myself to be the ultimate guy to my girlfriend or my children or my business partner. Not just my woman, but everybody in my life, right? So chances are I'm gonna be the type of man that women really respect and want to be with and feel safe with. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm telling guys that I'm saying, yo, quit, leave girls alone, bro. First of all, you're too young. You have so much time ahead of you where you could be really qualifying yourself, getting education, building, developing skills, whatever, putting in work on yourself, training, all of this stuff. If you don't like how you look, change your diet and work out. That's a part of it. You know what I'm saying? Figure out how to dress better, whatever. But ultimately, what do you have to offer a woman?
Mm.
I don't, because I feel like that space is like, what does a woman have to offer to a man? And that's whack. I'm sorry, but I'm not with that.
All right. Yes, please drag them, and I love it. But it's interesting to watch these two people, the roommates, Hafeez and Chris, sit here and pretend like they're not a part of the group. Even if you say you're not a part of the manosphere, he's dragging the content, right? You're always talking about what women have to offer a man. He's dragging them. I mean, boring, yes, but dragging also, yes. So he's dragging them, but I just like the fact that Hafeez and Chris just sits there and pretend like their content is not the same. And I'm going to play something in a minute regarding Hafeez and Chris, particularly Hafeez. So he's the one on Fresh and Fit who was going off, and the lady that he was going off on, I had an interview with her early on in the channel live. Um, we she Yeah, I know her, so I'm going to reach out to her again and probably have a follow-up on this because it's kind of ridiculous. Let's continue.
I would never sit here and tell a woman, well, men built this world. I was like, this is a weird conversation. Like, it's only men and women. Like, what do you want? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What is this adversarial energy for? Right? I think, I don't know what it is. I don't know why people feel the way that they feel. It seems like maybe rejection. You know what I'm saying? Listen, that's part of life, bro. It's part of fucking life. And if you can't handle rejection, you're fragile. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I rarely got rejected because I wasn't just gunning at everybody.
Yeah.
I knew my place. I knew that woman's out of my league.
Yeah.
I cannot afford to take her
Yeah,
nowhere
she
nice.
costs 500,000.
Yeah,
I'll stay
yeah,
5,000 range.
Her
I'm
car
right
is
here.
better than mine. Like, I'm not.
It
I'm
is
gonna go
what
over
it is.
here, and you level yourself up, bro, and then you can deal with what's in your space. That's just life, and that's just how I see it. I don't think. See, it's a space that is people is appealing to Mr. Peterson, Mr. Samuels. You appeal to, like, vulnerabilities in people, which is legit. Like, I respect that. Like, I'm trying to help you, but sometimes the help, and I like Peterson's help. I don't really like Samuel's help all the time because I'm like, bro, why are you talking to this woman like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, who are you? Like, she got a brother, or I'm her brother. Say it again. You know what I'm saying? I grew up respecting women. You know what I'm saying? You don't talk to women a certain way. Bitch, hang up my phone. Like, I was like, why did he say that? You're 50-something years old. He said, bitch, or making sound effects while they talking. It's like, bro, why don't you teach them like baby girl? You keep talking over me. You're not gonna get a man like that. Fall back. You know what I'm saying? He's like, I'm watching this man do like a child. And I'm like, how is y'all cool with this? You know what I'm saying? I want to smack him in his face.
He said to two people who were friends with Kevin Samuels, who interviewed Kevin Samuels, who co-signed with Kevin Samuels, and they're sitting there pretending like they're not a part of this. Like, honestly, I'd rather, let me not say this out loud.
Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't do that. I dare you do that to my sister. You know what I'm saying? So it's disrespectful and it's childish for such an older dude. So I seen too many of those things. I'm like, all right. And then I looked at the guy's channel, like, past last year. I'm like, what? I don't think anybody looks past what they know.
Oh no, you gotta hit the sort button and you go to the
Yeah.
oldest.
Bro,
it's a whole new world.
It's bizarre.
He said it's bizarre.
I'm not mad at he found the lane, because YouTube, you don't know what's gonna hit.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? And the stuff that he was doing just wasn't working. But then one thing worked and just ran with it. So sometimes people have to really become that person. Yeah, I had somebody else I'm not going to talk about right now, but I seen something with this person as well. At one point, it was completely different. Something hit on Twitter. They're like, hey, and they became a different person, bro. And it's I don't really care, but I feel bad for them because I know deep inside they're not happy. They're just making money. You riding that wave. Like, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? But Fresh and Fit, those are my guys. I like them guys, bro.
Yeah.
But and we have differences, and we talk about it openly on here. And we see things kind of similar, and like teaching progress and men bettering themselves and all that. But the methods are way different. But
I hate that this man is still here trying to tell us that Fresh and Fit is about fitness and finance. So no, Fresh and Fit is not about fitness and finance. So stop saying they're here to improve men. Like, all right.
And I feel like a lot of stuff is for entertainment purposes,
Yeah.
and it is what it is. So, you know, but I tell them that some shit that you say is dangerous because when you say, "Oh, you should sleep with 40 women before," I'm like, they're not hearing nothing about love. They're just hearing, "I gotta sleep with 40 women or 80, whatever," and that's just not cool. Because one thing that's problematic in society is this: we're not having problems with marriage and things like that because women are just fucking crazy. We having issues because people are not geared towards any kind of commitment nowadays because it's so easy to dispose of somebody and find somebody else. Swiping and social media collapses geography. It makes it easy for you to reach people. You know what I'm saying? So people are out here fucking around with no intent. Like, it's like, what are you looking for? They don't know. They can't answer it. They're just having sex. And look, I like sex like the next person, but it's like, let me just find my person or my people because I'm a polygamist. I'm poly, but it's ethical. You know what I'm saying? There's no cheating, no lying, none of that, right? So I got my situations, and that's it. I'm good. You know what I mean? So, and I'm carving my world. Like, a lot of dudes don't realize that when you're in a committed relationship, your focus is different, and you respect and love your partner. You're trying to make them proud, so you're working harder. You know what I'm saying? So every one of my friends that are married, they're killing. They're just excelling. It's a thing. You know, we need that. You know, but I don't think that space, generally speaking, is healthy. You know what I mean? Because I look at some of the people that are the top guys, I guess, and I'm like, they're all trying to tear women down by saying these statistics and saying, you know, all these same talking points. And none of these guys, you can tell if they didn't have a podcast, would be successful with women. It is what it is. And it ain't about looks. It's about vibes. It's about swag. It's about personality. First of all, you have an adversarial type of energy towards women. Out the gate, that's problematic in your dating life. So whoever you're dealing with is probably conditional, like super conditional, and not really about love. Because I don't see anybody expressing their sentiments about women with love on these platforms. I love women deeply, and I have a inclination to always try to protect people that's getting picked on, man or woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna sit around and be cool with that shit. Like, talk to me like that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't okay. Y'all got sisters?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want my sister calling up to no podcast.
All right. So I too now on board, but I'm gonna move on. So I need someone who is poly to come and convince me that it is ethical and it is okay. Because like last time I checked, the marriage laws says differently regarding polygamy. And what tends to happen in these relationships is that women tend to be at a distinctive disadvantage. So I need someone who is about that kind of life to come and tell me about it. I don't have anything to add to his because he is dragging them, and I'm like here for that. I hate the fact that the roommates pretend that they're not a part of the problem. But let's go back in time for 2 seconds just to remind the roommates of their stance on women, just as a general matter. Let's remind the roommates what they said about women and all of that for like 5 seconds, and then we go to this man's interview on Fresh and Fit. But let's remind the roommates.
Guys, if a woman was making $50,000 and you're making $200,000, do you want us to make $200,000? Is that a priority for you guys? No,
Not a priority.
So you see, guys, they don't view it that way. They like you gotta think about it. Men are conditioned to protect and provide for thousands of years. So men are not looking.
Men are taught to protect and provide. Stick a pin right there. Stick a bunch of pins right there. Protect and provide. All right. I think at the point where that is being done, then you get to request the rest. But if you can't move past that, which most of us can't, The protect and the provide is not there. So next case, but I'm gonna let him finish because I'm not here to drag him. I'm just here to remind him of his position regarding women.
Looking for a teammate who can do what they do. You know, like it's like the best way I can break it
But
down.
it's not about doing. Sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah.
I apologize. But it's not about doing what they do. It's about.
By the way, I know her. She's not an OnlyFans model. I think she's from well, she's in Miami now. And she's been on the show because she reached out to me and Vanessa after we reviewed this clip before. And so I actually wanted her back on because I rewatched the clip and I have a ton of questions about fashion fit specifically and what's going on behind the scenes. It's a kind of exposing video that I want to do. So hopefully she's down.
Doing me and being supported and
So here's
supported emotionally. And
here's the problem: a man with options can choose, and unfortunately, you're the worst option. No disrespect, because here's the reality: there's two guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy that makes 500,000. All things are equal. They're both handsome. They're both tall. They're both successful in their own sense, right? One is a successful teacher making 50,000. One is a successful doctor making 500,000. Which one is more attractive?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I blinked out a second ago.
Okay, cool. So there's two guys, and everything is
Stupid.
equal. Okay.
Thank you.
One of them makes 50,000.
Uh-huh.
One of them makes 500,000. Which one is more attractive? Everything is equal.
It's okay to say.
By the way, this is literally the dumbest hypothetical I have ever heard. Of course, you are going to go for the richer guy. If they're all equal, if both men are exactly the same, but for the amount of money they make, you go for the one with the most money because you can have everything else with the man with most money, and he has money. What he meant to say was if you have two men who are equal and not equal, two men who are not equal, and one of them treats you well and is amazing but doesn't have money, and the other one is crappy but has money, which one would you choose? That would decipher what she values. Instead, you ask a dumb hypothetical where literally the only logical answer is to pick the richer man. Why would you pick the man in poverty when the man in poverty and the rich man are exactly the same in every single way? Why would you choose the one in poverty? The question you're asking don't try to make up hypotheticals on the fly because you can't. This doesn't make sense. The question you asked doesn't make sense. If she says the poor guy, I would look at her with the side eye because it would be a very dumb answer. It would be an idiotic answer to choose a man with no money when you can get the man with money. That is all the things that the man without money is. Like, literally, who does that? Who asked that question? And then he's gonna try to probably play off, right? The man who is a teacher may have calling that some women are interested in. I am a descendant. No, I'm not saying the teacher is, I'm saying to the extent you are trying to figure out if this woman values money, right? If both men, which he said, both men are exactly the same, they have everything the same except money. Dumbest hypothetical I've ever seen come up. But let's continue.
Say the truth.
I know.
It's okay.
Listen.
The feminism in her won't allow it.
No. I'll answer honestly.
She's still want an equal partner.
I'm just as mesmerized by fancy, shiny things as any other person is. I find that sometimes men who have a lot
No.
become entitled.
Listen. I just said everything was equal.
Okay, then yeah, for sure the man who has more.
Everything was equal. She goes the man with more money. Let's hear how these people respond.
Because my life would be better.
Because you value that more. So what you got to understand.
No, that is not what you just tested. You did not test whether or not this woman values more money. That is not what was tested. You did not test anything, actually. There was nothing tested at all. If you make both men equal, they're here, right? And then in a capitalistic society, you give one man more money, but they're both equal. You gave one man more money. Literally, the only differentiating factor, right, is the more money. Now, like Deanne says, maybe you are more into someone who is a teacher because you like that profession. But if we're looking at people categorically, these men are exactly the same. One has more money. You are literally not testing anything. The difference in the man is only about money. It is not about his character. It's not about his kindness. It's not about anything else. They are exactly the same. They are both good men. They're both great. You choose the one with more money. It doesn't mean you prefer money. It's just, well, why would I pick the poor one when I can get the rich one and still have everything else? I don't understand what you thought you tested. And the fact that everyone around you is just like, huh, great. No, that wasn't great. That was not great. None of that was good. I'm pressing this really hard because I hope that you guys understand why the hypothetical situation he just put her in does not prove what he thinks it proves.
And it's women who think independence. You like that in men.
Yeah.
A man being independent, a man not needing you, a man to be able to take care of his stuff on his own. That's what you value in men. Men don't want that in women. Because the reality of the matter is, when a woman is really turned on by a man, when a woman is really in love with a man, when she really respects him, she becomes utterly dependent upon him because she does not want him to leave.
So here's what I don't like. My biggest fear is to
She becomes utterly dependent on him. This, by the way, is from a man who claims he's not a part of the manosphere. Just an FYI. When a woman loves a man, she becomes utterly dependent on him. Let's hope the person you become utterly dependent on can also provide for you in all the ways, not just financially. But even if we're talking about financially, if you're utterly dependent on someone, I would hope you're utterly dependent on someone who can provide. And I'm not just talking about providing financially, but again, Hafeez tries to sit there and pretend like he was not a part of the cesspool of negativity coming out of the manosphere. You were. I hope you see this video and you are reminded that you were. And I'm not saying people can't change, but your change, the transition shouldn't be, oh, I was never a part of the manosphere. No, the transition should be, you know what? I did some messed up stuff and I'm taking accountability for the things that I did. And here is why I'm going to change. No, you're a problem. You were a problem.
lose my independence and to rely on somebody else.
And know where that comes from? Where does that come from?
I don't know. I mean, I've been independent since I was 18, and I think it's a very important thing to me.
I know, but where does that fear come from?
I don't know. I don't want to rely on anyone. I wasn't brought up to rely on anyone, and I don't think
exactly that came. So what happened in childhood? Either your experience showed you, or somebody communicated that to you. Because you're talking about, I have a fear. You can't live your life according to fear. Imagine me saying, I have a fear of crashing on a plane.
Am I obsessed with Hafeez? I think that Hafeez and his platform has the capacity to do a lot of good things. I think Hafeez, if he does what I think he should do, which I'm not going to say it here, he does have the capacity to change. I don't think he's a great speaker. I don't think he's an intellectual. Whether or not he can be one is up to him, right? And what he does. But I think more than anyone in the manosphere, Hafeez annoys me the most because I see the most potential with him. And for me, potential is not natural talent, because that I don't think he has. But he has this thing where I believe he wants to be and he wants people to take him seriously. And I think that is a good start. Like, I think that is amazing. Like, wanting to be taken seriously, wanting to be seen as a leader, all of that stuff, I can appreciate from him. I actually can. I respect that. I actually do respect that he wants to be good. are seen as good and seen as a leader and seen as an academic. The problem is I don't think he does the work to be that. And that is my problem. Like, obviously, Kevin Samuels is a grifter in my mind. Obviously, Fresh and Fit, they're just going to do what they do. And so, like, I don't have much hope for those people. And I really don't have a lot of hope for Hafeez because he doesn't own up to his past. But I think there is a part of him, maybe it is his Christian values that I've not seen on display at all. But maybe there's something in him that I see that I'm like, if you actually cared to work, and I don't think he reads the book that he says he reads. I think he just find a page and then quote it. My interpretation. And I don't think he thinks critically enough. I don't think he understands how to like use data, because I've seen he bastardizing research. I've seen him literally like he said, men without women are more likely to do these violent acts. And his solution was that women should date men because you don't want men to be violent. I'm like, wait. That's what you got. That's what you got from that is what you got from that research. That is a conclusion you draw. Women should lower their standards for men because if they don't, men are going to be violent. That's what you got from it. All right, girl. Wanting to be seen as until he does his own work, he's lost. Yeah. Hafeez is a grifter too. So I'm not saying I disagree. I am saying Hafeez, instead of wanting to be seen as these things, I think he should just become these things. You know what I mean? Like, instead of wanting to be seen as an academic, be an academic. Instead of wanting to be seen as being well-read, be well-read. Actually read the book. Instead of wanting to be seen as someone who understands data, understand the data, right? Instead of wanting to be seen as someone who is logical, be logical. Like, I feel like his wanting to be seen as a thing is not bad. My problem is I don't think he is that thing. And I have a soft spot in that he has a speech impediment that is very obvious. And I think he has worked really hard on covering up the speech impediment that he has. That takes work. And then it takes a kind of either narcissism or really wanting to be that person to come on camera and talk. So like, I feel for him in that way, and I see the kind of person he wants to be with his like pastory sort of way of speaking. I get it, but it's not all clicking for me. It's like there's something missing, and the thing that is missing is the substance. So if it seems like I'm picking on him, I'm not. I want better for him and them suits. I want better for him and his suits.
I can never get on the plane. Damn. So your whole relationship movement is based upon a fear. That's unhealthy. And so what I've noticed is a lot of women, when they move in a relationship, is based out of fear. You can't live your life based upon fear.
I think it's unhealthy to put yourself in situations where you could potentially be left with nothing.
But that's the mindset.
That's the fear.
You see how you're living your life? You're living your life worst case scenario thinking. Yeah. Imagine me saying, I don't want to start a business because if I open a business, I can lose all my money. Because that's a risk of starting a business. You can put all your time, energy, effort, and money and resources into a business and lose it all. So what happens is a lot of women have seen either from divorces in their family, either from their mom whining and complaining, or they've seen a woman being in an unhealthy situation, and now their fear is a worst case possible scenario.
Here's another worst case possible scenario.
But you do not see how living like that is a problem.
I do understand. I completely agree, but I do think that there's a place for responsibility. And women in relationships, because there is a power dynamic, oftentimes can be put in situations where they can't get out.
So here's the problem. You said oftentimes. That is your personal experience.
It's not my personal experience. All of my relationships have ended amicably. And I respect all of my exes. I've never been abused, thank God. Mm-hmm. I've never had any like negative situation like that where I relied on someone. Never.
So let me tell you why this is your personal experience. Because when it comes to divorce, if you can look it up right now, we have all.
Okay. This, by the way, is why I say he's not an intellectual. This lady just said, I have not been personally in any of these situations. And he goes, let me tell you why it is personal. Sir, it is not personal because she just said it's not personal. And you pointing to research means that it's not personal to her. Yet, when we talk about anecdotal evidence, if she was giving an anecdotal evidence about her experience, then you could have said it's personal. But now you can apply the stats generally, and that would be true, whatever the stat is. I don't remember what you say. But you can say, because this generally happened or happens, it happened to you personally. So it is. See, this is why when I hear him talk, sometimes it's very annoying, because what he's doing is, instead of backing down and moving away from the debate that he just clearly lost, he's going to change it up on her. He's just going to change it up. All right, let's watch it. Let's watch this foolishness, because I was actually done and we were going to go back, but let's continue. We've watched this already. Let's do it.
All the data, women divorce men at higher rates than men divorce women. 70 to 80% of divorce are initiated by women. We have Google right now. We can go ahead and pull it up. So the reality of...
Did this woman say she was married? Did this woman say she was divorced? Why are you talking about this woman? You literally said, let me tell you why it is personal. So unless you are a psychic, unless you know who this woman is in her personal life, then no, it is literally not personal. So you are not actually telling her how it's personal. Rather, you're throwing a bunch of stats about general reality in the world that is not applicable. It's literally inapplicable to her because she just told you it is inapplicable to her. Yet you sit there and pretend like this is somehow personal. This, by the way, is my frustration with him. How are you trying to use statistics in this way? Why? The whole point of statistic is to remove in these debates the idea that it's personal. So like you saying it's personal to her and you can prove it by pointing to I can't. I really cannot. I can't. I don't have patience for people who don't know how to use data. Hey, Annalicia, again with the dust. I can't. Let's continue.
Women being left by men is a misnomer. It is feminine mythology.
I'm not talking about. My concern is not being left by a man. My concern is jumping head on into a relationship where I'm feeling like I'm being supported and helped. Eventually, losing my independence because I'm relying on him. I don't need to work if somebody's paying my rent.
What does that mean?
So I'm explaining. Wait, I lost my train of thought. What did you say a second ago?
What I said is that women are not leaving men. Your fear. You literally said the fear.
Oh, okay. I remember what I was talking about. Okay, my fear isn't that I won't be able to. My fear isn't that my man will leave me. My fear is that I won't be able to leave because I'll be put in a situation where I can't leave.
Okay, so that fear is based upon a worst case scenario. You're living your life on a worst case scenario. If you take that energy into business, you'll never be successful.
But
if you
but
let me finish.
No businessman worth anything would actually agree with that. You plan for the worst, you hope for the best, and then you do your best. Like, you plan for the worst, you hope for the best, and then you do your best. It is literally counterintuitive to jump headfirst into business and pretend like there is not a possibility that the business will fail. And no, I'm not even going to do this. By the way, people have been complaining when I say I'm not going to do this. I only say that at the part of a sentence where I believe the people who are watching me already can make the conclusion that I was going to make, and I don't want to actually say it. So that's why I say I'm not going to do this. It's not because I'm trying to hide what I'm saying. It's because you already know what I'm going to say. I hope.
If you take that energy into finances, you'll never have any money. If you take that energy into friendship, you'll never have any friends. Mm-hmm. So what happens is that if you're living your life based upon a scenario that a fearful thing can happen, that's on you. But the wise thing to be is to be like, okay, that's a possibility. So how can I, as a woman, find the right kind of man who will support me and help me not make that happen? There's no way possible you're going to find a guy where 100% of the time he will never do anything.
Hafeez would never engage with me unless I'm on his platform. That will never happen. If I'm on Hafeez's platform and debating him, it had to be a live stream. One of the things I realize is people will edit you to make you say things that you didn't. But he's always welcome over here to come debate because I really want him to own up to some of the foolishness that he said. I have a long list of questions I have to ask him with receipts that I want to provide for him when he said he never did that. So I look forward to the day we get to talk and I get to play all the foolishness that he says. Not Hafeez anxious energy. Yeah, he does have anxious energy.
Wrong.
So
Life
may I
is a
respond?
risk. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Number one, I do think that being a woman in the world, you do have to live not in fear. Maybe fear is the wrong word to use, but you do have to be very, very conscious and cautious of all the dangers around you. And relationships can turn dangerous at a certain point. That's number one. I'm not saying I'm living out of fear. Not at all. Every relationship that I've
What
been
does
in.
that mean, though? You just said relationships can turn dangerous at a certain point. You know what's very fascinating about this is what you just shared?
Mhm.
What do you mean by dangerous? You mean domestic violence?
Also.
Okay, so let's talk about domestic violence. You know what's fascinating?
Mhm.
Do you know domestic violence in lesbian couples are the highest of all couples?
Girl, what that got to do with me? Girl, I don't. I see why Jordan Peterson dragged him. I see why he got dragged. This lady just said, I think relationship can become dangerous at a certain point. True or not? True, right? Like no one is gonna argue that it can't, right? So like obviously protect yourself, blah blah blah, all that, right? Or he can debate her and say, well, technically relationship don't become toxic ever, right? You can have that position if you want. Why did Hafeez say, you know what's funny? Domestic violence is the highest between lesbians. What? Like, is she a lesbian? Like, is she a lesbian? Like, I don't understand what that fact. As a factual matter, why is that important? Objection, relevance, like what?
I mean, I'm not. Whether it's lesbians or straights or anything, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Being
so-
in a relationship where you're relying 100% where you're codependent is unhealthy, in my opinion.
Codependent.
Respectfully.
See, this is what happens when you create straw mans. When you make an extreme. So
I can't believe he just said when you create straw man. Literally the entire debate is that's what you did. You created straw man. This woman said nothing about lesbian. She said nothing about being married. Like, you are the ones over here, not just strawman, but a ton of red herring. Like, who said anything about lesbians? Tell me who on the panel said anything about lesbian. Tell me who on the panel said anything about marriage and who is divorcing whom. No one. Like, I can't. By the way, this is what I'm talking about. Hafeez is just not intellectually.
on one end of the extreme is codependency, where I have nothing without you. Another end of the extreme is where you're probably at, independency. I am without you. But the healthy medium is interdependency, is that I could exist without you, but I not only want you, but I need you.
So can I say?
Let me finish.
All right. So that is gaslighting because that's literally what she said. She said she wanted to be with someone that they can both learn and grow from each other. And she was talking about interdependency. And now he took her point and pretended like it was his own. Completely annoying. He goes off on tangents. He's not a good debater. He's not. He really isn't. Lesbians aren't killing each other. Hafeez is exhausting. Anyway, I just played that. I played it longer than I wanted to, but I played that because I wanted you guys to remember who Hafeez was. The new Hafeez is pretending the new Hafeez is pretending like that wasn't who he was, but it was. Now, let's go back to who we were actually talking about, right? So Mike Rashid went on Fresh and Fit, and they got into a little bit of debate. And I promise you one thing. These people just want to whine. Like, these people just want to get online and whine about how difficult it is for men. Now, they will tell you that men created the society, men are stronger, men are more powerful, men have this, men have that, yet they're still whining about how men are being discriminated against, men have no power, women have all the power. But if that is true, then aren't women then the superior beings? Because if you're like, if you are saying you build and you have power and you're stronger and you're better and you make laws and you created societies or whatever, if you're at a disadvantage, that sounds like a you problem. So like you sitting up there whining doesn't help your cause. Like this doesn't make sense to me. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna watch Fresh and Fit do what they do best, and that is like literally whine about nothing. Like I don't know why they get online and whine so much. Like literally makes no sense to me. He can form a coherent argument to save his life. Absolutely not. He can't. They sound like. All right, let's do it.
All right, before I go into this, because I took some notes on everything else like that. What I'm about to say, guys, does not reflect the people on this podcast. This is Myron Gain. His opinion. Okay, so I'm gonna trigger a lot of people, but I'm gonna say it. I don't care. Is that cool with you, Mike?
Let it rip.
Okay. I can swear too.
100%.
Okay, all right. You see, that's our respecting people's platform. You know what I'm saying?
You need some Remy?
I'm good. So with modern women first. So typically, what I would define, because I guess it's a term that can be left up to the individual to define. How we define it typically on our show is a modern woman is a woman that adopts feminist ideals when it suits her, but she also adopts traditional ideals when it suits her, but absolves herself of the negatives of both. Okay. So for example,
my t-shirts.
Yeah. But yeah. For example, typically a girl will say, hey, I want you to treat me like a lady. She'll expect you to, pay for the date, be a leader, have that strong masculine presence, have that confidence. But at the same time, if you say, hey, make me a sandwich, oh, you're toxically masculine, you're a misogynist. But you are always held to your masculine burner performance while she can absolve herself of her traditional feminine burner performance. And that's the problem. Guys are pretty much.
If I'm sorry if there was an echo. So men are held to their masculine standard of performance, and women aren't. I don't know what community he's talking about at all. I really don't. Because if you want to talk about traditional masculine standards of performance, a lot of people aren't being held to the a lot of people aren't being held to these standards, and a lot of people can actually provide, a lot of people can protect. So this idea that we're speaking in general terms is ridiculous to me. But let's continue. Let's see how far down the rabbit hole this man want to whine.
Paying full price for women that don't really want to be women anymore traditionally, but they still have to be traditional men. You know what I'm saying? Like a man's roles are static while her roles are negotiable. And that's what we kind of point the light at, that this is BS, because guys are having to stick to their traits, but girls can absolve themselves of theirs. So that's number one.
All right, let's
with the modern women.
Let's go on number one.
Sure. Go ahead.
Is that your personal experience? And I know you have many, but is that the majority of your experiences?
I'll be honest, with most women that I've met in the United States or like in the Western world in general, they tend to have this ideology that they want to be equal to a man at certain times, but then they want to be treated like a lady at other times when it benefits them. So they want to be able to kind of pick and choose when they'll be a lady or when they'll be,
All right. So even as a fruit cake, I shouldn't do this. I'm not even going to put this out there. Anyway, if the woman don't respect you, the woman just don't respect you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. If you're online whining, let me stop. Mike Rashid is going to explain it to him.
A strong, independent woman.
Can you give me some specific examples?
Sure. So like, if you meet a girl, right, and she's gonna expect you to like plan the date, be chivalrous, maybe open a door here or there, seat her down, be a gentleman, walk in front of her, like these traditional masculine traits. I'm all for that. I'm cool.
It is not something that she should expect. It's something that you should have done, right? Like if you, Look, I am not fully a feminist. I've told you this before, but if I'm walking with a woman, I'm walking on the outside. I'm gonna open the door. Like I don't understand. Like why are we? I don't understand. He gonna get dragged. He's gonna get dragged. So let me wait and let him get dragged.
I think it actually works better when it's traditional. But at the same time, if you ask her to adhere to traditional feminine traits, can you clean my place? Can you make me some food? Whatever. She's gonna look at you like, fuck you, nigga, I ain't doing it. And a lot of girls have that mentality like, look at Cardi B. Don't cook, don't clean, but still got a ring. And the problem is that she's indoctrinating so many young women to think this way, that it's okay to be a boss babe or whatever it is. And that's cool. I'm not saying women can have careers or whatever. But the problem is that a lot of women, if you ask them what they truly want in a man, they want strong, virtuous, masculine men that adhere to traditional masculine standards, but they don't necessarily want to be traditional women. And that's the
I've been hearing women complain about toxic masculinity and that they don't want it, and some people want it, whatever. You can literally find whatever you want. Like, yeah, you can find whatever you want. This idea that you're going to classify women as this and men as this is literally makes no sense. Ladies and humans are apparently mutually exclusive, period. Thank you, by the way, Kat. But she can afford a man.
problem.
But let's take, all right, so Cardi B is a superstar.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, for
It's
sure.
not, she's not a realistic representation.
No, she's not. She's not. But I'm saying like she's indoctrinating people because like people listen
But
to
you
her
have,
music.
right,
and
you have
stuff
her,
like
but
that,
you have
yeah.
Beyonce on the flip side as well, right?
Yep.
So, but neither of them are good representations of real life. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
So I think, I hear what you're saying, but as you're talking, I'm going through my mental Rolodex of experiences, and I'm like, I've had a couple girls that didn't want to clean or didn't clean or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not the type of person to say anything.
Yeah.
I just want to see what you're going to do. I don't want to teach you how to be a woman.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So, and I make my decision based on everything that I observe. But for the most part, that's not what I have. For the most part, the women that I've dealt with in my life, they without anybody saying anything, they fall into the grooves of being the woman, the supportive, caring, I don't fight. I don't do that. Like the girls that get mad because I won't do all of that. You know what I'm saying? It makes them more angry if I'm like, this is not productive. So I'll wait until you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is this though, right? I feel like what is people's real experience, right? Now I don't disagree with anything that y'all say. I agree with all of these pillars and these tenets, but I don't see it as this big issue. I know that there's motherfuckers out there running amok and doing weird shit, right? Yelling at guys, whatever. Yeah, it's always been like, I don't know if it's always been like that, but I know it's like that to some extent. I don't think that's reality for most people though. You know what I'm saying?
See, it's funny because I just think the same way until I saw the problems that we guys that we coach.
So if we thought the other guy was bad, anytime I hear this man speak, I'm like, oh my God. So people listen to this guy. Tell them how to be man. I think I should start a video on telling men how to be man. I think I should. Because if you go listen to this man right here, I have never heard this man uttered a word, a single phrase that I thought was insightful in my entire life. Now, I have to accept that I have not watched all his videos. So maybe he knows a lot about something or someone, and I just don't know. I have never heard him speak and thought, yeah, that was insightful. Never, ever, not once. Let's see if that changes tonight.
So we coach now thousands of guys across the world, Australia, Canada, the States, even in the islands, right? And it's funny because a lot of these guys, like, they have these problems and it's kind of like they don't know where to go. So they come to us for these problems, and then we did as well. We're also in the game as well, dating girls every single day. So we see it live in our lives, plus from our students and from our coaching clients.
And the other thing too, I want to say is that what we've been able to do is we've kind of been able to bridge the gap. So like we have hundreds of guys that we coach behind the scenes. We have a lot of supporters from shout out to Canada, Australia, New Zealand,
even girls,
England, even girls. Yeah, like pretty much in a lot of first world countries, right? And the problems are the same. And then we're bringing in women every single night. At this point, we've interviewed hundreds of women.
Girls.
So from training the men and then also bringing the women on and asking them what they like on an honest platform where, we tell them, if you lie, the chat's going to roast you and we're going to put on these blue hats, you're going to cap. And they're honest about what they want. And it's very amazing to see why so many guys struggle, because the reality is this: the modern day women, right? Just like I said before, where, about how they want a traditional man, but they don't themselves don't necessarily want to be traditional. They have certain standards that are fairly high, and quite frankly, sometimes are delusional. They're higher than what they average women typically on a balance of probabilities in the West don't want an average man. They want a man that's above average a lot of times. When we ask girls, what do you want?
This is not true. This is literally not true. There is no stats regarding relationship that would verify this. Now, if you're speaking generally, then it's still not true, actually. But if you're speaking specifically about the Black community, it's definitely not true. So, like, this idea that women's standards are so high that no man can meet it or very few men can meet it is not true.
Want. They pretty much describe the same avatar: 6 feet tall or higher at least, and $100,000 a year, be confident, be able to be, control
Ambitious.
a room, be ambitious. Like a lot of women describe a top like 5% a lot of the time. And what happens is a lot of younger guys or guys that are average get ostracized from the dating marketplace. And we have a bunch of theories as to why we think this has happened that we can go into more detail if you like. But that's what I would say is a modern day woman, that at least from what we refer to, because a lot of women basically have these ideologies that I'm going to be a modern day woman, I'm going to be strong and independent, I'm going to work my career, whatever, but I still want a man to be traditional while I don't have to necessarily be traditional on my end. Now, going back to the agenda, what we first said, as far as like what we have going on, what we've been able to notice, and a lot of people in the sphere talk about this as well.
All right. If you guys think I'm mean, the fact that this one won't let the other one speak should be indicative of his opinion of the other person's opinion. So I'm not being mean. This one, I don't know their names. I'm not trying to learn their names. I don't care. So this one, I think this one is Myron or Fit, because literally the other one can't be Fit. So the other one is Fresh. But is the other one fresh? Why? Anyway. So the other one is Fresh. Fit is not going to let Fresh speak. Like, well, I don't know if he's going to, but thus far, he literally took over and like, okay, sir, I see you were saying things, but let me actually explain what you should have been saying. That's what just happened. So you don't even respect the other person's opinion. Kat said the bar is actually in hell. I mean, if there is even a bar, right? If there is even a bar.
Is that I know you said that you think it's a man's world. I respectfully disagree. I think it's a gynocentric society. I think that we live in a world nowadays where the female way of thinking is correct. Schools are set up to, basically have girls excel versus little boys not necessarily, because
How is that?
So school nowadays promotes, sitting still, taking tests, and all these types of things are.
Schools are set up to make girls do well and for men to fail. How is this? Well, they have tests where you have to sit still. Period. So the reason women excel at school is because there are exams that requires you to sit still. That's exactly it. They have nothing but contempt for women with autonomy and choice. The point at which you think schools that were literally made for men, literally for a lot of world history, women weren't even allowed to be in school. It is a very recent phenomena that have men thinking school is not for them, right? The Gentlemen's Club in the UK, like even when we think about Confucianism and the ways in which the royals globally engaged in learning, being smart and being academic and being an intellectual, even being a philosopher, right? Name 3 female philosopher. Name 3 of them. Okay, now name 3 male philosopher. You see how easy it is. I'm not actually telling you to do it. You see how easy it is to name the male philosophers. The world, academics and the ability to think critically for a long time was deemed as a quote unquote masculine endeavor. Getting an education was deemed as a masculine endeavor. It is only recently that men have decided that like learning is somehow not my I can. So this man is sitting here trying to tell us that because schools have exams where you have to actually sit down and take the exam, it is against men. I can't. I literally cannot. Really, the only gap he should be worried about is bridging is the one on his head. Look at him. I don't understand how these men come up with these ideas. Like scholarship was a male endeavor for most of human history. So like it doesn't make any sense to me that you would try to make the point that school is somehow feminine and it pushes men and holds back, it pushes women and hold back men. Men who are not beyond boyhood masculinity think that way. Grown men do not. Yeah, I mean, so should they start taking tests during PE? Yeah, just get up, go on the track, and run with your #2 pencil, and shade in your answers as you run. I can't believe this is an actual argument. Let's replay this a little bit because I'm very concerned with these men's mental capacity. Let's take it back some. Like, do y'all need to be doing jumping jacks during an exam now? Like, do we need a do you need to be bungee jumping while you're like taking an exam? Like I can't.
I'm going to be strong and independent. I'm going to work my career, whatever, but I still want a man to be traditional while I don't have to necessarily be traditional on my end. Now, going back to the agenda, what we first said, as far as like what we have going on, what we've been able to notice, and a lot of people in the sphere talk about this as well, is that I know you said that you think it's a man's world. I respectfully disagree. I think it's a gynocentric society. I think that we live in a world nowadays where the female way of thinking is correct. Schools are set up to, basically have girls excel versus little boys, not necessarily, because
How was that?
So
I'm sorry. I feel like they're just making things up as they go. Just make things up. Like, okay, so who created these schools? Let's get into it. Because these men will let you know that men are the builders and women just take, right? Men are the creators of society. So if schools were being built and education and all of that is being disseminated, who is doing this? Because if you believe men are the ones who created and structured the society, then maybe they just didn't do a good job of making it cater to. Look, girl, I can. I feel like these men don't even see the contradiction. Self-fear, it makes money. Yeah. Oh, I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you, Sober Bobo. Let's continue. Let's not continue yet. I'm stuck. It's a woman's world in a world literally ran by men. Like while we're talking now, there are laws being implemented across the United States to prevent abortion. Right now, don't care where you come out on this argument, but the people in power aren't women. Like we just celebrated having a black female on the U.S. Supreme Court. We just celebrated having our first female vice president. The fact that we think that, like, the fact that men think that they're oppressed in the United States is ridiculous to me. Like the fact that we are arguing as to whether or not men are oppressed when men are talking about how they run the system literally makes no sense to me. How are you the class of people that is oppressed, but also the class that is the strongest, the better, the more, all of these things, and also the builders and the people who run everything? How? They regurgitate verbatim insult talking points. Yeah. Regan, thank you.
School nowadays promotes, sitting still, taking tests, and all these types of things are better centered for girls to succeed versus little boys.
Actually, this is something I'm very interested in because of my children, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I go back and forth with, should I even let them go to school,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because school was set up for factories, right?
Mm-hmm.
Creating factory workers.
Yes. Yep.
Right?
Yes.
So it wasn't a gender thing,
This man is also incorrect. Because if you're saying schools were created for factory workers, right? We are going to have to define school, and we're going to you're going to have to give me a century that you're talking about, because at one century, poor people could not go to school. Like, it was not a thing where I'm not doing this with you, but let's hear where this whole factory thing go. These men blame women for all their failures. Yeah, schools were developed for factories. All right, let's hear where this goes.
It was a legitimately like, we're gonna make more employees.
Exactly.
We're cranking out workers. So, and that.
All right, I think maybe he didn't mean factories. I think maybe he meant workers. I do agree that the academic system globally does not allow for you to be independent thinkers in various ways. I also agree that it does not breed entrepreneurship, but rather employees. I do agree with this sentiment, but not factory workers. I think he might have messed up there.
That literally, and for a huge portion of that, when it started like that, women weren't even in the picture for that to that extent.
But I would say the education system
It's evolved.
it's evolved, but it's also better suited for girls, because women tend to be more agreeable. They tend to be more communitarian in nature.
High nature.
The way that they tend to side with the groups. They know their strengths in groups because they're biologically the weaker sex physically. So it's only been since modern day times that women have been able to exist and live and thrive without the provisioning and security of a man. It's only so. I always say reality does not adhere to social constructs, and these social constructs is women can be strong and independent, everything.
Race is a social construct, right? When you say reality does not adhere to social constructs, I feel like you don't actually know the implication of that. Beauty is a social construct. Reality does have severe implication based on the social construct. And individually, the reality is impacted by their social construct a lot. I don't know. I don't think you know what a social construct is. Furthermore, I don't know. I don't think you know what reality is. I'm sorry. I don't know. Oh my God, this conversation is literally reductive. I think this conversation is beneath this chat.
Else, but women still want a man that's stronger than them, taller than them, makes more money than them. They're still looking for a guy that is better than themselves. Women never seek their equal. Typically, they want to seek at bare minimum their equal, if not higher.
And here's
Women
the
date
problem
up.
with modern women today, right? The one problem is they don't want to submit to men, right? Because for the most part,
why does this man talk? The problem with women today is that they don't want to submit to men. Why are you talking? Who you want to submit to you, sir? Let me know. Let me go talk to her for you. Let me go talk. Because you dated a sugar baby the other day, right? You were dating a sugar baby, and she did not submit. She actually dragged you online. Is that who you wanted to submit to you? I don't understand. Who you want to submit to you? Tell me. I'll go talk to her for you. I will go talk to her for you. I'll let her know you need her to submit, because that is the problem with women today. They don't submit. Really? All right, let's hear him explain nothing.
they want to have their own thing on the side. So if they meet a guy, they don't need him, they might want him. And that's not a problem, but I feel like the word something has a bad connotation to it, submission. But for the right guy, you should. And on the other hand, guys, they need to level up to become what women actually need rather than what they think they want. So it's a two-way street, but at the same time, even colleges, bro, they mainly run by girls. Mainly girls attend college. Most guys are not going to college now.
Over 60%. And the other thing too, going back to what I was saying, because I took some notes.
So most guys aren't going to college. Whose problem is that? If you, I don't understand. Like, what are you blaming? Most men aren't going to college. All right, cool. That sounds like a choice, not a choice I'm gonna make, but like, sounds like a you problem. This really sounds like a you problem. Like, I don't know why this is being brought to the forefront. Why are you here? Why are you talking? Why do I need to know that most men aren't going to college unless you want to do something about it? Because if you're going to blame someone, then maybe you should blame the people who aren't going. If you think going to college is a good thing, then go blame the people. Like, Themis, it's giving shenanigans.
Sound real quick, because you guys were having a great conversation. And the reason why I think it's a female-centric society versus a male-centric society is because men are held to a burden of performance, but women aren't necessarily held to a burden of performance. I'll give you guys examples. So
this man is going to tell us today that the society is for women. Are you really going to sit here? Are you really going to sit here and try to explain to us how the world is unfair and how it treats men unfairly, but doesn't treat women? All right. I'm going to go back to this. Who built the society? Who put laws in place? Who are the ones structuring the society? Please let me know. Please let me know. Are women preventing women from getting abortions, right? Are women the one who structure the society the way that it is? Are men prevented from going to school? Are men unable to get work? Like, aren't men getting paternity leaves now in the US? Like, I don't understand. All right, maybe we're defining oppression differently. And maybe maybe oppression for these people talking means that you should be treated as a king or a god, and no one should question you ever, and you should not have responsibilities. Maybe that's what the lack of the godhood, the lack of kingman. The lack of kingdom, the lack of royal blood, means that you are oppressed. Maybe that's what it is. Because I don't know what these men are whining about. The society is for women. The pink tax exists. Gotcha. These people just whine. Like, all these people are doing is whining. Like, I don't understand. And I've never actually said this, but like, this man is just whining about nothing. You argue that you men build a society, yet you're still arguing that you're oppressed in the society that you build. Seem like a you problem. If you are oppressed in the society you build, it seems like a you problem.
So if a woman is fat, annoying, crass, or whatever it is, there's conventions in society to make her feel better for her bad decisions. You're fat, love your curves, girl. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Body acceptance, right? If she's rude or crass or bitchy, oh, it's okay. You're a strong, independent woman. They can't handle you. Small dick energy. He's insecure, blah, blah, blah. But men don't necessarily get these same social conventions for being a failure.
Gotcha. So these men are feminists. Got it. But these men say they should be treated like women. I have no argument against that. If you want to be treated like a woman, I feel like you should have the right, fresh, or fit. I think you are fit. I'm going to assume you're fit. Fit, I think you should have the right to be treated like a woman. I do. I think that it's unfair that women get to experience the world as women and men don't get to experience the world as women. So I with you. I will fight with you to be treated like a woman. Like, that's what he's saying. Like, it boils down to like it just boils down to they want to be treated as women. I don't know if they want to be groped or called at in the same way. They might. I don't know, but I think they want to be treated as women. I think they also, maybe they want to also get pregnant. I don't know, but let's treat fresh and fit like women, because that's what they want.
If you're fat, a loser, broke as a man, society holds you accountable for your bad decisions, as they should. The problem is that if you hold a woman accountable for anything that she does or any bad choices she makes, there's almost zero accountability. And as a matter of fact, if you tell her, yo, you're fat or you're ugly or whatever it is, just like a man could be told, you're considered misogynistic. No, fuck that shit. I'm realistic. I accept the reality that there isn't a burden of performance on both genders. So when you call a woman out, it's considered unflattering or real. But if you say anything about a man, like, oh, he's broke, he's a scrub, TLC, I don't want no scrub. We have a whole society where it's completely okay to shit on men, but it is not okay to hold women accountable for their bad.
I did watch this part. And the gentleman is going to drag him in a polite way, but it's a drag nonetheless. Are we going to ignore the fact, and this is what the gentleman said, there are all these songs disrespecting women. Like, you just named TLC, I Don't Want No Scrub, talking about a man without money. Period. There's too much to lose. Period. I'm here for hypergamy. Be as hypergamous as you can. I promise you that's... Anyway, I don't care about that. If these men can't meet your standards, whatever. But to pretend like TLC's No Scrub song is somehow worse than literally any rap song, pick a song. Pick a song and I'll find the misogyny in there. Pick a song and I'll tell you how they're talking about they don't want dark-skinned women. Pick a song and I'll tell you about how they don't want women with stretch. Pick a song and I'll tell you about them talking about women here. Pick a song and I'll tell you about them talking about women's weight. Pick it. Like, I don't understand. Like, I feel like these people have like this weird kind of tunnel vision where TLC said they don't want no scrub, and because these men at the time were poor or whatever, they were hurt by it, and they held on to that pain, unable to see all the other songs dragging women generally, like calling them the B word, calling them the H word. Like, are we pretending like we don't live in a world that disrespects women on a daily? Pick a song, pick a genre, pick a, like, I mean, hip hop is the most known for this, but to pretend like we are in a world where women are coddled by everyone and no one critique women and they just walk around as these damsels in distress where everyone has to be Prince Charming and protect them is absolutely abhorrent, because it is not true. None of it is true. Women consistently have to listen to people tell them that they are a 5, that they are average at best, that they don't meet the standard, that they're not mixed, that they don't have the light enough skin, that their hair is not good enough, that their clothes is not good enough, that their body is not good enough. Like, I don't care what you like. Do what you like, that is fine. But to sit here and pretend like this world is so hard on men but so soft and women is a lie. It is a lie from the pits of hell, and you need to take it back there. It is not true. None of it is true. Fat, ugly, and annoying. What are failures at what game? What do we win? Yeah, like even this lyric, like, literally doesn't make sense. If I tell you to name 3 songs that drags men, you might be able to say a scrub, right? You might be able to say 1 Minute Man, I think. I don't even know if that is a drag, but you might be able to say that. Let me see. Maybe a Soldier by Beyonce, a Destiny's Child. I don't know if so, like, I Need a Soldier is actually saying lower your standards, because like you're looking for people who can. Anyway, I don't know that I can name, but I can literally, I don't even have to name the song. I can just say Lil Wayne. I can say 50 Cent. I can say Chris Brown, and literally those, you just Google a lyric, just Google a song, and it should pop up. Right? Like, this is such an annoying thing. Oh, bells. Thank you. Demon said, forgot about the rebuttal song to TLC, no pitch. Oh, yeah, of course they forgot that. Of course they forgot that. That was a drag. 1 Minute Man was a drag. Nope, that's just reality. Nobody wants a 1 Minute Man. There it is. Like, Demas, have you ever heard Fit give sex advice on his show? It's the worst. I have not. I don't know why anyone would listen to these 2 people. I don't know, outside of wanting to laugh. Women don't have equal rights, not even equal. These men seem to think women have opportunities means men are placed at a disadvantage. Delusional. I mean, it is. Thank you, TB. What did the orange pill say? Don't forget, where I want to be. Oh my God. Tyrone, I really wish I could play this song right now. Period. I mean, I feel like Bills was just reporting. It was just report. Look, Nicki Minaj's song "Looking N-Word," that was not a drag. She was just reporting the news. Nicki Minaj was just reporting the news. Nicki Minaj was just reporting the news. If you're mad, it sounds like a you problem.
Decisions, my brother. I love you.
Yeah.
I disagree with you.
Yeah.
I disagree.
So
I disagree.
And I'll
Okay,
say one
go
last
for it,
thing.
go for it.
Last thing I was going to say was anything that holds women accountable is considered misogynistic versus women. There's been misandry going on all the time, but most people don't even know what misandry is because no one holds women accountable when they talk shit about men. Niggas ain't shit. I hate all men. This is completely all over the place on TikTok, YouTube, whatever. Completely acceptable. Let a guy say something negative about a woman. Oh, I don't date fat bitches. You're gonna get kicked off Bumble. You're gonna get canceled. You can't hold women accountable in today's day and age. But women could totally shit on men, and it's completely socially acceptable. Most women don't even know what misandry means. But they definitely know what misogyny is, and they are happy to throw that word out all the time. So go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I think cancel culture is silly anyway.
Yeah.
Like you can't cancel that's not a real thing, right? People allow themselves to get canceled by apologizing and shit like that when they're just instead of standing their ground. Now, when it comes to like Men Are Scrubs, songs, it's way more songs disrespecting women, bro. Like, and we all love these songs. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's a song, Nate Dogg. I love Nate Dogg. Rest in peace. But it's called Your Wife, My Bitch. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or Chris Brown, I fuck a broke nigga bitch. Like, why you fucking my bitch? Bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like it
fuck bitches get money.
Fuck bitches. You know what I'm saying? Bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. It's like listen, I got daughters, right? So I see things a little bit different.
Of course,
right? I'm not every woman's father, you know what I'm saying? But I do have a very protective energy when it comes to women because I have like the women that I grew up with are solid. You know what I'm saying? Yep. They're like they made me. I was serious because of them. You know what I'm saying? So because they were just doing their best to make ends meet, to try to get some respect in this world because women get treated like shit. Like this is something that nobody's addressing, right? Women get raped. I know a girl that was in the armed military. She got raped, right? She went to her superiors. They were like, well, what you want to do? They gave her a settlement, a 6-figure settlement. It's not life-changing by any means. You can take this, but you will be dishonorably discharged. That's like having a felony on your record.
Yeah. So dishonorable discharge is awful.
It's not good. And she felt she didn't have like a family. I'm like, who did you talk to about this? This is terrible. But she was bullied into that. You know what I'm saying? And there's a man ain't gonna get bullied into no shit like that, right? So I feel like there are a lot of concessions being made for women.
Yeah.
But it doesn't bother me because I feel like they need it. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with like after George Floyd, right? It was Black Lives. You turn on the PlayStation, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. Like they do that for Black people. They do that for any people that have been disenfranchised. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's like you hit your little brother, boom, boom, boom. You need to give him some ice cream now. You know what I'm saying? It's like we've treated women like property for most of us being civilized, quote unquote civilized, right? So it's like, all right, it's cool. It doesn't take anything away from me. Like if I say my girl's the boss, it's like I'm clearly the boss. I'm just giving her making her feel good. It's show some respect. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel me personally. I don't feel any less of a man being a gentleman.
Yeah,
being chivalrous. You know what I'm saying?
Now I'll say this. So because you brought up some good points there.
No, Myron, you won't say anything. He kept his foot on their neck. I love every minute of it. All these people just want to complain about nothing, like absolutely nothing. This man just told him, look, women have been disenfranchised for most of human history. That you see them getting some literally crumbs, like not even meaningful rights at this point, right? That you are upset about that. Like there's still countries where women can't even vote, women can't even drive car, women can't show any, like the fact that this is just bad. These people are just so myopic and he's so stuck on his talking point that he just doesn't understand. Like, how are you pushing back against anything this man just said? Why are you trying to push back against anything this man just said? The man just laid it out to you flat, like, this is what is happening. Why are you mad? Why are you upset? These women are trying their best. They're doing their best. Why are you upset? How does a woman getting her own bother you? Why does that bother you? Why is a woman getting educated bother you? Did they literally switch the education system just for women, or can men go in there too? Is there a block that is stopping men from going to school? If there is, let me know. I will fight you to get rid of it. I will fight you to get rid of it, right? Why can't you go? Why are you upset? What you keep saying women are weaker and blah blah blah. Why are you mad? What have women gotten that you want? Like, do you want attention? Do you want male validation and attention? Like, you can have that too. Like, I don't understand why you're upset with women specifically. I don't get it. Like, I'm very confused as to what their point is.
My take on it is that, yes, definitely. First, I'll address the misogyny and misandry thing first. What I'm saying is that it's socially acceptable for women to shit on men, whereas for men to hold women accountable is considered not. And I know you had mentioned these songs.
Okay. So when women talk about men, they're quote unquote effing on them, but for you, it's you holding them accountable. Just say you want to shit on women. Just say that. Say that, because that's what you want, right? You want it to be equal. You want feminism and equality of the sex, and I'm here for it. Like, I am with you. I am with you, not completely, but let men be women. Let men be women. 2022. The man said he want to rest in his femininity, and I say period. I say y'all want men to be masculine too much. I think men have a right to want to rest in their femininity, and I think that fresh or fit, both fresh and fit, I don't care. I do not care which one is which. Let's just be clear about that. Both of them want to rest in their femininity, right? They want to compete with women, and that's their prerogative. Let men be women 2022, period. Like, it is what it is. We don't do homophobia over here. We don't do transphobia over here. We don't do any of that phobia. If these men want to be women, let them be women. Let them be treated as women. I think if they want equality of the sexes and they want to be treated like women, they should be treated like women. And they should be able to talk to their peers as women. So it is what it is. I don't have an argument against you, I think this is Myron, right? Look, it's fine. I don't care what their names are. So I'm with you. Like, put on a wig, flip your hair 2 times if you don't want that bald spot showing. Like, it is what it is. I'm not dragging him for his bald spot, by the way. I'm just saying.
Before, bitches ain't shit but hoe tricks. I will say,
I don't want to cut you off, but I want to go point to point with you.
Okay.
It may be socially acceptable for that.
Yeah.
But it's also socially acceptable for men to have to have multiple women and women not. Now, I think like if you look at the history of biology, it makes sense for men to have multiple women.
Exactly.
However,
and we can talk about that too. Why it's acceptable for men, but not acceptable for women.
I understand why it is.
Yeah.
Is very logical. However, men are not honest about it. So when you're lying to somebody, that's like, I feel like lying to someone who care about you is one of the worst things you can do to somebody.
Here's the thing: men have to lie about it. That's why our podcast is exploding, because
men don't have to lie. If you're preaching that men have to lie, please stop talking. If you're preaching that women have to lie, also please stop talking. If you're saying people have to lie, please stop talking. Like, if your principled stance is that men have to lie, as Fresh or Fit just said, please stop talking. It's not it. It's not it.
They shouldn't. But here's the thing. The reason why we're exploding in popularity right now is because we're saying what millions of men across the world think, but they can't say. Like, if you, like I said before, if you hold a woman accountable, or you say anything that betters men, especially from like, how do I say this, from a dating perspective, or gives a man a leg up in mating, it's considered misogynistic or rude. Because the thing is this: things that make men attractive to women from an arousal standpoint are inherently unflattering. I'll say that again. Things that make a man attractive to women from an arousal standpoint are inherently unflattering, such as if I tell guys, hey, listen, man, don't buy her flowers. Don't take her to a nice place on a first date. You know what I'm saying? Don't do all these things. Instead, don't text her back immediately. You know, treat her like, treat her kind of like, you know, not like a first option. You know what I'm saying? Be like a fuck boys women like to complain about on TikTok, but these are the guys getting all the girls. So when you reveal these uncomfortable truths that women are aroused by things that are inherently disadvantageous to them in a dating perspective, it's considered misogynistic and they're going to come at you for it. When we tell guys, you know, don't take a girl on a nice first date, or, you know, you should always be trying to sleep with her on a first date. You know, don't do any of the chivalrous thing. We always tell guys, chivalry is earned nowadays because since women aren't traditional, you don't want to be a traditional man unless she earns it, because that's a privilege now. You know what I'm saying?
Chivalry. All right. Well, let's back up. He said a lot. So you should psychologically manipulate women to sleep with you because, all right, so women aren't into nice guys, apparently is what he's saying. And so you should treat them like crap and they'll be more into you. Polite, right? Like chivalry is earned. Like, I think people got this messed up. I think there are people who actually believe this foolishness. Orange pill. It's actually more acceptable for women to have or date multiple men now, and I have no problem with. I thought you were gonna. Anyway, chivalry also doesn't mean what he thinks it means. Regardless, yeah, I don't. I'm confused about the earned thing. Like politeness, generally, I think you just give. You give to people, and then you take away based on how people treat you, right? Like that's my way of handling life. But this idea that you become emotionally manipulative, you treat women poorly, and that's why they come to you, literally makes no sense. This channel would literally be nowhere if that were true. That's the first thing. The second thing is, there is absolutely no healthy relationship where a man treats a woman like that. I promise you. If you're in a relationship like that, where a man treats you this way, I promise you, 100%, I promise you it's not a healthy relationship. Please run. This is giving me narcissism. It's giving me emotionally manipulative. It's giving me abusive. Like, I don't understand how, like, are these the advice? And I'm not saying, I'm sure there's some toxic people out there, men and women, who would probably like this, where they like the hot and cold, right? In British sort of literature, we have this thing called coquette. I don't know if you guys know what a coquette is, but it is a caricature of a person who their kind of seduction style is to be hot and cold, right? So they'll treat you well one day, and then the next day they'll be emotionally distant. And the hot and cold sort of affiliation actually makes the person confused and fall in love with them. It is an archetype. Like you can have the star, the child, the charisma. Like I think there's a book on the law of seduction. Fascinating read, not really important for this, but this is literally emotional manipulation. Like if you are in a relationship that, let me not tell you what to do, stay in a relationship and ignore me. All right, let's continue. But it is emotional manipulation. It is abuse. This is a level of abuse. I promise you it is.
The way men have to deal with women, because it used to be back in the day, a woman came from a household with a father. He trained her right. He raised her right. She knew to respect and admire men. She understood that men are
well, I mean, if the father is supposed to be there to teach you and the father is not there, it seems like a you problem again.
leaders. Nowadays, a lot of women don't respect men. I'm just going to keep it a stack. A lot of them don't.
Let's step into his reality for a moment. Let's step into his reality. Fathers used to teach women, girls, how to respect men. All right. If that is the case, maybe in your reality, because the fathers aren't around, maybe that's why they don't respect men. Or or maybe these men aren't respectful. Instead of saying chivalry is earned, I think respect is earned. Like, you don't get respect by mere fact of existing, particularly when there is evidence to suggest that you are the opposite of that which should be respected. I have no respect for either fresh or fit. I don't. And the reason I don't is because I don't find you. So women need to be held accountable, but men have to lie. Delusional accountability equal abuse, perpetual boyhood. Yeah. Thank you, TB.
And it's like perpetuating our society. Look at these TikToks for these girls. It's open misandry, but no one checks them on it. But if a guy says anything that puts a man in a position where he can date women in a more intelligent sense, adopt to modern day women, it's considered misogynistic. He gets canceled, whatever. So men can't be honest, because if men are honest when it comes to intersexual dynamics with women, they're going to get canceled. They're going to get labeled a misogynist. They're going to get name called insecure, small dick energy, whatever. Fortunately for me, I don't give a fuck. I tell these girls exactly what's on my mind. I don't care. They can call me a jerk or whatever. I've been kicked off TikTok like 4 times. But if we got to take some arrows to tell the truth and have guys be able to come to a place and listen to dudes speak facts, you know what I'm saying, that barbershop talk, we'll take those arrows.
And also,
but I would say
very important too as well, right? Regarding dating, women think emotionally and they move emotionally off of their emotions, right? If you tell a woman the truth at the very beginning, she's probably gonna say, you know what, fuck this shit, I'm out of here. And look, I get it, right? I believe personally,
that's the best
case
scenario.
I believe that you should be honest at the very beginning, say what it really is. But most guys, let's be honest here, they're not getting laid, or they don't want to lose their girl. So they can say, you know, yeah, baby, I love you. You're gonna be the one. But deep down, they're like, you know what? I got a side chick here, a side chick here. I can't tell her, because if I tell her, she's gonna leave. So I understand why guys do it, but we say, hey, become so high value, level up your life so well that even if you do cheat, it doesn't matter.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Floyd Mayweather said something that was brilliant one time.
Yeah.
Again, that man literally, I mean, the other one doesn't add anything either, but this one, when he talks, it just reduces, like, so the conversation level is already in hell, right? Like, it's not like they're adding anything. This one is talking about God knows what over here, talking about school is not for men because they have to sit still. So you don't even have discipline to sit still. This one is over here talking about women just act on emotion. What? All right. But you're saying you should level up your life so that when you cheat, it's fine because she's not going to leave. Like, do all these people think about is sex? Like, I'm a bit confused about like I don't know what this is, and I don't know why that guy that just spoke speaks. Like, he adds like there's nothing being added to the conversation at all. Like, at all, I'm kind of confused as to like what any of this is. Like, women think with their emotion. I don't think that's how thinking works. I don't know what to say to this. Like, I don't know. Like, he wants to abuse women on every level and in all capacities. He's a psychopath. Yeah, like, he's arguing. Like, his argument is that men have to lie because they have a woman over here and a woman over here, and then they're don't have multiple women and you don't have to lie. I don't understand. Why do you say you have to lie? You don't have to lie. Don't cheat. Like, I don't understand. All right. I'm going to play it back for 2 seconds because I need to know that he was talking about cheating. Is leveling up your life making enough money to hold women hostage when you cheat? Yeah, I mean, it is what's his name is doing, Nick Cannon.
You're going to be the one. But deep down, they're like, you know what? I got a side chick here, a side chick here. I can't tell her, because if I tell her, she's going to leave. So I understand why guys do it, but we say, hey, become so high value, level up your life so well that even if you...
There's nothing about this man high value. And not only that, like, let me not.
If you do cheat, it
That
doesn't matter.
part. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Floyd Mayweather said something that was brilliant one time.
Yeah.
Because they were talking about him having all his girlfriends. He said, look.
Girl, not we're here quoting Floyd Mayweather, Jesus. Not we're quoting Floyd Mayweather. All right, let me hear what Floyd Mayweather said. Thank you, Kat. Demons, in order for a man to pretend he should have the right of God, he has to lie. Yeah, yeah.
If I can afford 9 cars, I'm gonna have 9 cars. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And that's the realest shit. Like what you just said is real.
Yeah.
Level yourself up.
Because you can afford something doesn't mean you should have it. I feel like that's the principle. There is something called self-control. Like, because you can have something does not mean you should. I feel like these are people who had nothing and
to where it's a no-brainer.
Right.
Listen, I've had many experiences with women, and I used to lie. I'm not gonna lie. I used to lie all the time, right? And I was hurting people over and over and over, and hurting people I cared about. And I'm like, I'm being a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm being dishonest. That's low life energy for me, right? So I had to elevate out of that, and I started being honest. And I remember the first time I was like, "Look, what you think about him? Would you ever have a menage?" You know what I'm saying? And she's like, "Nah, I don't think so." I said, "Okay, say less." Right? So then I sent her a video from like Pornhub of 2 girls, right? And it was a hot video. I'm like, "You don't think that's hot?" She's like, "Actually, that is hot." You know what I'm saying? So she's like, "About that, is that something you want to do?" I'm like, "Hey, I'm down. I don't need to, but why? What's up? You want to?" You know what I'm saying? And it started going down. You know what I'm saying? And then I just started being super honest about everything. And I learned that when you're super straightforward with somebody, and like, "Look, I care about you, whatever it is."
Girl, I am disappointed. I didn't hear this part, just FYI. Why I thought this man I'm gonna be fully here with this man. why these men disappointing me? I'm gonna take that L because I literally thought this man was. I mean, I know he said something about poly before, so like I should have known, but like, so he's just agreeing right now, like, yeah, we want to engage in degeneracy. I've said it, degeneracy. All judgment. All judgment. And right when you thought you had a good one, yeah, like a good one. Yeah, he had you for the first. See, this is why you can't vet, man. This is why. This is why you. This is why you can't vet, man. I thought this man was going to talk about being with his family, but he did say something about polygamy before. Wait. No. I mean, you can try to vet, but if it comes up that you can, just know that it's not you alone. I am confused. I am confused. I thought this man was gonna come and represent, and then we would be in the chat talking about, yeah, this man is a good. Period. So he got his money and he's making women engage in these things, not making, because apparently he just sent her the video and she wanted to do it. So no forcing on his part. They said Themis ignored the red flag. Yeah, the biggest red flag was him being on Fresh and Fit and talking about their finance and fitness channel. After that, I should have known. Like, that was the first red flag. When you literally sit there and tell me that Fresh and Fit, after reviewing Fresh and Fit content, after you've reviewed Fresh and Fit content, your conclusion was that they are a fitness and finance channel. That is a lie from the pits of hell. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You got to say, or that you feel, that usually they're okay with it. Now I'm gonna be honest with you, like the women that I've dealt with in the past few years, there's only one that wasn't okay with that. And I'm like, fine. And listen, this was a situation to where she came out to stay with me for about a month or two. This was when I was in Arizona. I said, yo, you down with menages? She was like, nah. I said, all right, well, you know, I like variety. So if I want to hang out with somebody, you cool with going to a hotel? She's like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah, I guess. And it happened like that. You know what I'm saying?
So a woman he was with him, and he asked if she likes group things. She said no, and he was like, all right, well, you gotta go when I'm having my group thing. Yeah, I'll trash all of it. All of it. Just trash the whole thing. Just trash the whole thing. Um I hope he told her before she came. The thing is, can you imagine being at someone's home that you're staying with them and then they propose this? Imagine, I'm hoping she had money. I hope that she was able to, if she chose, leave. So like there is such thing as financial coercion, right? Whereby you are now dependent on this person in a very specific financial way. And so you feel obligated to bending to this person's will. But good on her for saying no. And apparently she must have not have enough self-respect or capacity to pay for her own way, because you are with this man and he goes, are you into this group thing? And you say no, and he said, okay, well, I'm going to have it anyway. And so you can book a hotel. You can book a hotel, and when I'm done, you can come back. Girl, what? Is that what we're doing? I am more disgusted with him than the other two men. Welcome India membership. Someone said Airbnb took me. I can't. I feel like I should end it here. I'm sick.
Listen, from my experiences, being honest is the best case scenario. It makes your life so much easier.
See, I get what you're saying, Mike, but the average guy can't do that.
Okay, hold
Your
on.
point,
But before, when I wasn't,
Did this person say, but the average guy can't do that? I am assuming this man has money. I'm assuming if you can put the woman up in a hotel and she's willing to be there, I don't know, maybe she's in love with you still. Why are you asking about the average guy? Why would the average guy want to do this? Why? Also, why? So you are saying the average guy has to lie because he wants multiple women, and they can't be honest about wanting multiple women because they don't have the resource. All right. I'm annoyed and bored and disgusted. So this level of degeneracy I don't understand. Like, I don't know why anyone put up with any of this.
when I didn't have the confidence to say these things, because right now I can fly anybody in, I can fly anywhere in the world, I could do whatever I want to do, right? So, and there's always somebody who's going to be down for what you want, right? So when women realize that and they want you, if you're of value, they're going to like, all right, but I wasn't in position at certain times of my life to do that. So a motherfucker shouldn't be, if you're not in position, if you want that and you're not in position to be honest about it, get yourself in position. Quit spending energy on girls and spend energy on getting to the bag, developing your foundation. See, I don't think that we differ, right? But I think some of the energy should go to the men, like, yo, level the fuck up.
Oh, yeah.
Quit trying to, because look,
we yell at the guys too.
Quit trying to go on dates. Quit trying to maintain a woman, right? If you can't really hold it down like that, right? And move around the way that you really want to. Because the problem is this, and I see young dudes on the show all the time, it's like, what are you on Tinder for? go to school, like, or get a better job, or qualify yourself for this or that. You know,
I'm done. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So the message, the undertone is level up so you can use women. I'm with leveling up, but level up so I can't. No, I no. Mm-mm. These people aren't trying to build anything. These people aren't trying to build communities. They don't care. Well, they already don't. Well, I should have known that. But like, yeah. Mm-mm. No. All right. For the first 5 people who come up, we can get a small discussion. We're not going to do this long discussion because I'm very annoyed and disgusted. I thought this man was going to drag because, like, he said he dragged them, but he didn't. He definitely didn't. Get the bag so you have a better lure is what you're saying. LOL, real class. Yeah, these people, like, it feels like a bunch of people who've never had anything and who don't even know how to act. Like you know. Electric, how are you? Thank you, UG Rose.
I'm good. How are you?
Disgusted, but I'm good now that you're on.
Yeah. The only conversation I wanted to talk about is at the very beginning, and how we were talking about polyamory versus polyandry and polygamy. And the only thing that I really want to say, because I find it quite hilarious that these men are engaging in this way to say, as an alternative for them to also have more women. And basically, for anybody who wants to, use this as your argument, like, these types of relationships will never work for them because they're not good communicators. These types of relationships are solely 100,000% based on communication, and they don't have that quality to communicate effectively. As we just saw, they use these tactics to lie and then gaslight us to accept the lying. So it will never work. These situations don't work. And for the man on that panel who spoke about what he's doing, he's neither practicing that, because you do not coerce women to be flown out to have some sort of getaway with you and then coerce them into deciding if I should engage in this type of sexual relationship or not, because if I don't, then I'm without. Then I have to leave. So he is neither. He's not doing that either. And, I know people who practice, and I also almost practiced myself, but it didn't happen. But it's just very disgusting to me because, like, they literally don't think things through before they speak. It reaffirms that they don't do the research in any relationships that they engage in, or how to be better at them. I mean, it's kind of, it really is disgusting.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah, I agree with you. Thank you so much, Electric. I'm kind of, I hate when this happens, when, like, I think someone is going to do something and then they just disappoint me. So, like, I don't like being disappointed like that, but that was very disappointing. Like, his message is, be rich so you can have access to women and more women. And it's like, all right, you just killed the vibe. Whatever vibe was there, you killed it.
Well, thank you for having me. And that's really all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me add, there's some more people back here. Let's do concern. I'm not for everyone, Maya and Too Lovely. You guys are the last ones not on screen, and I will add you in a minute. Let's go. UG Rose.
Hi, Famous. Hi, everybody in the chat. How are you?
Wait, before you go. I hope this is not how Black women feel on date, because I am very much disgusted. And if I feel like, if you feel like this on a date, I am so sorry. I am depressed. I'm actually like depressed. Like I'm looking at someone. I'm like, damn, man. I thought you were, but you failed me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely okay. Exactly. For a second I was listening and I tried to have a little bit of hope, but you can't have faith in these ninjas because they prove you wrong at every turn, and the bar is set in the basement of hell. This is just what's happening right now. These men, they don't want to, even if they're trying to preach that polyamory is the answer to the other commenter's point. There's so many more dynamics. There's so many more moving parts in a relationship than just sexual pleasure. If you can't communicate, you have no integrity, you can't be honest, you don't want to be held to any form of standards, you don't have enough emotional literacy, you're not shooting in the gym. No one else should be handling the weight of the lack of character that you have. And that's
Yeah.
all that these men continuously prove is that, okay, I want to have more earning potential and more attraction potential sheerly for the opportunity to gain access to women that I know I wouldn't have based on my character alone.
Yeah. Yeah. No, why build character when they're literally saying, "Oh, let me ghost her, let me treat her poorly," because I don't know. I don't know. Because
Yeah.
like I'm this close to starting a dating channel just because I would never. But like the fact that like this is like the dating coaches, it's like, dang, like
It,
how?
it's horrible. It just proves that they don't even like you don't even know how to date. Dating is a freaking cesspool right now because of ninjas like this seeding their way through their trash through the scene, and unfortunately we fall for it. And I know that like women, yes, we want to do the whole like we trying to be on our Megan Stallion, we want to be out here with our body yaddy yaddies doing our thing, but men love the fact that we are taking our liberation in a sexual or down a sexual avenue, because that means that the ones that shouldn't be getting no play are getting played just for the sake of us saying that we're exerting our liberation and our sexuality. So it's either we go back to putting the kitty back in the box and no, it don't matter how cute you are, you got some fuckery going on under the scenes and I see you, or we're going to keep on seeing the propagation of men and ideas like this because they're using our liberation against us.
Yeah. Yeah.
At least when we exert it in this way, when we exert it socially and sexually and make our private behaviors and whatnot. And this is not slut shaming. Get it how you live and do what you want to do. But there are bums out here taking advantage of the fact that we're like, you know what? I'm gonna do what I want with my body, when I want, with whomever. That's fine. I like being with women. I like being with men. Whatever, gender identity you ascribe to. They love the fact that they get to find their way into those situations and get play from women that they really have no intention of caring for.
Yeah.
So like if you don't care for me, then you should not, you get no punani, you get nothing.
I think the sort of sexual conquest of, well, I'm not even going to get into this, but this idea that everything you do has to be about sexual conquest seems very odd to me. But not only odd, it's just like these people talk about it in such a degenerate way. Like you have no couth, no character, no class. Like it's just like these people have no tact. And I think this is why I do like the part where, because they don't understand tact and like covert messaging, because they don't understand that, they put themselves out there when it comes to their violence against women so overtly that everyone watching can go after them. So that part I like. I like the fact that because they don't have this understanding, that they get to talk publicly and get shamed. I do like that. And then get thrown in prison for their degenerate behavior. So like that I like, but this dating thing, because in dating, it's not policed in that way. Just be careful out here. These people aren't, men like that ain't worth it in my mind, but I'm not going to tell you who to date. I'm here when if you're going to cry, but like
That is a
that's not
fact.
it. Thank you so much,
Thank
Rose.
you.
Bye. let me add one more person, and so we can just have a kind of broader discussion. I'm skipping 3 people who've been on for a second, and I'm gonna go to Aaron, add another male voice just because. All right, we're gonna do an open discussion now. I'll add Maya, and I'm not for everyone, Too Lovely, and Dali, I think, in a moment. All right. What say? Oh, I thought I know your face now. As soon as I saw your face, Aaron, I know, and there is no smoke. There is no smoke. Never mind. Let's just have the conversation. What say you and Obi?
Where do we begin? Where do we begin? Themis, I must say, I'm happy that you do these lives, but the original video, I'm disgusted. I'm sick to my stomach, and it's not just with them specifically. It's whenever these men have these podcasts, these these ways to get their ideas out to broad people, they never want to talk about what I find important, which is men's mental health. They never want to broaden their topic. It's always about women and their inadequacies to them. And to me, that is just like, I'm tired. I don't know what else to like, because I've left comments and I'm just like, hey, when are we going to talk about actually bettering ourselves as men? When are we going to actually talk about actually dating the right way? You know, trying to get to know a person, understand a person. No, we're going to talk about how to make money and how to become predatory. And this is how you get women. I just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to set the agenda for people, but yeah, I'm with you. That is just tacky and distasteful. Like, it is what it is. Concerned?
So I was listening to this and I was thinking about what we talked about the other day. It's like, do we put families first or do we put community building first? And to me, the more and more we give Black men space to speak is the more and more it builds the argument that they ain't ready yet, bro. Like it's like Black women have so much to lose and have been so damaged by this culture. Like this is what we're hearing. Like before, Black women would tell ourselves stories about what we were thinking men were talking about, and now we're hearing it. Now it's being amplified. We're hearing it from the horse's mouth, and there's no motivation by any, quote unquote white man puppet master in the background making these Black men say anything, which is some of the foolishness that they told us in the past. Like, oh, it's not for entertainment. No. These men are speaking their hearts, and this is what they came to say. You want Black women to listen to you? This is what you come to talk about? And it's like, when I think about back in the 90s where the heaviness of the pimp thing, like, it is truly like the one thread running through all of it is sex, pimping out Black women's bodies. Like it is, and pimping out Black men's bodies. This is who is raising a lot of these men though. Like they're friends, these type of average man talk. Like, I don't know what it's gonna take, but Black women, please protect yourself. You are not safe to be around these guys. Like, I'm not saying all Black men are awful, but I'm saying that this is what is socializing them. Like a lot of them, this is what is framing manhood for them. They aren't ready yet to even enter into a conversation about responsibility for anything. Not even money. Like this man just shared with you that he did all of that work to make money so he could use it on women and getting tail. So you know that money is not being invested anything. There's no legacy anywhere. It's not building any community. It's going straight back to whichever community the minute it comes in. Like he is like, and I know this sounds really messed up, but our communities invest in Black men. Like when we think about the tax monies and the events that we put into getting Black men to get to the ball games and get to the whatever, like it takes a village. Every time that these guys come out of these communities, it took a village. We invested. And it just seems like Black men are not a worthwhile investment. There's no return because this is what they do. It's not just who you marry. It's all of it. Like, look at what they do. And it's as much as I am trying to be succinct right now, it's like there's an emotional exhaustion that is making it hard for me to, you know, really accept this. But it's like, Black women, we cannot be invested anymore, because look at what the investment returns. Like, they truly are just going to spend it on money, booze, and on hoes, booze, and competing with each other at the strip club, like dead ass. And that's my first take. That's my guttural reaction.
Thank you, Concerned. Deanne. You're muted.
All right, then. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
There's so much that I could say, but Concern covered a lot of it, and we have open panels. So I have to restrain myself a little bit here. You know, I'm a Sunday school teacher. So I have 7 to 9-year-old boys who sometimes they see me carrying something, open a door, or pull out a chair for me because they value their teacher. And what they get in return for that is to be patted on the head and say, thank you very much, and a big smile, because that's what that level of effort is worth. And that's all that a 7 to 9-year-old boy would receive. What I think disturbs me to the point of being enraged is to see these grown men. So you have men who have a little bit more money trying to live like Thomas Jefferson, ain't got no land, ain't got no job, except another man who looks a little bit more like Thomas Jefferson most likely gave to them. And then the men who are poor are talking about average men, they're mad because they can't live like that, and they're whining about it. I'm not a divester, nor can I be, because some of those 7 to 9-year-olds that I was teaching several years ago are now grown men, but they're respectable men in general. But it's just like I understand the divestment position now. And when you take someone who loves her father, who loves her grandfather, who revered her father, her grandfather, and her uncles, all of whom were Black men, and if you can get me to this point, where even though I'm not a divester, I may have to functionally behave like one. The only reason that I don't is because my neighborhood was gentrified. I know what happens at the end. Men who want to operate like 7 to 9-year-old boys, yeah, you may feel like you're being punished constantly, because the world is not going to let you do that. You're not going to be able to operate as a little boy and get anywhere in this world. No wine, no women, no songs, nothing. You're going to get that 9 by 9 inch area that they were planning for you to have if you're my age since you were 9 years old. That's what's coming down the pike. We've already seen it. We've discussed it on this show. But these men want to sit up and whine because they can't be as degenerate as they want to be, while the United States government is coming to pick up the degenerates as we speak. You can't do anything with a group of men who's like that. There's nothing that can be done. If I was 31 instead of 41, if I was 21, and I had hopes of having a lot of children, I would divest. Because it's too big of a chance. I can't raise children with a group of men that's around me, especially if I have boys, because they're going to listen to the men around them more. Even if their father is a good Black man, which is all I would marry, they would still be getting these messages from other older men like them. So if I was 21, if I was 31, even at 41, even if I met a good Black man tomorrow, he would have to have a house in a neighborhood that was not like this, that was not like what these men come from. He would have to have enough money to be in a gentrified neighborhood with a mixed group of people who are making good money and know how to make their lives work. And unfortunately, these kind of Black men are never going to be able to do that. So even though I'm not a divester, I will have to functionally become a swirler. And even if I was 51 and it was just me marrying for a companion, ain't no way in the world. Because by the time I get to be 51, I will be armed and dangerous and have to kill somebody bringing that foolishness around me. You can talk about post-war if you want to. The minute you try to do that on me, your life is over. We're not going to do this. So that's not for me, nor am I for that. Because if I have to do you away because you think now that I'm really post-war that you're just going to treat me any kind of way and you bring that energy to me, one of us is going to catch a case, which I'll beat. Because, I know this great attorney named Themis. It'll be, I'll set it up. so that it is self-defense, ain't gonna be no problems. And one of us gonna catch a body bag. And see, the thing about it is, in 10 years, there'll be so many black women with this attitude that black men like this will not have anywhere to go. Because by that time, the men who are in prison today need to be replaced. President Joe Biden's the man that put him there, and he's the president now. And there's not going to be no home for black women. So I'm going to be forced into a position I don't want to be in to avoid all this drama. I'm going to have to become a spoiler. And if my father really does not want me to do that because he remembers a generation of black men where you could find a good black man. But he was also born in 1936.
Jim Crow.
He was born in a time where you had to have certain things together because you already knew there was nowhere else to go. But then my father is just a good man. It is what it is. He wasn't necessarily way back when it is transparent about the things he had to go through. He had to learn. He was raised in a culture which didn't value black men either, but black women either, but you couldn't be as bad as you are today. That wasn't an option. So he had the foundation there, and eventually he decided, everybody goes through their young phase, but it's when you stay here and want to make a camp trying to buy Sally Hemings, ain't got no car, ain't got no job, and then when you do get one, you still the same degenerate. Can't do it.
Yeah.
And no sensible woman anywhere top side of this planet. They keep talking about getting girls. That's right. You're gonna have to get someone. That's why these men turn to pedophiles, because you're gonna have to get somebody young enough to not know any better. Because a full-grown woman, not a female, not a girl, you can get a female dog. Get yourself a female snail. But a full-grown woman, oh no. Not any race, any place, anytime. You better get yourself some money together and fly to Mars. You might find a good rock out there, but absolutely not. Okay, I'm done for now.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm just,
Yeah, no, I feel you, Obi.
Hey, Themis. Hey, everybody. How you doing? Good to be here again. Shoot. We complain about degeneracy in the society, and these guys' solution is more degeneracy. Crazy. And I listened to a few of these people, and like the more I listen to all these people, these guys are very popular. First of all, a lot of young men are listening to these people and thinking this is the way to be a man. Where is the manhood in this? Where is building kingdoms in this? Where is building society in this? Where is the future of a healthy society in this? This is not even realistic for most men.
And they know that. One of them said it. They're like, "Oh, an average man can." Why? If you're average, that means you're at $45,000, right? Sleeping around. Let's ignore STDs and all of that. The potential of having children that you can care for because you're running around sleeping with everyone. Like, why would you even consider someone who can't even financially take care of themselves being able to have multiple? Like, why are you even thinking that way at all? Not to say when you have money, that means you get to do it. We see the degeneracy with future picking artists. It's kind of like, I feel like no one cares anymore. It's just like their own personal gratification. But apologies for cutting you off. Go on.
Yeah, like that is why the message is level up, get some money so you can become more degenerate and destroy the society a lot more. That's why they celebrate people like Future and Russell Wilson as a simp.
Yeah. I mean, money is an amplifier, right? So
people that are building actual families and actually building healthy societies as simps, people that respect women and treat people like human beings are weak. But the people actually destroying societies, creating single parent households everywhere are the people that are supposed to be praised. Those are the alpha males. It doesn't make any sense. But it's just unfortunate that young men are listening to this, and these the men women should be submissive to. Submission to these men is dangerous.
Crazy.
That is why this is why they want on powerless women that could depend on them, so they can be treated as literally sex slaves.
Yep.
I can.
That's why they fly overseas to pretend like they're wealthy, because these quote unquote poor countries don't have the kind of access that people over here have. So they will use American imperialism as a weapon against people who don't have power, and then pretend like they're not part of the bigger problem. Like, it's disgusting.
That is why in my most like when I come to my worst case scenario thinking, because I'm always thinking what is the solution to this, you know? In my worst case scenario, I'm telling like especially black women. I have 3 sisters, they're all happily married, so I'm thankful for that. And I'm scared of having a daughter. I have a son, but like, and I've always wanted to be a girl dad, but I'm scared of having a daughter because like, is this what I'm going to be introducing my daughter into? And that's why like I tell like women like and I know like when I got off, a lot of people thought I was saying something different. Was like a lot of women will have to learn how to be either divest, but even at that, I don't think there's enough numbers because most people choose people of their kind. And that's what I'm telling, like a lot of women might have to learn how to be happy alone and fulfilled alone and do things alone. This is not, I'm not, everybody has a right to be happy, to find someone. But if these men are popular and they're preaching to these young men, and this is becoming the default thinking of a lot of young men, it is dangerous. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, I'm with you. They they want lives based on all pleasure comes to me and no responsibility. I don't care what ethnicity they are not good people. The subway shooter here in New York was a Kevin Samuels fan. Not surprised. Thank you, UG Rose. Part of the thing about leadership and I don't want to call it manhood, but leadership, right? Not just for men, but anyone, is this idea of responsibility. You cannot lead anything without being responsible for it first. And I don't understand why people all like, just say you want pleasure and you want to be a child who gets to enjoy their life and not have to take responsibility for anything, and do that, and let's see who wants to take you up on that offer. But don't tell people to forget their education, forget their job. It doesn't matter. Be submissive to you. Like, no one wants to be submissive to you. No one, because you're degenerate. And to do that is to submit to degeneracy. Like, it is what it is. Like, at this point, like it doesn't make sense to sugarcoat anything, because these people aren't listening. And so for the women who are listening, I do hope that you are taking account, even those content creators that are more aggressive, like there's a level of truth to what is being said, and maybe that's the kind of aggression you need to understand that for a lot of these people there's no working with them. Like like to sit there and weaponize finances in that way against a community that doesn't have it is ridiculous. And it's not just against the community itself. It's like, when I think about the passport bros, it literally is the same thing, where like you are so out of touch with what community building is, and you want so badly for people to look to you and be subject to your rule, that you're willing to go to a country you consider poor to get women who don't have any kind of access so that you can have power over them. No, you need to have power over yourself. You need to be a leader. Like, the fact that you're doing this is disgusting, but the fact that you're saying this also means that you don't even understand what it is that you're getting into. Lock them all up. Lock them all up. Like, I'm tired. I'm actually tired too, DN. I'm with you. Lock them up. Like, at this point, like, I'm not for abolishing prison. I'm not for defunding the police. Like, I'm not. Like, it's not giving. Like, and it's not just about protecting black women. It's also, again, about protecting black men. Because let's not ignore the fact that like 25 black men were killed per day. Like, I'm not going to ignore that. So it's not like, oh, why is Steam is only talking like he's protecting black women, blah, blah, blah. No, black men are getting killed too. So like, at this point, like, The degeneracy runs deep, and it's not just about their dating preference. It is a culture of degeneracy. That is one ideology among many that fosters the community that we have currently. And if we can't admit that, I don't want no parts of it. Like, no. Anyway, go ahead. Dahlia, is it Dahlia? Oh, go ahead, Petty. I think she might have made a mistake trying to unmute herself. Go ahead, Petty.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So, number one, at the very beginning of this live, when you were playing Mike Rashid, he said something like, he was reviewing Kevin Samuels, and he said something like, what if that was my sister he was talking to when he was talking to Hafeez? And he was like, delivery matters, which I don't hear enough of. And what he said about how he talks to women, how he respects women. But when people talk about Kevin Samuels, they're like, well, his delivery doesn't matter, only the message does. And I'm like, if my friend, if their dad passes away, for example, I'm not going to be like, well, get over it. Crying's not going to bring him back. Do I believe that? Yeah, I do believe you should get over it and that crying's not going to bring him back. But maybe I should tell him something like, hey, you should move forward past this and address this trauma and blah, blah, blah. I absolutely do think delivery matters, which is actually why I came over to this channel. Now, y'all might drag me for this, but I actually agree with some of what Fresh and Fit and the roommates were saying today. What the roommate said about the doctor versus the teacher, making 500K versus 50K, all things the same. I think y'all are looking at that from the wrong standpoint. I believe what he was saying was women will see a difference in those men, whereas men who are dating.
Nope. You don't have to believe what he was saying. No, you don't have to believe what he was saying or think about what he was saying. You can listen to what he said. He said they're exactly the same.
Yes, everything but money, right?
Everything is exactly the same but money. Yes. And he was trying to prove that women would go for the one with money.
Yes, I think that's what he was doing. Yes.
And
that doesn't wait. That does not prove that.
Okay, we can.
No.
No.
Why do you think that proves it?
No, what I think is if men had a woman who was making 50 versus 500K and all other things were the same, I don't think men would make that distinction. That's the point I thought he was trying to make.
Well, then men are illogical.
Yeah, I agree.
Literally, if they're exactly the same, but you get more resources and you don't choose it, that you're illogical in that sense, right? Now, if in terms of resources. Now let's go back to the what they actually said. He was trying to prove that women will choose the man with money. How does that prove it?
I don't think it does. Like I said, this is what I believe he was saying. I don't believe what you.
That's what we are arguing, though.
Yeah, I thought you were arguing a point that he didn't make. Maybe I'll go back and rewatch it.
We can rewatch it together.
Oh, Lord.
Really in love with a man, when she really respects him, she becomes utterly dependent upon him because she does not want him to leave.
So here's what I don't like. My biggest fear is to lose my independence and to rely on somebody else.
And know where that comes from? Where does that come from?
I don't know. I mean, I've been independent since I was 18, and I think it's a very important thing to
I know, but where does that fear come from?
I don't know. I don't want to rely on anyone. I wasn't brought up to rely on anyone, and I don't think
exactly that came. So what happened in childhood? Either your experience showed you, or somebody communicated that to you. Because you're talking about, I have a fear. You can't live your life according to fear. Imagine me saying, I have a fear of crashing on a plane. For me, I think you're viewing it like as a woman. I think it's hard to view it as a man. I think it's a reality thing because there's certain things that you value that men wouldn't value. So for example, if let's say you make $200,000 a year, right? And your man made $50,000 a year, you would eventually want him to get there. Is that fair to say, ladies?
Absolutely.
And And if he was lazy and he didn't want to get there, he wanted to stay at 50,000, would that be a turnoff? If he didn't want to get better?
It's not about laziness. Here's another example. If I wanted to study something and I knew that I wouldn't be able to work for the next 8 years, medical school, for example, then if my man is willing to support me, I want him to eventually be happy with my success.
Yeah. So let me finish my example, and I want to answer your question. So the point is that you guys want a man to get on your level. So guys, if a woman was making $50,000 and you're making 200,000, do you want her to make 200,000? Is that a priority for you guys? No, not a priority. So you see, guys, they don't view it that way. You got to think about it. Men are conditioned to protect and provide for thousands of years. So men are not looking for a teammate who can do what they do. You know, like the best way I can break it down.
It's not about doing. Sorry for interrupting. I apologize. But it's not about doing what they do. It's about doing me and being supported and
so
supported emotionally. And
here's the problem. A man with options can choose. And unfortunately, you're the worst option. No disrespect. No disrespect. Because here's the reality. There's two guys, right? There's a guy that makes 500,000. All things are equal. They're both handsome. They're both tall. They're both successful in their own sense, right?
I think you're on mute, Themis.
Oh, sorry, Vitamin. I was reading your thing and I was saying thank you. So we are here, right? This was the question.
Before we get there, I think maybe what I was referring to was what they just said about how if a man's dating a woman, he doesn't want her to get on his level financially, whereas if a woman,
yeah, that's fine, but that's not what I was talking about.
Okay, so I might have just been confused, Themis.
All right. Well, we're already here, so I'm gonna play this part.
Right? One is a successful teacher making 50,000. One is a successful doctor making 500,000. Which one is more attractive?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's even bad because he didn't say which one you would choose. He said which one is more attractive, right? So he's specifically trying to get at the idea, and I'm not talking to you because you conceded this. He's specifically talking about women find money attractive, but you made them both equal. Like they're both physically the same attractive level, emotionally, they care about you the same. They're exactly the same. So if you want to prove that women like money and not character or not whatever else, you would make them exactly the same. You would make the rich man trash, and then you would make the nice guy broke. And then you ask which one they choose, right? And if they choose the rich guy who is trash, then they want money. It doesn't actually mean that, but you could assume from that's what is happening, right? You can't do it. What he just did, you can't do anything with that. Most everyone is going to choose the guy with the most money because you made them exactly the same. Like, why would you not choose the one with the most money if they're exactly the same otherwise? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't do anything. Like, you didn't prove anything. You didn't move the needle in any way. It is literally a very dumb hypothetical. It is one of the dumbest hypothetical that I've ever seen. I promise you that. I will not take that back. Continue.
One of the other things, he made a point about misandry, I think fit. And what that sounds like to me is reverse racism. Like, the people who control everything in this country are mad because I say things like mayonnaise or something like that, which, again, I don't think is equal. And then Mike was also talking about how there are concessions for women because they need it, while he was talking to Fit and Fresh. And I agree with that. And I consider that, again, I've said this before, like reparations for Black people, how we have programs in school that are there to aid us that white men did not have because they were not put behind in the first place. So I don't understand a lot of their arguments because they don't take into consideration the fact that these benefits that women are getting are something to make up for what's happened in the past in the first place. So they're talking about I would compare it to, I think when Black people were fighting for reparations after slavery, there were also white people who were trying to get reparations because, well, we lost our property. And I literally think that is how they're arguing about it. Women used to be our property and they no longer are. And now they get all these things we don't get. But you benefited from them being your property in the past. So I don't think you need those things.
I'm not an American descendant of slaves, so I don't deserve reparation from America. The UK need to cough up their money. However, my understanding of reparation is not like school programs.
Oh, no, mine either. I'll just use the word.
All right. Yeah. All right. Good. Because I mean, if ADOS are saying, "Oh, we want programs for," I guess period. But like, no, you owe me money. And yes, it is as vulgar as it sounds. You owe the people money for the work that they have done. Now, the argument is, well, no, I don't. You got freedom, and I'm not with that. But if you think like programs or reparation, good on you, but I would disagree.
Last thing I had was regarding, they were speaking about a burden of performance, and they speak about that a lot because I used to watch their channel a lot. So they speak about that a lot, that men have a burden of performance in society that women do not have, which I partially agree with. But I think
nope, absolutely not.
I think they frame it as bad for the men, but I consider that bad for the women. When I think of a burden of performance, I think that's a fancy way of saying society does not value your accomplishments as a woman because you are a woman. They value those same accomplishments more in men. And I don't think that's a lie.
All right, I agree with this. So I do think society devalues women and their achievement. Yeah.
And the funny thing is, whenever women come on there and try to have that burden and they ask, what do you bring to the table? Well, I bring my education, I bring my career. They literally say, I don't care. So they're complaining, it's not fair. Women don't have to do X, Y, and Z, and then women do X, Y, and Z, and they complain that we don't care that you do X, Y, and Z. I think they're creating a situation that they're complaining about. So
I mean, but that's what they do. Like, I'm not going to go into history, but there are things that were argued for that after they were argued for, like maybe hindsight, but I can see now, particularly one thing specifically in the civil rights movement that, like, I don't know how people didn't see what the outcome of that was going to be, but period. But I have the privilege of living it as opposed to thinking about it in the future. I'm not going to say what it is, but I thought that was short-sighted. All right, it is open panel. Anyone can respond to anyone, and then I'll add the last group of people here. Patty, I think you changed gears, and I'm gonna say I am kind of taken aback that you changed gears because you did actually quoted the part of the money argument where you said both men were equal, and then I think you changed it to a different part of the conversation, and I thought that was a bit intellectually dishonest, but I'm going to let you slide.
You need to understand, Themis, I'm not a PhD.
No, but you can be disingenuous.
Yeah, I can. But that's all I got, man. Are you releasing the masculinity tutorial you were saying earlier, I think?
Period. No, I'm not. I kid. I don't teach people that, but yeah. Go ahead. I think Obi had something to say. I think you got off mute for a second.
I was gonna say there's something you said earlier about these guys are always saying men built the world, and I kind of agree. So if men build the world, men are the people that are running the society. Men are the people that change the laws that favor feminism. If men have a problem with the way the society is right now, who should we be focusing on? Isn't it the men that created these things? So this appears to me like men that are victims of the society that is that we have right now. But because we cannot face the men and deal with the men and figure things out how to fix society so that it can be better for the men that are at the bottom, we're punching down on the women that have been empowered to survive in this society. So it's like the women are not the problem. If the laws are not favorable to men anymore, men should go out and take care of that situation in the courts and in politics. If if men are being shot on the streets all the time, and women should not be found on the street protesting for men. Men should go out on the streets and protest to save men. Somebody was telling me how bad Black Lives Matter was, and I was like, why do we need women to be out in the street protesting for men? That shows that men are weak. Where are the men being out on the streets and doing things that and protecting ourselves? So like it doesn't, these guys don't want to solve any problems. They just want to scapegoat women and keep complaining while some of them are on the top selling these people dreams and taking all their money away.
Yeah, agreed. Aaron?
Yeah, Obi, I agree 100%. And to add on to that, because it's making its rounds again, you know, it's on Twitter, it's on social media, this whole idea, there are no safe spaces for Black men. And that's another lie that I'm tired of hearing. These podcast shows is nothing but men. That can be a safe space. You choose to make it a discussion post to attack Black women.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you make your safe space as a Black man. I have other Black men that I can confide into, that I can cry around, that I can release myself around, no problem. I'm just confused of where that even came from. There are no safe spaces for Black men. It boggles my mind. I don't know.
And these are the same people say, "Oh, we're builders and women." Like,
exactly.
If we're builders, build a safe space. Like, I'm not even gonna go in on safe spaces because whatever. But like, just build your safe space, and your safe space should not be so toxic that like that the FBI is investigating you and you're being put on the terrorist watch list. Like, that is not a safe space, right? Like something is wrong with what you're doing. And the fact that men are not, and this is this is why, by the way, I have such a problem with the roommates. Y'all are backing away from the space that you so willingly embrace, right? All these men are now backing away and disassociating themselves. Mediocre tutorial made a video why he's leaving the manosphere, but didn't say anything in it, just like walked around and had like random footage. O'Shea Duke Jackson, who is literally the manosphere, talking about he's no longer a part of the manosphere. Like, all these people, they know. They know exactly the problem, and they weaponize men's insecurity against women. They know what they did. They know what they were feeding into, but it was okay so long as they were making money and they were safe for a while. Now, with all this coming down the pipeline, they're backing away. And it's like, I guess they didn't have any sense of responsibility before, right? And integrity, because that's why you would have done it in the first place. So now you, instead of standing in your foolishness, you decided to step back and pretend like you weren't a part of the mess, like you weren't preaching that women should be subjugated. Like, this was the roommate's stance. Like, he literally went on Rosalind's channel to talk about how hard it is for men to date because in the past, women didn't have an option because they needed a man to survive. If you are just not able to compete, say that. I just don't like this. I don't like the whole movement away. And if you are moving away, disavow that which you have done. Don't just hide your videos and pretend like you didn't engage in the content. I'm talking about the roommates. Don't pretend like you didn't engage in the degeneracy. Don't pretend like you weren't a part of the culture that facilitated the radicalization of Black men against Black women. Don't pretend like you weren't a part of that culture, because you were. You were. Black people, Black men specifically, do have issues. Their issues is not with Black men, it is with white supremacy. Now, I understand if you're too afraid to go fight a system of white supremacy. I get it. It is a system that is probably not going to change. But don't take it out on the people who are also fighting that same system. You don't have that right.
Thing that you just brought up, with that point, that conversation that what was it, Angela Davis and what's his name, James Baldwin had, right, in the 70s.
James Baldwin was one of my favorite people in history until I went back and I started watching some of his video. I still think he's an amazing writer. But I was wondering why someone who was very overtly gay was so embraced, because I know the culture. And I didn't realize that, like, these men, like, they don't care so long as you're on code sometimes. And I think that's what it was. I do have tremendous respect for James Bond. Like,
as do I. I think definitely, with that conversation, it was eye opening. When he told her, how can I treat you, a black woman, my woman, with respect, with love, when I'm dealing with white supremacy. And that the conversation has always stuck out to me. That went on in the 70s. So this is not new. This is not a new phenomenon that, black men are all of a sudden, we don't know how to love and treat our women because we are being, white supremacy is rearing its ugly head on us. That shouldn't affect the way that you treat your woman at home. That, I understand you're angry, you're dealing with a racist system, but for you to then treat your woman in the same similar manner as white supremacists treat us, yeah, that's wasn't raised like that. I've never understood that day in my life.
Yeah, I mean, she said, you lie to everyone. When you come home, then lie to me. Don't be mad at me. I am not the one who oppressed you. I'm not the one oppressing you. I have to deal with it too. So when you come home, don't be mad at me. And he was like, why? I should be no, you should not be mad. She is not the one oppressing you. So if you're mad and you can tell your boss that you're mad and you don't want to do the assignment that you were assigned, you don't then come home and fight me. Like, I didn't give you the assignment. I am not the one oppressing you. Like, no, when I watch that video, like, I did lose a lot of respect for him. Nikki Giovanni, people are telling us in the comments.
Nikki Giovanni, yeah, so I got mine.
Yeah, and so this has been a fight that has been happening for a while. Yes, I love the convo, James, and with Nikki, you can be kind and fake a smile for the white man. Fake it for me, period. Thank you, Yuji Rose. Like, I mean, I watched it and I was like, because you have to understand, I look up to James Baldwin. Like, he is the first Black author that I read in school, where when I read it, because I've always known I wanted to write. When I read it, I was like, this is good. And I thought he was very insightful, but then I saw that and I was like, okay, so we all have our problems and we all have our issues. So be careful out here, women, because apparently men are looking for someone to just push their problem on. Apparently that's a thing. Gay, straight, bi, everyone. So it is what it is. So if the press you can say the white man is immoral. Yeah. All right, go ahead. Anyone else? I'm going to bring up the last panel.
Okay, I'll just say this and depart. Prince Petty, I would have addressed that mess that you tried to pull a little while ago, but there are 3 mature men here. And as someone who has students who are now becoming men, I recognize my role is to allow men to guide men. So I'm going to leave that alone and move on. You're in the right place.
Was it the PhD comment?
All of it. But I'm not going to, because men should guide men. When you're grown, that's my time for me to step back.
So when I come up here,
no. She said she was not going to respond to
Don't
it.
tip me. Don't tip me now. I ain't perfect now. Don't tip me though.
I just wanted to clarify something.
Wait. You will get your chance. I promise you will, but don't interrupt, please, each other.
What I appreciate though is that you are not a defeated man. You're in spaces and you're learning. Because what we saw from these gentlemen today, if you're defeated, just say that, because we as women have a means to know. We watch the news, we have Google, we read now. All those things that Black women could not do in the previous century, and at the beginning of the previous century and the century before. I have Fresh and Fit are basically defeated men. Men like Emmanuel Acko, who are about that same age, talking about they want to get with a white man so they can be with the master's daughter. Defeated. And see, here's the thing. Even James Baldwin talking his nonsense. Are you so dependent on what someone else thinks that you can only treat people the way they treat you? So if somebody else isn't nice to you, you can't be nice to the person who's standing by you. Okay. That is a useless individual. It would not matter whether it's a man or a woman. I'm not saying men in general are useless, but people with that mindset are second-handers. They are so dependent on what everybody else thinks. They have no internal core, no internal morality. It's all determined by what white men are doing. If you're defeated, just say that. If you want to go back into slavery, just say that. But don't expect black women who've had a taste of freedom. Harriet Tubman had to leave her own husband to be free and upgraded to a United States colored troop veteran. So since the 1870s, ain't nobody gonna have to do that. Nobody has to do that. And Obi, respectfully, there are 3.9 billion men in the world. Although it is true that most people do stay within their group, we have to look at the fact that the United States itself may collapse in 20 years. So we could easily be running out here having to cross the border and get married in a whole different country. I hope y'all have taken French or Spanish at some point because you may be living in Canada or Mexico. These two countries may have to try to absorb 330 million people. So you don't know who these women are going to meet out here. With all due respect, I thought about this today because we were looking at Ukraine. You know, everybody's just so, oh, it's so terrible. Now look, we're going to keep playing around over here acting a fool with that inflation. A lot of us may be moving. And if you follow black women online, Stephanie Perry was in Themis' live. There are already black women who are out there getting that spot, setting up communities where certain people are not going to even be invited or allowed in. Africa pop, that's just not true. All through history, all the way back to Roman time, there was a black woman married to a Roman. There have been black men married to Roman emperors. You go back and read your history again. There are too many black women that have been wanted around the world. And even if not, like it's been said, one can do bad all by oneself. And also, if you watch Stephanie Perry, one can do good all by yourself too. Nobody needs to assume that we're going to continue to put up with a group of men that if you defeat it, you just don't want to say that. You just want us to live with it. No! And I said that with my chest.
The fact that the idea that they don't want you is a non sequitur. Opening up your option means you're more option. Like it just does. Like by sheer numbers, that they don't want you is not an argument because there are black women with other races of men.
I'm
Just
going to say
as
this
a normal
again.
matter. And so, like, the odds are better for you if compatibility is what you're looking for. Like, I'm not saying do it or don't do it. I just don't like the argument because what's his name? Jaren also made that argument in the beginning of the YouTube channel, and I'm very confused. Like, okay, I don't understand what that means.
I'm going to say this again. There are 3.9 billion men in the world. Whoever that they is statistically insignificant.
Yeah.
Because you also have to consider not all men are looking for somebody who's 18 to 25 or 14 to 25. Not all men are degenerates. There are men in other periods of their life that they get out and they marry later in life. If you do your stats, men are marrying and people are marrying and remarrying 30s, 40s, 50s, and even 60s.
I mean, if Justice Jackson believed that, then
well, yeah. So it's just like, okay, so even if there is a thing that don't want you, there's other people who are out there. This whole idea that we're going to even have women trying to get women to believe that there's no hope. No, get your life together as best you can and find people that are compatible with you on terms of morals and character and values and stop hanging around people that are degenerates. Whoever the they is statistically insignificant. I'm going to say this again. There are 3.9 billion men in the world. If I put on red, some of my red dresses and did my exercise, I could have 10 men next week. At my size, 41 years old, post-wall. What you mean?
How do I put this? I don't like scare tactics, and I don't appreciate it being used here. But I also will say this. If you are so, I don't want to do that. If you don't believe in your own value as a person, not just to um, people who look like you, but just generally, then that's a you thing. I would never tell someone that they should not seek happiness where they want because they, right, that they feel they don't want you. I think one, we don't know they enough to be speaking on behalf of them. And so to do that, I think boils down to a belief about one's self and another belief about the inferiority of one's group. That's where I come out on that. Because when you say they don't want you, you're putting they on a pedestal and you're putting you on the ground. So that's all I'm going to have to say on that. I don't adhere to that foolishness. I say Black women aren't marrying out because they don't want to. And statistically, that is proven. So have a great night, Deanne. Thank you, OB, Aaron, Miss Prince Petty. Thank you all. Let me add the last group and then we will close out. All right. I think this is everyone. All right. So we are going to talk. All right. Dahlia, was I correct?
Yes, you were. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. It's been a journey to get back on this. So I'm mad at myself because I didn't realize that you were having a live earlier. So I apologize if I'm about to say something that you guys already discussed.
Oh, no, you're fine.
I was actually trying to catch up on some of your other lives that you had. So anywho, I had a couple of points and I'm gonna try and run through them quickly because I know you have other panelists that you wanted to speak with. The first point that I wanted to make was regarding the issue of lying that got brought up. And when I think it was Mike Rashid who said that, you don't have to lie. And then the lighter skin, I don't remember his name, but he came back and said, oh no, well, if I do that, then I'll get canceled. And I thought that was such a strange term to use because you only say that about celebrities. You wouldn't say that about regular people. Regular people aren't getting canceled. Canceled from what? Like we're dating. We're having a relationship. I can't cancel you from a relationship. I can break up with you, but I can't cancel you. That's a weird term to use. And even if I broke up with you, what is your world going to fall apart because you and I have a disagreement about how this relationship should be run? This is a good thing. I think, honestly, I think that Mike Rashid had a point that you should be honest. I think his issue, and this is another point I wanted to address, is that he's not transparent. What he's doing is akin to coercion. It's actually, I don't know if you ever watched a show called It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
I've heard about it.
Okay, it's a very dark comedy. It's been around for a long time on FX. And one of the long running gags of the show, it's kind of like this, like the dark version of Friends. And one of the long running gags is one of the guys he might be a psychopath. And so one of the things that he does, he gets women all the time. And one of the things he does is basically sets it up so that they can't say no. And he said, well, they can't say no because of the implication. And he just kind of leaves that hanging. And the implication is that, well, if they say no, then I'm going to do it anyways. And so it'll set up a situation where it's like, okay, they're on a boat in the middle of nowhere. There's nowhere for them to go. They have to say yes to sleeping with him because if they don't, well, the implication is that you're in the middle of the ocean with this guy you don't know. He could do anything to you. Now, he'll never say that, but he could. And that's kind of the scenario that Mike Rashid is setting up. And I'm not saying that he would physically harm this woman, but I am saying that even how he described what was happening, you could hear the lady, how he worded it. The lady was hesitant. She didn't really want to do it. He didn't provide like a safe space where they were already having these conversations about having a poly relationship or exploring like all these different sexual sides. It was, oh, hey, I'm already into this. You want to do this? Yes or no? And it's just kind of like you're putting these pressure on women, and it's like they want to keep you, so they're gonna say yes, even on the back of their mind, they don't really want to do it. And that's very unseemly to me. It's gross. And I don't feel like that's real honesty or transparency. There is a way for you to have a polyamorous relationship. I don't agree with that lifestyle, but you can do that. But that will require you to be truly honest and truly upfront and transparent about what it is that you're looking for. And I don't think any of the men who were having that conversation really knew what they were talking about in that instance.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very strange thing to do, to have the person come stay with you for a month, I think. I don't know why she was staying with you, but she's staying with you for a month. And that's when you propose the idea to her, with her alternative being to go to an apartment. Not an
Right.
apartment, but like a hotel. Like,
Right.
yeah, it's giving very much manipulation.
It is, because she's already feeling emotions towards you. Why would you tell her that then after a month? At that point, those bonding hormones, serotonin, endorphins, dopamine, they've already kicked in to pair bond. Women don't operate like that. I think he knows that, because I've watched his content before.
I have.
He's a player. Like he's had a lot of women. So you know, generally speaking, that if you give it some time, we're going to pair with you. We're going to want to be with you. And we'll basically say what we need to in order to keep that going, whether it's good for us or not.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm with you. Wait, so much I could say, but nope, not worth it for nameless faces. But Themis, I'll message you. All right, Africa Pop.
Can I say one last point?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So the other issue was, you guys are talking about their sexual, what was the word that degradation, I think, or something close to that. I do think there is something to say for that. I feel like we talked a lot about what this means for the Black community as a whole. I think the way to reach them more is to really talk about how it actually affects them personally, which sounds incredibly selfish, and it is. But that's because at this point now, they are selfish. They're not thinking about the community. I think men in general, we don't discuss with them that there actually are consequences to having sexual depraved mindset. There really are. If you look at the comedian Chris D'Elia, he did a whole video about that. This guy was accused of trying to solicit a minor and basically have like sexual relations with her. And the reason why people believe that for a long time is because of his lifestyle. You were actively cheating on your fiance, who you admitted was a good woman to you. You were sleeping with all these women. You were treating them like commodities. He thought I said it warped my mindset. It changed how I treated them. It was affecting my business because I'm spending so much time dealing with them. I can't even focus on my business. So these people, the Fresh and Fits of the world, who say that, oh, I'm all about my business. You can be, because you're too busy over here trying to get these women. How can you possibly build your business when you're trying to sleep with all these different women? There's only 24 hours in a day. You can't do both. Pick one. And then you want to deal with all of these women. What is the logical conclusion of this? If you're having sex with all of these different women, you're eventually going to get somebody pregnant. You don't want to be with any of these women. You don't even like them, but you're going to end up having to pay child support, which is the very thing that you didn't want to happen anyways. So you've now basically these men have talked you into going into the very lifestyle that you did not want. This is the height of irony in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that I was told to always do is have standards, not just sexual for people I engage with on an intimate level, but even friends. Like, have standards and do not compromise those standards for anyone. That is not advice. That was something I was told. And if it means you have to make preparations to book a flight that you probably might not afford and need a credit card to do so, or whatever it is, be able to, don't go anywhere you cannot leave on your own. And I'm
Yes.
not putting the burden on anyone in particular. I'm just saying, in your mind, always have, your freedom is worth more than anything else. So just make sure you take responsibility for it and not
Yeah.
depend on anyone. I don't care what these men are saying. You should be completely dependent on them. That sounds like abuse. So run as far as you can away from them.
I agree.
Yeah. Thank you so much,
Thank
Dolly.
you.
I appreciate that. All right, let's go. I'm not for everyone.
Okay. Hey, Themis.
Hey.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. Let's see. Well, that video was disgusting. But unfortunately, it's not something I haven't heard before, and it's definitely not something that probably most of these women here tonight haven't heard before either. Unfortunately, sorry to tell you, Themis. That speech is nothing new. It's very disgusting. It's nothing new. For me, it's getting to the point to where I have to ask: Are men good people to women? Honestly, for me and any other woman at this point, there should, and for men, honestly, really, there should be no point or any reason as to why men are upset or surprised why women won't look at them, won't talk to them, won't think about them when they walk by. Anyone won't smile, encourage you, support you, or give you any energy whatsoever. There should be no shock as to how women are moving today. It should be no shock.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if this is emblematic of how men talk and believe women should be and believe that they should have access, if this is what it is, then the cheating makes sense. All the baby mamas make sense because they're just going to lie and connive and do it. Like, I mean, it's just like, just degeneracy. Like, it's literally just degeneracy. Like, there's no other way to put it. And it's like, it's on the forefront. And I'm reading this comment by Kat, by the way, regarding the poly community. If 40% when in college or just out, men can be super predatory, especially if an openly poly gathering. Lots of men in poly do that, bringing up people thing, assuming you're down because you're in the space. I don't know anything about the poly community, but from all the interactions I've had on YouTube, it sounds like men just want gratification. And I say that because they're like, oh, but women can't do, like, the women I'm with can't do it with other men. And it's like, all right, wait. So it seems like you just want a harem of women. Like, this sounds like it's just for your own sort of gratification. But if y'all like it, I love it. I don't care about people and what they do. It's just like, I don't know why people would subject themselves to that. And it feels like zero sexual discipline. Yeah. I'm not for everyone. Were you finished, by the way?
Oh yeah, I was finished. It's just it's compiling every day between the black femicide and misogynoir and misogyny and sexism. It's piling up. I mean, that's a lot, and not to mention racism on top of that. It's a lot, and then interracism.
Yeah,
that's a lot, and yet we're still here. And by and large, black women are still here. They still support black men.
Yeah,
and if if the roles were reversed, would they still be here? For us?
The thing is, like, I hate. So, I mean, let's just all, like, for me, I think honesty is like the fundamental principle. And when I look at this channel, for example, I know from the comments from the people who are here that there are people who are actually, a ton of people who are actually hurt. And the fact that women every night come here and try to, like, converse not just with each other but with me, and the men who come on here, they sit through and listen to some of the foolishness. It's like, at what point do you recognize that, like, these women have been here, like, literally been here trying literally trying. It is at the point now where they're like, okay, maybe we should stop trying. But even at this point, the fact that there are male channels with women on there, like, okay, show me what you have. Like, let me know what you are gonna do. Let me know if you're actually here to talk to women and actually be there and hear the complaints. Let me hear the fact that that's even a thing after so many years of degradation. It's like, come on, like man, you're the problem. It's that simple. It's that simple. Like the fact that you are up there thinking like the world you claim is built by men somehow is unfair to men. It's like, okay, even if it is, then like you built it, like, so you take accountability for it. Like, I don't understand how this is so difficult. Like, why is accountability such a difficult thing? Like, why can no one do the work? Like, I don't understand why like why that is such a huge problem. Like, I don't understand it. And also, even if you don't want to do the work, get mad at the real people who are causing you problems. Like, the reason you were siloed to ghettos is because of white supremacy. The reason school financing is based on taxes, it's because of white supremacy, right? The reason why you were enslaved mostly is due to white supremacy. Like, the reason there was segregation is because the reason you can't find jobs is because of white. Like, fight that. Be mad at that. Like, obviously, there's personal agency, but if we're taking it out of the personal agency realm, why are you fighting the person across from you? I get resentment can build because you saw women being successful and getting praise, and Goldman Sachs is saying, "Women, here's some money," right? I get that. That resentment can build, but the reason I get it, but the reason it builds is because you did not see the work that was put into doing all of that. I promise you, a lot of people are lying when they say they would give anything to be Beyonce. I promise you, a lot of people are lying because not a lot of people would actually do the work it takes to be Beyonce. Who Cookie, I don't know, Cookie Lion, I think, said this. Like, everyone want to be Beyonce, but no one want to do the work. Forget Beyonce. Pick a random person. No one actually want to go through the process of being a great pianist. They just see this person playing and they're like, oh my God, I wish I could play like. No, you could if you try, maybe not as great. You want to be a great ice skater, you think it's beautiful and you want to do it. No, you don't. Because if you wanted to do it, you would have been practicing. You would have pushed your body through all that pain to become a good ice skater or a ballet dancer. You would have gone to work and you would have done that work, but you didn't want to do the work. You see the end product and you want the end result, but you don't just get the end result. You have to do the work for it. Because even if I put you out there to do the thing, you can't do it. You did not do the work. You don't do the assignment. You didn't do anything. Your muscles aren't prepared for it. And that's why you can't be that. You can't just get up one day and say, oh, you know what? Not everyone win the lottery. Like, and it's frustrating. It is such an annoying thing where you're like, oh my God, I wish I could be like you. I wish I could be an attorney. No, you don't. Because if you do, average intelligence can get you really far, and most of us are average at best. So you can get it, you can go there, but you didn't want to do it. And it's very annoying. It is very annoying to be jealous of people when you can be that. Go ahead, Too Lovely.
Hello. One, I back everything you just said. That's why I never envy anybody, because I don't have the wherewithal to know what you went through to get where you got. But I really wanted to talk about I don't know if you can say this, but I'm going to say grape culture that was permeating through all of the videos. And not just the last one we watched, but Hafeez, I believe that's how you say his name. I guess so. But the way he was arguing with the young lady to try to put her back in a position where we've been trying to get out of for years as women, where you don't have to rely heavily on the man's support to be able to have a livelihood, and he can have total autonomy over your own life. And that's what I see through all of these videos. And not just that they would like to build up themselves up and reach a certain level so they can be quote unquote high value men, so they can build up their community, so they can fight against the oppression that they've been under for years, that they've been telling us that they're fighting against for years, that the white man is got their foot on their necks. But they want to reach a certain level of power so they can earn their right to oppress women. They want to get into the Nick Cannon industrial complex. They want the model where they can have women all over the place. And like he mentioned, it's not just that he has all these children, is that he has different households. And he specifically said that if these women were to date other men, he would withdraw his financial support.
Yeah. Financial coercion.
Exactly. This is what I'm hearing through all of these videos. Even the guy, I was with him for so long. I was like, oh, finally there's, another guy who's, combating these men. But when he said that you want to build yourself up financially so that these women will sleep with you no matter what. And the situation that he mentioned was literally coercion. You're putting me in a position where I have no choice, and that's what I feel like these men want so bad. Like they want to put you in a position where you have to do as they said. And I like what a woman said earlier. She said, how are it feels like you're not even treating women as a human being, because at this point to say it's like a woman's world, 3 out of 5 women have been victimized sexually. And if the statistics show that nearly 100% of women said they have had sex not wanting to. And this is the logic that they have. So I hear a lot of conversation online about what has stopped these men from being in their families, that it's welfare, or it's the Black woman wants to be independent. But what it sounds like is that these men don't want to be in a home. They don't want to build a family. They want to build themselves up so they can oppress women. And it backs the stats that show the more money that Black men have, the less likely they are to get married. It's not an issue where they don't have the means to provide for their family. Is that they don't have the desire to do so, no matter if they have the means or not. And these videos really made me sad. Like, I don't know. That's what I'm getting from it. Usually I watch it and I'm like, man, these men are crazy. But it actually made me scared to date certain men, because the mindset that these men have it's sick. It's like, it's sick.
The thing is, I will underscore what you say by saying money is an amplifier. So unless you're going to fix who you are, if you're degenerate, like I hate saying this, but there are people who are just wicked. And if they had the power and money to carry out what they actually wanted to do, there would be a lot of suffering. So it's interesting because there are a lot of people are like, oh, I wish I had more money. I wish I had more money. And in my mind, I'm like, I hope you don't get more money, because only God knows what you're going to do. Only God knows what you're going to do if you have the protection of financial resources to actually carry out what you want to carry out. Like, it is ridiculous. And these people, they don't have discipline. Yep, Jeffrey Epstein. There we go, period. Next case. Thank you, by the way, too lovely. Thank you. Very well said. False coming, go ahead.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So I wanted to comment on, I guess, what the girl before me said about like the whole grape culture. and how the guy basically stated that he sent her the video, she saw the video, and then she reluctantly asked about it, are you into that? So there's a video on YouTube where this white man is basically questioning this African man about being on a beach. And what happened was this African man's wife had a stand in their village. She cooked and sold her food. He had no job. So there was another white man that saw her, was attracted to her. He approached her husband and asked her husband to sleep with her. And what do you think he did? He took the money and he told his wife, and she acquiesced it to her husband's wants and desires for her family. And she slept with this white man. But it didn't stop there, because she was on the beach, like hundreds of other Black women that were there on the beach with their husbands who did not have jobs, but was selling themselves to tourists. That was disgusting. But this is what they keep talking about submissions, about how we should be down, about how we should basically look to African men who are more family oriented. Now, if you look at the new data that's coming out of Africa with Asian men and how villages are popping up with single motherhood, and you look at the children, these children are Bayesian, they're Black and Asian. How are these Asian men in these settlement towns that they're building the roads in their hotels by are getting a hold of these women, of these teenage girls, their fathers? So the videos that are coming out where white men are begging, they're begging African men, because Africa is run by African men, to get a hold of what China is doing in Africa. And Deanne mentioned this, and she talks about it a lot. And I love when she talks about it, about the modern and new way slave trade, and how Black men are essentially, they're agreeing to something that they really have no knowledge of. Now, in these videos where these white men are telling African men to get their ish together, they're basically telling white men to stay out of it, that at least they're not being enslaved, failing to realize that they're being financially enslaved to China. And what happens when you cannot pay back the person you owe billions of millions of dollars to? Do they not enslave you? Now, if you look at the comments from African women, they tell you how Asian men are more than willing to work with them. They will go into business with them. They are marrying these African women because it's in having children by them. Why? Because the African women are naturally born citizens of Africa. And by giving them children, by buying up their land, they're tying to themselves to Africa via their children. So this notion, this idea that that Black men are winning, that there somehow is like Asians aren't doing to them what white people have done to them, is interesting to me, because if you
I mean,
think
do
white
people
people,
have that notion? Do
I don't
people?
think they do. And
Oh,
that's the sad part, because history, there's this saying about history repeating itself in the most interesting and fascinating of ways, that it's new people, a different time, but the same lessons. So the fact that history is there to teach us, and not one Black person globally seems to be, well, here we're slowly waking up, and Black women have an idea, and we know that we need to build. Black men, however, have opted out of the whole building stage and process. They are applauding Asian men for coming into their country and building where they should be building. And it's like, you think they're
their
building for
continent
you?
at that, not their country.
Not their country. Thank you, continent. And it's like, do you think they're building for you? There's already reports about how they're not even allowed to go into the hotels that Asian men have built.
I mean,
In
it's the same
Indian,
thing. It's that doesn't. That pissed me off. So I'm not even.
you
I don't
saw
want to. How you gonna be on my continent and tell me that and have a new Jim Crow? How? Absolutely not. It's the same thing. Not the same thing, but in Jamaica, when we borrowed money and couldn't pay it back. Just say that. And their feet, the Western powers' feet has been on Jamaica's neck.
Yep, and that's what I'm saying. And the thing is, the men in the comment, the women in the comment are worried. They're crying. And it's annoying to me because you can see where the women are concerned and you can see where the black men have no concern whatsoever. And it's like, if you think these white men aren't telling you to get a hold of you for a reason, it's because we know that white men are builders. That if you think they are going to stay out of Africa and allow, after they sat up here and agreed to leave Africa, and they've been like trying to like constantly like, should we give them their like artifacts and history back? Should we like I don't know, like they want it back? They seem to be. It's like, no, because at this point you allow China to get its foothold so deep into Africa that white men are about to do a whole 180 and come their asses right back.
Well,
Because
I
they
don't. I mean, this is all obviously. This is all speculation in terms
yeah,
of,
I know.
but I mean, I would be very concerned. Men are not angry nor want to correct what Massa has done to the collective. They actually have a huge add-on for the level of power they see and would do anything to emulate Rose. I mean, the Pink Pill just put out thank you, Rose. The Pink Pill just put out a video where this guy essentially just said this. And I mean, I was gonna play it, but I decided that like
Good.
that was too much. It was too much. Welcome, Azul. All right, let's finish up. 10 more seconds.
Yeah, no, but that was just basically my whole little stance. It's like, I don't understand why they're just complacent and living in their degeneracy, and why they seem to think that it's okay for them to bring up the next generation of young men with this mindset, when globally, not just even on the continent of the US, we're like losing. And if you look at what is happening worldwide with black women saying, it's not just in America, it's like you mentioned, it's in the Caribbeans, it's in Africa, it's in Europe. Like, it's just like, okay, so what is going to happen to black people as a collective? I believe you mentioned this topic, like, will we survive or are we dying now? You mentioned this in your last live, that black people, we lost the war, and how we failed to see how we lost the war. It's like, yeah. And it's like, at this point, it's literally, you're asking black women to take our chances with staying with a group of men who are degenerate, who continue to want to live in degeneracy, who have no idea and no desire
I'm
to
gonna
build.
push back one.
Go ahead.
And when I say degenerate, I'm talking about a behavior, not a group of people.
Okay.
I'm not correcting your language, but I'm saying from my perspective, I don't label people as degenerate, but I label behavior as degenerate.
Okay.
But go ahead.
I can go with that. Yeah, I can go with that.
Right.
So, but yeah, okay, I just want to say this. But there's no pushback with black men. And if society is a patriarch society and is run by black men, then there needs to be pushback with men. You mentioned this before, but I'm not going to go into it, how collectively the world views the woman that is associated with the men. So if our men are on the bottom, then women are on the bottom as well. If white women are on the top, it's because white men are on the top. If Asian women are slowly getting their foothold in society and are being seen as the way they are being seen, then it's because Asian men have led the way and have provided for their women to be seen way. So what is happening with black women now is, as a whole, we are basically, our backs are against the rope, and we have to take our chance with a group of men who do not have the desire collectively. This is my standpoint. It don't have to be yours, Stevens, that do not want to build or take our chances with a group of men who want to build, want to dominate, but it means losing a part of the idea that black women have about wanting the black society or the black culture to, well, not necessarily the culture, but to have black children. And it's like, you, at some point, you have to be okay with knowing that your legacy, your genes will live on, and and that have to be enough for you.
Yeah. Well, I will say, Yin Yang, I actually wouldn't isolate this to America. I promise you I wouldn't.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
That was
Appreciate
it.
that. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Bye.
Maya?
Hi, Themis. How are you?
Doing well. How are you? I like your I like your image. I don't know if you're being well, I like your image.
Yeah, definitely being sarcastic with it, but yeah.
Yeah, that is what I was looking for.
No, absolutely. I am a new subscriber. I literally just found your channel a couple days ago and binge watched it, and so I am happy to be a part of the community. Um, so there are a couple things I wanted to comment on. The first thing is the guy from the roommates, Kazif. Am I saying it?
It doesn't matter, but it's Hafeez.
Okay, yeah. So
Call
the
him
guy,
whatever you want.
the one thing that I found really troubling about his interview that you showed earlier with Fresh and Fit was the things that he was telling. And I don't know her specific ethnicity, but based upon aesthetics, I'm going to call her white. The things that he was telling the white girl that she should be taking a risk and just going with the wind and trusting in the guy, I found that hypocritical, considering like that is literally the things that Black men judge Black women on. They tell
Well,
us like you don't choose better, you don't vet better, and you end up in these situations that you didn't prepare for, and so
well,
it's your fault.
it's the forcing of degeneracy in another group of people. Like, how are you gonna take the degeneracy and force it down someone else's throat? Like, go ahead.
Exactly, but then tell your own group of women that you're wrong when you do that, but you tell another group of women, I want you to do that. And so I found that was so hypocritical. I was like, the hypocrisy of it all. So I thought that was really, really interesting and really, really telling of like what the problem is. The other thing is the last panel, there were a couple of things that they hit upon that I actually just, if you're okay with, I wanted to share a very brief story that I think hits upon two of the main points of the last panel. About a couple weeks ago, my boyfriend, I guess you would call me a swirler. This is the first white guy I've ever dated. I went to his state to visit his family, and I was out there for a week, and we were going to meet up at a bar that he'd never been to, and it was in a random area, but he looked it up on Yelp and thought it was a great bar. So I got there before him, and it was a lot rowdier than I thought it would be, and it was definitely not a safe scene for a Black woman in this area. And so I walk in and I'm like, oh my God, this is definitely not the place I'm supposed to be. But there were two Black men who were at the bar top who were waving me over as soon as I walked in. And my first instinct was like, oh my God, there's my people. I'm going to run to them. So I go over to these gentlemen and, they say, hey, have a seat. And when the bartender comes back to get their next drink order, they say, oh, get a drink for sis. And for like the next 30 minutes while I'm waiting for my boyfriend to show up, these guys are sitting with me, talking to me. I mentioned that I have a boyfriend, so they know there was no investment whatsoever for them in this. But they literally were just like, oh, we're just taking care of a woman who looks like us while she's waiting for her boyfriend. And so they did that, and that was great. My boyfriend showed up, and after 5 minutes, we left because we realized that this was kind of like not the spot we were looking to be in. And he sent me out to the car first, and I'm waiting in the car for him to come back. And turned out he ended up paying the tab of the guys who were taking care of me while waiting for him, because he realized like, these two guys stepped up, took care of my girl in a dangerous situation that I didn't anticipate. So I'm going to hook them up by paying their tab. So long story short, I ended up, sharing the story when I returned home, and my cousin was like, oh yeah, that's really solid that he looked out for you. And me and my cousin, we work at the same company, and we had a company retreat where we were working on team building. And one of the team building questions that they asked in the retreat was, tell us something positive about what happened. I shared that story, and this was mostly a Black room. And I shared that story, and literally, like, and these are what are considered high value men, because these are men who have jobs, they work for a corporation. They went on to talk about the two guys who observed that I was the only person in the room that looked like me, the only woman in the room that looked like me and defended me. They went on to talk about how those two guys were simps because they were standing up for a woman who had a boyfriend. And this turned on into a whole conversation. And the reason why I shared this story is because it ties into the degeneracy that the previous panel was talking about. The fact that this team of mostly Black men did not acknowledge the fact that one of their women was protected in an unsafe space, but rather they were focused on the fact that these other two men were acting like simps by buying drinks and standing with a woman who they had no chance of having sex with because she had a boyfriend, was problematic, was really interesting to me. And my cousin, who also works for the company, who was in that room, and he's my family, I trust him. He's very Black woman positive. In that room, when he saw that all those men had that opinion, he caved to that opinion. And he was laughing and kikiing along with them. And I also found that interesting because it ties into what the previous panel was saying about how it doesn't matter how we raise our men in the home, society and other men have a larger impact on them. And so I literally had this epiphany while I was in the room of quote unquote high value men. And this conversation was happening about the two men who protected me being simps because I had a boyfriend, and my cousin also caving into that group think. I had this epiphany like, oh my God, was I safer in that random ass bar in a remote community that was dangerous than I am in this corporate setting with people that look like me? And so and I'm still trying to work through those thoughts and feelings. So I don't know. I just wanted to share that story because it tied into what the previous panel was talking about, but also it's something I'm trying to work through mentally. Like literally, ideally I should have been safer in the room of folks that looked like me rather in a random place. So I don't know what to make of that. I'm working through that.
Yeah, I mean, what most people are gonna say, it's post-traumatic slave syndrome, and it's a sad maladaptation. I won't go as far as to pathologize because I don't have the credential to be pathologizing people, but I will say it seems familiar to a ton of stories. It's in line with the stats, and it's just I am mad your cousin bend. Because I find people to just be weak, honestly, and it's giving very much weak. Oh, someone said, "Can I reply?" You're the last person, Deo, but Maya, I thank you for sharing that story. I do think I'm not going to tell you my opinion on this, but I do think you should think about this. If you have a therapist, I would bring it up and kind of work through your own feelings, because I do think it's an important moment for you, particularly if your cousin is someone that you trust, Ted, to be there for you, for him to not be in that way. So I would talk to someone about this, because I do think you should take those thoughts to the theological extreme. I think you should follow all of those thoughts that you're having, and whatever you come out with at the end, I mean, that's for your personal sort of development, but I do think you should follow it, because protection, again, does not mean physically harming someone on behalf of someone else. It could mean standing up for someone and saying, hey, well, let's not talk about people being simps. Like, my cousin was protected, and I think that's a good thing. Right? Like, that would be protection. Yeah. Like, that I think you weren't protected in that moment where you needed protection, and I think that's something you should definitely think about. I don't know how far you want to sort of project that into like the community, But I would take that. I would look at the stats and I would project as far as I need to go to protect myself and know when safety is available and when it's not. I would. I definitely would. Um, yeah.
No, thank you for your feedback. And yeah, and that was, again, like my main thing about this is like it just speaks to the degeneracy of our culture where we promote image over protection of women in our culture, and that it's seen masculinity as assigned with the ability to look cool and be cool and to have sex with multiple women rather than to actually protect our women and safeguard our investment. And so I appreciate everything you had to say. And
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, it
I definitely
highlights
will talk to
something.
other folks about this.
Yeah, no, you should. It highlights something fundamentally important, and that is if we are thinking about raising a child, what you just pointed out is that you can raise them as great as you want, as good as you want, you can invest as much as you want, but if they have inclination to be accepted by the group, then when they go to the group, they're just going to adopt whatever behavior the group has, degenerate or not. So, I mean, that is a reality. But thank you so much. Is it
Thank you.
Duyo? You're welcome. Duyo,
Yes.
and good luck with your relationship.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah, yeah. So I wanted to reply to Africa Girl, Africa Fitness, when because she said that, oh, they don't want you. I think that that's such like a projecting thing to say, because like that might have been your experience. I'm not saying your experience isn't valid, but it doesn't reflect like the wider sense of things. Because when you think about it, okay, obviously not every like non-black person would want, black women,
Wait,
but
let me stop. You can continue, and I won't because we're talking about her. She can come up if she wants
yeah,
to
she's free
defend
to.
herself.
Yeah, she's
Um,
free to.
just I extend that to people because if they can't come up and defend themselves, then I don't like talking about them. But Africa Pop, if you're here and you want to defend yourself, I don't see your comments, but you might not be here. You have the right to, and if you come back another time because you're not here, you have the right to defend yourself. I just wanted to put that out there. Go ahead.
But yeah, like I'm saying, like that might have been her experience, but it doesn't reflect the reality of things. Like, let's be honest, in like America, in the UK, where
Wait, what did you say was her experience? Them not liking her.
oh no, that's not what I mean. I'm just trying to say that like I don't know what she's gone through. Maybe like I don't know. Anyways,
You know what you said. You know what you said. Well, that was a drag. I'm uncomfortable. Continue.
but like in America, in the UK where I stay, like we are the minority of people, like we're the lesser part of the population, so obviously the entire white population doesn't like you, but the minority of them that probably do like you is still more than the majority of black people, because their numbers are more. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, and also like besides that, it's not only white people like that you can date. People whenever here's the thing about like a lot of black women, and I'm a black woman, so I admit sometimes I do this too. Like, we always go to the extremes of things. If it's either black male worship or white male worship or Asian, like just be balanced. Go like do what what's beneficial to you personally. Why are you worshiping any group of men? It makes no sense. But yeah, that's just what I have to say.
Hey, Themis, how are you, boo?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. So it's so interesting that there's been a lot of comments that self-hate, I hate myself, I hate black women. this
And
and that
just say it.
from other people. I'm not saying you who the previous lady. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. But it's interesting because I've dated white men, I've dated Indian men, I've dated Mexican men, I've dated black men, and now I'm currently married to a Nigerian. So I'm not speaking out of lack of from my experience, but not only from my experience, from what the data says. Now, Themis, to your point, when I say they don't want y'all, what I'm saying is a lot of times the out to be like, okay, well, I'm not dealing with black men. I'll just open my options. I'm never about women not opening their options. But the options that you're opening to, do those options want you? And those options have a particular type of, if you're looking for someone who's established and have money, there's a particular type of women that they are, if they're going to date out, that
But
they're going to
no,
seek.
but Africa Pop, but even if that is true, we don't know the type. Because I'm telling you, some of these some of these attorneys show up with with their partner, and you would think, but it's not.
But I don't know exactly what you're saying. I don't know exactly what you're saying because again, when I'm talking about VP level, senior VP level in corporate
No, but
spaces.
that's not true though. Like
No, 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 no.
wait,
I'm
what I'm
talking about
saying,
my
wait, wait.
experience. I'm not
No,
saying that they don't
I'm
show
not
up with.
saying no, I'm
Yeah.
not saying you're wrong in terms of these high-powered men wanting to do degenerate things, regardless of race. Period. Yeah, but women aren't saying I want CEOs. Like that's not.
Even if
Or maybe I'm wrong. Why am I talking for
Well,
women
Themis, you still
when
there?
women are here? I think women are like, I would like a man who is doing something with his life. I am doing something with my life. Come together. They value my intellect. I value their intellect. We are attracted to each other, hopefully. And we build something. That doesn't mean you have to be like a multi-billionaire running Google. Right?
I'm not talking about multimillionaires, but when I speak to, because of the setting that I'm in, several Black women who are either single or have children, and they speak of a particular type of men that they want. Well, those type of men want a certain type of women, and unless I'm asked, and if they say, "Hey, can you hook me up with so and so, or can you talk to so and so?"
I have a question.
It's yeah,
What
it's
Wait, go ahead. Wait, let Afro finish and then.
it's hard because I'm like, oh my God, I already know how this person moves, and I know they don't move like that. So then I'm seen as a hater because I can't
All right.
say,
Can we step back? All right.
yeah.
Let's step back. Do you understand why you say, when you say they don't like y'all, you understand why that is an incorrect statement and why it would seem like you're trying to dissuade people from opening their options?
So I'm putting 20 on 10 with that. That's I'm saying that as in like
No.
like a
I'm not saying you are, but can you see how it can be perceived that
I
way?
I know exactly how it can perceive, but that's why it's so much that you can type.
Yeah.
So that's why, if we go deeper, I'm not saying that it's never all, but I am saying there's only is not the majority, it's not even half that can, depending on the type of man. I'll say that.
Yeah,
But most
but
women,
even if it's not, like if let's just say it's less than a quarter, but for that less than a quarter, that those Black women would be peered, right? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
so
I don't, again, I don't hate on the Black women or men who date out. I
no, it's
don't.
not. Wait, Africa Pop. It's not hate. I'm pressing a little bit harder on this because
Okay.
I I want us to step back a lot, and I want you to recognize the comment in a conversation when Deanne was saying, "Hey, I I now understand what divestment is about, and maybe women should open their option, maybe not divest, but swirl, right? I understand why women would want to do that. Your response to that was they don't want y'all anyway, right? And I recognize that the chat, there's only so much you can do, and you want to like make the comment at the time when the other comment was said. So I get that. But what I'm saying is, do you understand why your comment in response to that statement is about dissuading women? It's almost like humbling women. Like, I don't know why you're saying you're going to go over there anyways. It's not like they want you. Do you understand why that is the what people got? And
So
is
to
that
so
what
to
you
cl-
meant? Wait, do you understand why that is what people got? And is that what you were trying to say?
well, to clarify, I'm sorry, I was somewhat responding to some of the comments in the chat from what Dan was saying. So I wasn't directly responding to her, even though it was in reference. It was just some of the things that I was saying. I'm like, but anyway, and I need to do better than that, because I understand people say whatever they want online.
True.
But to her point, to Deanne, I want to make sure I say her name correctly. To Deanne's point, um, I understand what you're saying, because I'm 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 thinking it through. I want to be careful about what I say. Um, I'm not. I think sometimes for some Black women, it's there's this fantasy of, well, this is not working out for me, but I can always just do this, when most times you can't. I'm not saying that you shouldn't expand your options, but there's, even with expanding your options, there's still issues over there. And maybe I should have spoke more to that than just to say they don't want y'all. It was just a very much hot reaction, because it's like I hear so many women say, I'm done with Black men, I should date other people. And I'm not saying that you can't or you shouldn't, but that is not the fail safe. It's not 100% better over there. There's issues when you deal with anyone. But
Yeah.
I see what you're saying, Themis. I'm not saying, I see how that is a hot topic, and I see how that can be explosive for people. And that is part of my personality. I am kind of boom, like gut punch sometimes. And, and people don't know me. So, of course, it's going to be like, what? And then everyone has their own experiences that kind of trigger certain reactions. But I see what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But
Yeah.
to the comments of who hurt me, I hate myself, all that. I mean, it's comical, but I'm just saying that due to the experience of me dating the people that some people are saying that they want the option too, but I don't know if they have or have not explored that option, or if it's gone the way that they wanted.
Yeah. I'm looking at the chat, and I'm not going to respond through the chat. I'm actually going to just respond on my own accord in this.
Themis, could I speak? Because I wanted to reply to something that Africo Pop Fitness said.
All right, go ahead.
So you said something about like they might not be like the executives and blah 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 whatever. So from my conversation with women, what I've seen is most women want men that earn the same or the same as them or more. They're not necessarily looking for you to. And the thing is, on average, most men earn more than most women. This is why I never got this conversation on why guys are like, oh, you want guys that have money. They want guys that are like earning six figures. Sure, some women want that. I want that. I've always dated hypergamously because that's what my mom taught me. And I'm Nigerian, just like you. That's just how I
Hey, which part,
raised.
sis?
I'm Yoruba.
Oh my God. Hey, whoa. I'm sorry. No, I'm just kidding.
Period.
My stepdad is Yoruba, so I love you. Kilo Shay, I love you people, okay?
Hello. Yeah, love you too. But I don't agree with what you said at all. Like that's just the truth. like, and I'm dating interracially and hypergamously. It's not, and like, so when you say Black women, they don't. It's just like, what? But like,
But you're proving my point. We were raised, or I mean, Yoruba and Igbo are slightly different, but most Black women want to marry someone not the same who have more than them
yeah.
in terms of financially. And I'm not mad at Black women for that.
Wait, what? Come again with that statement.
Most Black women want to partner with someone who makes more than they do.
But I don't know what most
What
Black
I'm trying
women
to
want.
say
Wait,
is,
wait. What I don't know is what most Black women want. What I have is the stats on what they do, and they do not
You
date hypergamous.
you are right, but I'm speaking to what, and I mean, well, let me just speak to the Black women that I've interacted with want, versus the reality of what they actually do. And to I'm sorry, my Yoruba sis, how to pronounce your name?
Dio.
Duo.
Dio.
Thank you, Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
Dio. Okay. And to her point, and what we kind of been raised is that you need to have a man who can provide for you, particularly who can be the head of whatever, particularly with in the Niger community, the man pays for everything. The man takes care of not just for you, but for your friends. That's how I grew up in terms of how the man is supposed to be in the house. So, will most women work with the man who makes the same or even less than them? Yes. Would they rather have someone who makes more? Yes. And so that's all I'm on that point in saying. And I think my sis said the same thing. Like, she's dating internationally with someone who's making more. Her mom told her to go for someone who makes more.
Yeah, but again,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
What I'm
It,
trying to say is, this is,
but
how go on, theme.
it doesn't answer the
Sorry.
question. Like I think that we're kind of being disingenuous and we're dancing. When men come on here, I do talk to them directly. Let me not speak generally. I think Africa pop it's a bit disingenuous, right? Like I feel like you're being a bit disingenuous right now because I don't think the notion of hypergamy is what was the driving force behind the they don't want you.
I'm sorry. I
Um,
was just speaking particularly to what um the comment that oh my God, I don't want to butcher your name, that the young lady said. I was
all
just
right.
speaking particularly to that comment. But if we
All right.
want to go, and I'm sorry, sis, I don't mean to cut you off. I know you had something else to say, but we can most definitely go back to the original point that you were making. I was just speaking to what she immediately said about her dating someone who's making more, and that she wanted to date someone or want to be with someone who makes six figures.
Yeah. I'm gonna there's some people, Concern and Truth Teller, are in the back. I'll add them in a moment, but I'll do that in the after show. Thank you guys for being here. If you don't want to stay for this part of the conversation, you don't have to. But we're going into the after show, and I'm gonna try to make it less than 10 minutes. So like, let's do it. Let's go. All right, before we start, put the link back, please. What link? Oh, let me do this. So guys, this is the Discord. I will leave it open till tomorrow. What I mean by that is tomorrow I will explain to you guys, I will create private it and how you will get into the private part. Like, we will not use the Discord that you sign on. There is going to be a server that's already created. You have access to it almost, and I will update your membership in there just automatically tomorrow. When I verify your identity, that which is, you don't send me any identification. That's not what I'm doing. All you do is send me your Instagram, and I look to make sure that you're not like a troll or anything, or that you've had and Instagram, and then I'll add you to the private group. That's it. That is it. So that is what I'm gonna do, because I need to filter everyone so that no troll is going to be there. The link will be dead come tomorrow evening, and I will open it back again. I don't know when. So if you guys want to be on there, please be on there now. Obviously, if I know you, if you've been on, if we've conversed, if you come on here and let me know who you are, and I tell you to email me and you do, I'll just add you. And that's how I'm going to add people now. I'll ask the moderators to give their emails and stuff like that so that we can figure out how to add people over time, but I won't have it open like this ever again because too many trolls. Kiki, thank you so much. Love you back. Love all of you back. All right, let's do this. I'm assuming this is the part of the conversation. By the way, Proverb says you're not on IG. Email me with your Discord name so I can know who you are. I know who you are. I've watched you. So please email me.
Demas, you be watching people?
No. Oh, I do watch people, but I mean, I know the name.
I'm playing with you.
Yeah. They were both trying not to spill their country's tea, yet we know the truth. Slave and master. Wait, what? That went over my head.
So confused.
Wait, was that 199 like a mistake? If it was, please let me know and we can resolve that. That seems like a lot. So
Can I
if
hold
that-
$5?
please let me know. Let me know, please. I'm gonna leave this up for a while. Go ahead. All right, let's have the conversation. What is up? Truth teller.
Truth teller, we can't hear you, honey.
Do this. I'm mute again. Sorry. I was saying good night, everyone. I was thoroughly enjoying the conversation. I joined in late, a couple of hours late, but I really felt, I have to say, what Deanne said earlier about just being frustrated, and what I think a lot of Black women echoed the same sentiment with the fact that these men just really need to admit that they are defeated. And I was thinking about the last conversation that we had with regard to this fear that they have about really challenging the system itself. Do you know what I mean? And it's just sort of like arrested development in terms of masculinity and manhood. And I had already said in previous talks that we've had that it seems to me that the issue here is the apparent culture that they decided to sort of elevate in the Black community, particularly amongst Black men, that is so degenerate. You know, the mindset that a lot of them seem to have adopted that is promulgated, namely in hip hop culture and rap music, which is like this like sex crazed maniac, basically. Like I'm a sex machine. Like it's like that's the one thing that they like go after with like veracity. Like it's crazy. And if you would put the same amount of energy into other things that are actually productive, the whole ship again could be turned around. The course can be changed and redirected. And that's what pisses me off is the fact that, like I said, we have the ability and the capacity to do better. These men just choose not to. That's the problem. It's not like Black people are dumb or any less capable of building things and creating communities, but you have to have the will and the desire to do it. You have to choose it. And the difficulty is that Black women are choosing to do it. Black women are making decisions and are doing it in spite of, and we're doing it by ourselves. Imagine what we could do if we had a solid partner to rely on. Imagine what, like I said it before, Black man is stupid enough, them fool narrated. Like you got me out here cursing, like them fools until fool can't go. Them just fool. They're so dumb. Like, do you understand what woman you have? Do you understand what you have here? I don't think they know what they like. Like I said, I watched this whole thing. This one woman, she is like 29.
Wait, well, 1 second. If it was, I'm like being serious. If it was a mistake, please email me. Here's my email. Go ahead.
I will still hold you to that $5 theme as you think I'm playing. Let me hold $5.
Please email me. I promise it's fine. Go ahead. Sorry, Tristel. I had to
Yeah,
interrupt.
no, like, right? It's like what we would be capable of building would be like beyond this world. You know what I mean? It's like it's disheartening to watch. It truly is. And as you all said too, like to see that like the degenerate mindset is even amongst those men that are supposed to be quote unquote high value men. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these men, and that's why it's like, you know, I think someone else had mentioned it too. It's kind of like Black women are sort of in between a rock and a hard place, because it's like, and that's why many of us are more focusing on, you know, bettering our own selves as individual Black women and supporting and putting a lot of our focus on helping other Black women, because again, Black men seem to be traitors, right? They seem to be very much so disloyal, because when they do rise up and they do get into positions of power and they do gain wealth and affluence, we see that their mindset is not that of community, but of self.
Yeah.
Right. And
wait,
so
wait. Let me respond. Mistress Monica, I have no idea what Discord is. I live under a rock sometimes. Oh, what am I missing? Nothing. It's just something. It's like an instant messaging app where we are going to be on just like talking. Probably after the lives or when other people go live, I'll post it and we'll talk and build community. It's nothing super significant. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, the Patra, someone wrote the Patra. Yes, because like I get spirited, like the whole time that people are talking, and hi, Deanne. And when people are, I was just getting mad, like just mad, and I'm just out here cursing to myself because I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated. And I feel like that's what I'm seeing from a lot of the Black women is frustration. It's like, and I'm like, honestly, at this point, I think the one girl was talking about Africa and what's going on with Africa, and like, as I had posted, I had an opportunity to speak with and address the Jamaican Prime Minister directly, because he came to Canada and spoke at my church. And I was straight up, and I got a standing ovation from Dion. It says, like, listen here, you try better know where I do with China, you know. You better try know it, because if you're gonna do not allow Jamaica to become another province of China. Do not do it. You understand what I'm saying? Do not, because that's what it's looking like. And also that's what it's looking like in a lot of like African nations as well. Like I just don't even, I'm like, maybe Black women need to just be running some of these countries, because like honestly.
What Truth Teller, what you're saying about China and all these other powers, that's been going on though, in terms of Europeans' involvement with Africa and colonization and
right, but what
and
I'm
in the
saying is that
Caribbean.
in the 21st century, like, have we not learned is the point that I'm trying to make. Have we not learned that why are you allowing now China to come in and essentially position themselves to do the same thing that the Europeans have done, you know, in decades previous? It's like, have we not learned anything?
To your point, it's not about community, it's about individual financial gain.
And that's the thing that just buns my soul. So I don't know again. So then we're in an impasse then.
Yeah, so for me, because you know, I go through this thing because I am at a college and I see what's going on, and there's so much politics, and the older that you get, you realize it's just about relationships, who you know, and who has the money to do what, and who wants to give money to whom to do what. There are few leaders, period. Most people are followers. Most people are average, and that's fine. And that's okay, because it is what it is. There are few leaders. And sometimes, especially if you are a leader and you're someone who wants to do something in your community, you do get fed up and you're like, what can I do? But what I'm seeing is you just have to work with the people who are trying to do what you're doing. You can and do what you can from where you're at, because to focus on, especially in education where I'm in, girl, I don't even want to get into it. But you just have to work with the people who are willing to work with you, and then everyone else will come up under. And that's all we can do. You can only work with the people who are willing to work with you. Then everyone else will come up under. And that's all we can do. You can only work with the people who are willing to work with you. And then everyone else will come up under. And that's all we can do. You can only work with the people who are willing to work with you. And then everyone else will come up under. And that's all we can do. You can only work with the people who are willing to work with you. And then everyone else will come up under. And that's all we can do. You can only work with the people who are willing to work with you. And then everyone else will come up under. And that's all we can do. You can only work with the people who are willing to work with you. And then everyone else will come up under. And that's all we can do. You can only work with the people who are willing to work with you. And then everyone else will come up under. And that's all we can do. You can only work with the people who are willing to work with you. And then everyone else will come up under. And that's all we can do. You can only work with the people who are willing to work with you. And then everyone else will come up under. And that's all we can do. You can only work with the people who are willing to work with you. And then every because the others are going to drag you down. They're not going to do anything. They're going to be lazy, or they're going to say things about you, or they're going to, so we can only work with the people who want to work with us. And sometimes the people we're trying to help ain't trying to be helped.
That part, that's the other part. So again, and I've been thinking about this as well as we've been having these conversations, as Themis has been facilitating this, and such, great conversations being facilitated here on this platform, is the whole thing of collectively, I'm beginning to realize more and more that as Black people, the thing that binds us in terms of our experience in the world is the color of our skin, because that is the thing that has us stand apart from all other marginalized groups, right? And it's a thing that we cannot escape in the same way. For example, Jewish people have historically been discriminated against. However, one is not necessarily aware of someone's Jewishness, ethnicity, until they reveal that, or unless they're aware of it. Whereas our skin color, we cannot hide. Not that we want to hide it, but we do not have the ability to move around in this world, especially in a place that is hostile towards us, or people that harbor racism or bigotry towards us, in the same way that someone from another marginalized group could theoretically do that. And so,
wait 1 second. For the person who made that mistake, I just emailed you. Please respond to that email and I'll sort it out right now. All right, go ahead. Wait, no. Actually, don't go ahead. Let's stop. I feel like we're getting away from the issue.
Okay.
And my thing is, I want us to get back to like the core. And I honestly, for me, it's like moot, not mute, but mooted. In that, like, Africa Pop, you work in statistics last time I remember, based on the last comment, right?
Well, I work in health promotions, and I have my master's in public health. So we have to look at the data and things like that. But yes, I have a background in doing research, but that's not my profession to do. I'm not a researcher as per profession.
Yeah, but you understand statistics.
Yes.
All right. It is really simple in my mind. When one casts a wider net, right, with the correct sort of, in the correct area, if the likelihood increases for you to catch something, right, in terms of like the likely outcome, if we're trying to project outcome, right? So when you increase the number of available partners, right, there is an argument that because you become more distracted, you're unlikely to focus on one, and so you might lose out that way. But on pure numbers, isn't the likelihood greater when you cast a wider number? When you cast a wider net? Sorry.
Yes, but people date in proximity, so
Yeah,
it depends on who.
No, I'm at a quantitative level. I'm not going to a qualitative level right now. Like, not right now. So when we're just,
So how do you cast the wider net?
Like, instead of saying I will only date Black people, now you're like Asians, white, I guess Latino can be Black and white, whatever, right? So you just open up your options in terms of potential partners, right? Unless there is something that you believe that is distinctively inherent within like a racial group that makes them better suited for each other, which, I mean, you can have that opinion, right? Then the likelihood of finding companionship increases if you increase the potential partners, right?
Yes.
Now, in your own personal experience, you have dated multiple races. So even in your own experience, saying they, right, an undefined they do not want you all, an undefined y'all, which I'm assuming is Black women, it's not even true in your own experience. And even if it is true statistically, right? Even if it is true in your mind statistically, we know it's not true in absolute. But we also don't have the statistical data to make that. This is what the OkCupid study didn't do, right? It doesn't have the statistical data because Black women, by and large, reject white men and other races of men before they even approach by saying, I only date Black men publicly without any regard for how that would look.
That's true. I can attest to that because I've dated out as well, and a lot of them have said. I even had one say to me, they're like, "I didn't think that you would like me because I wasn't sure that like there is this." Well, so this is anecdotal, but I've heard it several times that they don't know how to approach Black women because there's this conception out there that Black women, by and large, do not date white men. And so for
and
many,
not to mention that Black men have the image of Black women just trying to drag it through the mud.
Exactly, that too.
Literally just like dragging it through the mud. And then Black women saying, "Oh, you know what? But I won't date anyone else." Like, look, if we are going to the qualitative level, I don't think there is a winning argument for you here. But on the quantitative level, where we're talking about number, it's just like I don't understand why you would have said it. I think we argued and you not argued, but we communicated and you said, well, that's not what you meant. What you meant was it's not 100% better if you just decide to go over somewhere else and you should be cautious over there. If that's what you mean, then I'm with you.
So what, back to the original comment, because it's not that people are expanding their options because, I just want to see what's available. It's the comment or how it was talking about divestment. Why I see why Black women are divesting because it's so bad over here. As to say,
No.
my,
You said they don't want us. You didn't bring anybody else up.
I'm speaking in reference to what led to the comment being made. Because before,
then why is it that you
was
called out Black women? You didn't talk about the problems with Black men. You didn't even talk about whether or not white men were worthy of anything. You said Black women are not.
Wait, let's pull back a little bit. Go ahead, Africa Pop, and then Concern, you can respond.
Okay. So the comments were, well, I understand why Black women want to divest because it's so bad with Black men. So I'm paraphrasing, but something to that extent in terms of, we can expand our options because it is so bad here. Now, I'm not in the mind frame to think of, well, things are so bad here, so let me look over there as if this is a better solution. You should expand your options because you should expand your if you want to find a mate and you're not finding a mate, okay, well, maybe let me look to see whom else is available. I'm speaking in terms of the mindset that goes into it, because if you're thinking, oh, well, Black men are horrible, let me date outside, there's problems with all men of all races. So I'm speaking that aspect of the context of how that statement came about. It didn't come about as in, you know what, girl, I've been dating Black men, but hey, I'm thinking maybe I should date outside. It came from a place of, Black men are trash. So let me just get with anybody else.
Can I respond, please?
Go ahead.
Okay. So you said right here 2 seconds ago, things are so bad that, but you also said when your white male counterparts ask you for, connections with Black women, you don't think that
no, that's not.
No. I'm not.
Yeah, wait, let's Concern finish. Wait. Yeah. So let Concern finish and then you can respond.
But she said an incorrect statement. But
can I speak though? You've been really disrespectful to me.
Wait. Concern. Wait. Let's try to pull it back a little bit and then go ahead.
Okay. I have been witness to you making many comments flippant about Black women. I don't know where it comes from, and quite frankly, I no longer care. Because every time it comes out of your mouth, you always have to pull it back. You never think it through. Okay, fine. Some people are blunt. Some people you react. But the fact that this is your reaction means it is intrinsically a part of the frameworks you see this world through. Why is it that when you think about your lived experience, you could have expected love from someone else that does not look like you? But whenever we are bringing up Black men in the picture, you are so protective of their image. But when you said when white people or other people of other races are thinking about dating the Black women that you have in your sphere, you did not see anybody worthy. Ma'am, you are not a safe person for Black women to internalize anything from. You have been disrespectful and you have been dangerous. Because I don't know when you jumped in on this conversation, but what led up to it, which is what you're anchoring on right now, was men saying that they were thinking about poly and they want to take away rights and all of this stuff. Like, check the receipts before you come in and try to put women in danger. I am not here to play games with you, ma'am, or to play semantics. You said something about Black women. You did not bring up Black men. You are so protective of their image. Every time there's an opportunity to say Black women are unworthy, you take it. I'm not judging you based off of what you said in the past 5 minutes. I'm judging you based off your consistent responses as it relates to Black women. Check your heart, check your God, check whomever, okay? But you are no better than anyone else. And it is making you have a blind spot when you are coming in these conversations. And I don't know whose public health you are protecting, but you are not a safe space for Black women if you want us to consistently enter into conversations, alienating our own needs to be able to have some sort of balanced conversation that is not balanced. It is not balanced. Other women are not dying every 5.5 hours. Other women are not being degraded every place. Other women are not being made to being stepped over all over the place. And I understand that this specific situation, and I apologize, Deanne, I have the utmost respect for you. I know that she called you out, and I asked to be able to speak first. This has been bubbling inside of me because what you will not do is gaslight me. You will never gaslight me, ma'am. I am focused. You called out Black woman. Don't put no smoke and mirrors in front of my face, slap me and then tell me to smell a rose. I don't even know what the analogy is, but what you will not do is gaslight me. You have a problem with Black women, and I will not pretend as though there's any way to speak proper about it. You can respond. I invite you to respond, but I hope that what you will respond is to the actual comments you made. They don't want you. That is disgusting on so many levels, and I will not let you insult my or anyone else's intelligence here to pretend as though you said anything else.
Africa Pop, go ahead.
Yeah, so I apologize, concerned, if you think that.
Man, I did not think. That's what you said.
Concern. Please don't do that. Go ahead.
If you think that I don't care about Black women or I'm against Black women, I can hear in your voice there is a lot of hurt by the comments that I've said, and I do not mean that at all. What I will say, however, and I didn't see the video. I came in pretty late. I didn't see the whatever the roommates did in Fresh and Fit. I know they're fools. I don't, and if I don't know whomever the other video. So I don't spend my time addressing if there is certain thing that someone has done, I call it out on both. I believe when it comes to the Black community, men are a problem. I believe men do need to step up. I do believe men need to be more in leadership roles. I believe that men I have a majority part of the problem and issues that are going with Black people. I will never hang my hat to say it's Black women this, is Black women that. But on some level, when we talk about accountability, we also have to take accountability about from our actions, what we do, how we interact with people. And when I spoke to, and I didn't say white people, I wasn't even talking about white people. I was speaking about how a Black woman was asking me to hook her up with someone. And I'm not saying all Black women, that Black woman, I would not, because of the action she has displayed. I don't call anyone out. I don't say this and the other, but give me 1 second.
While you do that, Africa Pop, like,
I'm just gonna finish this real quick and then tend to what's going on.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Famous, I've been waiting to speak because she interrupted me and I never finished speaking. So
go ahead.
But lastly, what I'll say is, it is not that I do not give any person an excuse for bad behavior. I have a standard. Most people do not live to that standard. And if a man comes and says this, that, and the third, or does something that is completely not right, I will call that out. But also, when it comes to people that I do know and certain things that I do see that women do, I will also speak on it. But I understand there's a lot of hurt feelings that a lot of people that have been hurt here by men. I'm not negating that. So I do apologize. I haven't been here for the whole stream. I didn't see the videos that Themis brought out. But when he does call out people, and I agree, like Hafeez and the whole thing, that I will call it out. I will speak out about it. I'm not caping for anybody. I'm speaking, and I hold accountable things that I see that need to be spoken to.
I think part of why people think you're gaslighting Africa Pop is because when you say something like that, it sounds good, and I like accountability and calling people out, but like in the context, that doesn't really make sense, does it? Like, if we're talking about, even if the Black women are like, I'm done with Black men, I'm only gonna date white men. Even to that, if you say they don't want you, like, you cannot be talking specifically about a friend that wanted you to set them up with someone. Like, that doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. But also, to say that is to attempt to put people in their place. And I'm not, look, believe what you want, and I have tremendous respect for anyone willing to speak, but I have to be able to hold the same kind of level of respect I require in conversation with everyone. And I feel like there is a backing away from that which was said and meant. And that's not okay. Like, I was, to be fair, I was willing to let it go because I wanted the conversation to end. But I do worry that the gut
when you say, I'm sorry, Themis, when you say backing away, what am I backing away from?
From what you said.
As in, so
you're trying to change the definition of the words you spoke, and you're trying to contextualize it, which is great. I give you space to do that. But the context is kind of clear. Like, I think what people are saying is, it feels like you are saying, and in the context of how it was said, that Black women aren't worthy of love from, well, not worthy, let me rephrase. Directly what you said was that those men don't want Black women. That is a talking point straight out of the manosphere, right? Straight out of Jaren's mouth. And so it's one that we've already debunked a million times. But not only that, in the way that you said it, felt like a gut reaction. And it's okay to have said it and not understood completely what it meant. But you have to understand how disparaging that is to Black women as a whole. when you say they do not want you. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. They don't have a choice but to want me. The choice is with me as to whether I want them, right? That's the vibes I would expect from any black woman. Call it delusional if you want, call it whatever you want, but stand in your own power and let other people say you are this or you are that. But to hear a black woman say something like that, I can like I would never say something like that. I don't care how hideous you think the black woman is. Like, I will talk to her privately about what she could improve or whatever it is, right? But I'm not going to publicly denounce black women in the way that I think the chat and myself interpreted what you said to have done. It's like, you were not, they don't even want you. Like, wait, what? Like, why are we doing this? When we know that's not true, you on a personal level know that's not true. And we're not going to pretend like the women on this channel aren't like really thoughtful, generally thoughtful women who are engaging in meaningful discourse. So, like, you would be lucky to even get to talk to some of these women. You know what I mean? Like, it is a privilege to even talk to some of the people here, right? And yes, I'm kind of gassing the women up here, but like, yeah, it's like that's the vibe we give each other. We don't tell each other that, well, you might not want to do that because you're not worth it. You know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying. I'm thinking through. It was a reaction because I think my issue more is that I feel from a lot of just people people in general, but black women in particular, there's a lack of self-awareness from my interactions. I'm not, and this is not solely for black women. This is just most people. But when it came to this topic and about, divest, for me, sometimes I feel like that's just a fantasy statement, but that's cool. And, I will be conscious of the environment that I'm in. And like you said, sometimes those conversations need to be had one-on-one, but for I need to be more mindful of the space that I'm speaking in and the frustrations of the women that are in this space.
Ma'am, nobody's hurt. Nobody's hurt.
Wait,
Ma'am,
no. Wait.
Can I?
All right. Let's.
Duyo has been waiting. Duyo was cut off. She has not had
do
it.
you go ahead and then we go down. Do you? Thank you. Deanne, I was actually kind of trying to figure out.
Thank you, Dan. But what I was going to say was black women, like Afro pop. Yeah, I don't agree with what you said. I don't think in any dimension I'm going to agree, because it's just not right for you to tell people like they don't want you. It's like all those teachers that tell black students, well, you can't go into medicine because you're too stupid or something. It just sounds really condescending. And yeah, black women, please be delusional. My dad, like, I'm very close to my dad, and my dad had nothing. Like, he used to sleep on a tree when he was younger, very poor in Nigeria, like, around the Biafran war time, because his mom was Igbo and they were living in the Igbo side. So that he had nothing. And now, like, he's been able to uplift himself from absolutely nothing. So please be delusional and want everything for yourself. Just like go after things that you want. Don't let anyone tell you that, oh, you can't, or they don't want you, or they're not going to accept me. You don't know that. You don't know individuals' lives. That's just it.
And some people don't want you, and it's okay. Not everyone. No, we don't get everything that we want. We don't.
But
This life
saying
is
that
about
you
trade.
should not use that to dissuade people from trying to get what they want, right? Like telling someone that no, they don't want you, and it's like
Let me. So
I'm gonna
so
step
what I
back.
will
I'm
say.
gonna
What I
step
will
back
say,
for a
Themis.
second.
What I will say, Themis, is
Wait, before you
that
say
wasn't.
this, wait,
That
before you
wasn't.
say it,
Oh.
before you say it,
Mhm.
um, it's not that I'm patient or anything like that. Like, I am also genuinely curious. I'm also extremely tired, but I give the space for men who come up here and I think are delusional. So I'm going to give this space, and I don't think it's fair to ask anyone to stay. So please feel free to like leave, but I am not going to just not have finished this conversation. Like I'm not going to do
No,
that.
no, Theme, and I'm glad you're having it, because I'm not I'm not perfect. I say a lot of things that I can think about and reflect. Sorry, baby. That I can think about and reflect. So I'm thinking about. Sorry, baby. That I can think about it. I can reflect. So someone has a stomach ache. But I thinking through it. It is not, especially with the feelings that are going on behind it. I should not have put that.
See, I appreciate that,
Well,
but that you're taking no, no, no,
there's
no, no, no,
another way
wait,
that I
wait,
could
wait,
have
wait, wait.
said
Wait, no, no,
something
no.
to
But
bring
I feel
about the
like
point that I'm trying to make.
you're stepping away from accountability when you say because of the space. No, 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 no. It's not because of the space. It's what I say harmful, regardless of the space.
What
It's
that's what I'm trying
wait, wait,
to.
wait. It's say no, no. Even if you were trying, but you said because of the space, right? And so I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to shy away from. And I promise you this: I will stand in front of you continuously when people take accountability. So like, there is no like attacking Africa pop. Like we're not doing that.
I
But
mean,
you
it's
have
been happening, but that's fine. But what I'm
well.
saying is,
Wait, no, 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 no. But
what I'm saying is, there was a better
regardless,
way
wait,
for
wait, wait,
me
wait.
to convey my.
Regardless,
Sorry.
regardless of the position that you're in, regardless of the audience that you have, regardless of that, you saying they don't want you, right?
Mhm.
Regardless of the audience, is wrong.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, there was a better way for me to convey my point than to say that. That was a guttural reaction, because I've been annoyed with some Black women who fail to take accountability, that say, okay, well, Black women are this, that, and the other. And then I look at what they do, and I was just thinking through all the conversations that I've had. And it's like, you say you want to leave this and go to that. That's not that much better, and that is not going to resolve the issue that you're having. But
Yeah.
I should not have said they don't want you. I should have better articulated my point. But again, you're in a live, you just say what comes off the top of your head, and there goes that.
Yeah, I would say be careful with what the first thing that comes into your mind. Dean is saying he agrees with you, so that's a problem already.
Oh.
But but if it comes off the top of your head, it might actually mean something deeper is happening. Because if you're feeling a way about people saying divestment and all of that, and it feels wrong to you, and the first thing that comes into your mind in these conversations was that, I'm not saying you're right. Well, I'm definitely saying you're wrong. But I think that it might mean that you are more I don't want to say male identified because I hate the phrasing, but I think you are in a protector of black men's mode more than you probably think. But also in that space, you're saying I am trying to put black women in their space. Let me get this through super chat because people have been mad at me for not reading their super chat. It's one thing to say black women should consider X, Y, and Z to prepare for global dating market. They don't want y'all is speaking for the marketplace. Yeah. Thank you. No one asked for her visceral and purposeful popping off anyone's bubble because our reality needs to be checked above the pay grade cooler. Rose said, yeah. If
And then,
the
but also, you have to realize I've been married. And everyone speaks from their own standpoint, their own life experiences. I've been married for, oh my God, I can't even count. Going on 12 years to a man. So my experience, to a wonderful man, in my opinion. So my experience and my viewpoint is a bit different because I, live with a husband. I have a shared experience living with a husband for over a decade. So my viewpoint is just a bit different than
yeah.
most.
And that's fair. I just
Yeah.
hope that empathy goes beyond sort of your personal experience and like you can empathize with the broader community on one level. But on the other level, your personal experience should inform you that they do want you, right? Like in your personal experience.
No. So, see, and then let me correct. And now I'm really hate that I put that out there because everything else is coming up that is not what I
Actually,
meant.
we can drop that. Let me actually stop and then go to Truth Teller and then Deanne. But before I do, LB says, if the glass is at 50%, why not call it half full rather than half empty? Why harp on the negativity and be discouraging? Try an acknowledgement without but if are you. Yeah. Dean said something, so Dean is probably gonna tell me he didn't support you. Let me see. Wait, no, I said I don't think she's intentionally being mean spirited. I remember everything she's shared personally here. I do remember her personally. I don't think. Well, I do think it came from a place of trying to put other people in there or let them know what's what. That's the vibe I got. But I obviously don't know everything. So thank you, Dean. Go ahead, truth teller. Wait, what do black women need to be accountable for? Go ahead, truth teller.
Well, I don't know your history of, your commenting on the channel, Africa Pop. If what you were trying to convey, I mean, the way you said it did come off very harsh and condescending and dismissive of Black women trying to open up their options. Whether or not that's what you intended to mean could be another thing. But if what you were trying to say, as Thema has said before, was that Black women should be just as careful when they're choosing to date out as they are with Black men, and for them not to have on rose-colored glasses, let's say, in dating of non-Black men, then I would agree with you there, because the truth is that...
Teller, can you be my spokesperson?
Yeah, that's what I kind of like. The way you said it sounded more harsh than what maybe you were intending, and that's a fair point, because it's like when you do watch a divestment channels, they're like, oh, just date white men, whatever. And I'm a swirler. I would consider myself a swirler, not a divester. But I am concerned that Black women may be going over into other communities and having rose-colored glasses on. And the thing that we're not talking about, namely because we're dealing with Black issues, is that there's also a white manosphere as well. And there's a lot of white incel people. And here in Canada, there was an instant that happened, I think, just before the pandemic or during, where some guy ran down a bunch of people, most of them women, in Toronto, because he was mad that he couldn't find a woman. And then when I saw the man's picture, I'm like, he was actually not a bad looking man. He was good looking. So I'm like, clearly there's something wrong with his personality. Why he could like, so the craziness is over there in non-Black communities as well, in terms of the men. So if that's a point that you're trying to make, then that is a good point to make, which is that whatever person you date, whomever it may be, from wherever the hell they're from, vet them thoroughly, and do not have illusions of, you know, them necessarily being, by virtue of not being Black, automatically better. And I would hope that most Black women will, obviously, just being a thinking human being, will know that. But I feel like perhaps it needs to be stated, because a lot of the times, a lot of these divestment channels only focus on how much better it is, when, as we know, that's not necessarily the case all the time for everyone. So
yeah, and people have problems. I got problems. You got problems. People have issues, and I think sometimes it's like we don't. And I'm not saying people don't extend grace, but it's like, because of our own personal experiences, because we've had bad experiences, everyone is like that. Everyone is this way. When most people are average, most people, there are evil people, like Thema said, and there are exceptional people as well. But most people lie in the middle, and that's okay. But thank you, Truth Teller. It's not even just on here. I'm very much sometimes so like, I can be blunt, not trying to hurt someone's feelings or say something just off the cuff, and it'll be like, whoa, you cut me. And I'm like, no, what do you mean? Until we talk further, and it's like, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. But when you come like you do with that punch, it's like, girl, I was just trying to say what's up, and you just straight karate chop. So I am not against Black women at all. I am not saying Black women cannot date out. I'm not saying Black women should not date out. It was just, I always hear when it comes to dating out, well, I'm mainly looking to date out because it's so bad over here. So that is kind of the point that I should have spoken to, instead of just saying they don't want y'all. You know, it's yeah. I just that shouldn't have been the comment to be made.
All right, Deanne.
Good evening. I was commenting when you made the comment, and I do understand from looking at the chat that you weren't talking directly to the public. However, as a moderator, I do know your history on the channel. And because I know your history on the channel, and because I am a moderator, I deal with people who come up here loud and proud, strong and wrong, quite often. And oftentimes, they have a little bit of difficulty with statistics. You remember those statistics you gave us last time? Keep that in mind. We examined them on this channel. They didn't say exactly what you thought. So I would have thought to myself, let me not say something on my live, that next live, without thinking about it. Because the person who tore across my stats publicly is up there. Ma'am, how many Black women do you know that you could not hook up with the kind of white man or men that they wanted? How many, approximately? You don't have to give me the exact number.
So I think I've been misquoted, because it's not white men that they're trying to be hooked up with.
Okay.
They're trying to be hooked up men who make a certain amount of money.
Okay. How
that
many?
I've spoken about.
How many? How many, approximately?
It's 3.
Okay. Now, you're in education. You do know that 3 Black women is not enough to say anything statistically about the number of Black women and girls in this country, correct?
When I was speaking to that point, I wasn't making a point to speak statistically. I was giving an example from my life about some Black women that I've encountered.
No, ma'am, that's not what you said. They don't want y'all. We're talking about the chances of Black women when you came into the conversation. Fine, I'll leave that.
But if you want, Dan, so if you want to talk about statistically how many Black women date out, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, and I can look into that data if you want to go that
I
route.
have some numbers for you. Statistically, number of Black women successful marriages, Black women Asian men, Black women white men have the highest number of statistically successful marriages. When you have a look at that,
Wait,
the only thing
and
we
what percentage of marriages are Black women to white men, and then white and Black women to Asian men?
I'm going there next. If you stop interrupting. See, I, as a moderator, I'm not going to put up with that. Absolutely not. Because I can blow you out of here and have Themis put you back if you chooses to. We're not going to do this. That number
I don't
is
think I
small.
was. I'm sorry, Dan. I didn't think I was being disrespectful. I'm being totally genuine right now in terms
You
of my comment. I
interrupted
really
a
want to
lot of
know.
people on this call. This is a
Wait, wait, wait,
pattern.
wait, wait. Before you continue, no, someone said she's related to Themis. No, no, there is currently no one on the stage that's related to me. I do this, like I do this for men. Like I let people have conversation. I have conversation. I am actually in the Discord right now talking to people as Deanne is handling this. Deanne is a moderator, and so she does have the authority to speak in the way that she does. So is LB, so is London. Like, I don't know who you're saying that I am family with, but like, I don't know why you guys would say that. Continue, Deanne. I'm sorry. I don't know why you would say that.
Like I said, ma'am, I know your history. You interrupted a lot of people up here on this panel, but you're not going to do that with me. Period. Now, the numbers for Black women under 25 are not as available. I will take your anecdotal evidence of your 3 women and I will see you with every Black woman under 25 that is dating somebody else in San Francisco. Now, those numbers won't show up until the next census. But you cannot even, it is very hard to buy a young Black woman in San Francisco at this moment that does not have a Black man. So even if we went back to anecdotal evidence, I can see your 3 women that couldn't get it done with 100 young Black women. The point, let me just get to it and we'll make it very simple. Like I said, I deal with people who come up here loud and proud, strong and wrong. Let me tell you why you're wrong. I don't have to prove to you how much the numbers are on that. You made a claim you cannot back up because you don't know the stats. You said it loud, you said it proud. When you got checked, then you backed up. Let's just talk about what actually happened. But the main thing is the reason that you cannot say that they don't want y'all. It's because you're not God. And you have no way of knowing it nor determining it or making up for anybody else. For you've been through here a lot. Like I said, we've looked at your stats before. And you talk about I was in the heat of a lot. You should have thought the last time you got checked coming up here unprepared that maybe you need to think about it before you said something that inflammatory. And if you did not mean it, then you should not have said it because you are a highly educated woman who's in education. And you know when you go to work, if you say something inflammatory, your job and your position and the impression of the young people that you work with can be at stake. So why would you come here in a space where you've been here enough times? It has nothing to do with how people are hurt. Black women are frustrated because we're living in communities where 29 times a day, some Black man kills another Black man and some Black man kills another Black woman. Asian men are not killing Black women 4 times a day, 5.5 hours, every 57.5 minutes. Latino men are not killing Black women every 57.5 minutes. That's how we're not getting to that. 5.5 hours, we're not doing that. White men are not killing. You figure white men over the course of history, you figure they would be the most. They are not. So when you come up here talking about, oh, I apologize if I hurt you. No, you stepped into the conversation late. You did not see these content creators who have 1 million followers up here and hear what they were saying. So you came from a position of not knowing what was going on and you dropped that foolishness. And you did not think, okay, so I didn't learn from the last time I was here to make sure, since I was interrogated pretty roughly that last time, that maybe I should be thoughtful about what I say before I say it. So let's go here, ma'am. Next time, before you come into a space where Black women are talking about behavior that they deal with every day, How men basically came up here saying they want to get their money up so they have access to more women. And other men are complaining about average men can't do that and they're whining because they can't. And these men get millions of views. There are only approximately 25 million black men. So if 1 million of these men are following Kevin Samuels and Fresh and Fit, that is statistically significant. Your 3 black women that you deal with, oh no, they are not statistically significant. In fact, I told you that. And I wouldn't have come back up here, but you tried to double down and wiggle out. Absolutely not. Not here. Not here, ma'am. Next time.
My stats were not incorrect that we spoke to, but I digress. We can agree to disagree. I can give you the data about the master's level and bachelor's and what percentage of Black women are getting more degrees than men. But my stats were not incorrect when it came to that. There was a particular point that Themis pointed out that I was incorrect on, but not necessarily the stats that I brought on that show.
Okay. Number 1, you interrupted me again. Number 2,
Oh, I'm sorry.
we can
I thought you were. I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
we can roll that tape back the way you presented that set. But see, that's the other thing, Africo. I know that you are not repentant because after having been checked as hard as you were on that last show, you still want to argue for your position there. And that's also how I'm pretty sure that you're not really sorry about having said that and that you said what you meant. Because all you did was apologize for concern. If I hurt you, you did not take into account, and I've just explained to you what black women are upset about, what we saw before you got here and did not see. So this is what's going to end up happening. As long as Themis allows you to be here and you don't cross certain lines, you can be here. But understand, everything you say now is going to be discounted because you're not taking accountability for the things that you said and admitting. I was just straight wrong. You still trying to argue for your previous position. There are a bunch
How
of
have
men
I
who
not taken accountability?
I'm not, because you cannot say I was just straight wrong. And you still trying to argue for that bad presentation of the stats you did last time. You still trying to argue for that. If you're still trying to justify yourself, you are not taking accountability for being wrong. And this is the second time. So like I said, as long as you don't cross certain lines and as long as demons want you here, you're welcome. But understand,
I
you're going
stated
to be seriously, you mess with a moderator. Okay, you're going to be allowed to be here as long as demons want you here. But just know, at this point, we just looking at you like, okay, well, there she goes again. Because we done had her up here twice trying to make points. Not prepared. Not prepared. Just not prepared. Talking about they don't want. Who told you based on your 3 friends what anybody wants except them? But you want to stand on that? All right, you go right ahead, ma'am. You have the right to do that. It is a free country. But just understand, we see through you. Just know that that's what's going on. Now I'm finished.
Okay. So I did apologize for the comment that I made. It was harsh. And I'm just gonna leave it as that because sometimes people are so ingrained in their position and some of the comments that were made, I get it. So I don't want to argue to argue. I'm here about solution building. Themis, I see your point, and again, I can be self-critical to say that I shouldn't have said that. There are other points that I could have made. I should not have said that. And truth teller, thank you for understanding or at least seeing, where I was trying to come from. And like I said before, I came in toward the latter part. I did not see the videos that came that Themis spoke about, but I hear everyone's opinions, and it is what it is at this point.
Themis, am I going to be able to get a chance to speak? I know I
Yes,
said a
but
lot.
all right. So in the attempt to close out now, can we just be careful? Like, I just, I don't want us to attack each other. And while I recognize concern that I think, very in tune with what is happening. And so I recognize that there's a kind of passion from you and I appreciate it. I just don't want it to turn ever into an attack on Africa Pop because I completely disagree with her right now. But if we're holding space, let's try to hold that space. But yeah, yeah, go ahead. This, by the way, is why when a man is speaking, and I know all the women in between disagree with that man, I try to be the only one talking to that person because it can feel like a pylon, and I don't ever want it to feel like a pylon. Do you know what I mean? Go ahead.
So you're right. I am a person who is at this stage in my life pretty hard to fuck with, you know? And so what I mean by that is that when you have lived in a world that tries to make you confused about what your reality is, you either live in delusion or you start seeing through things. My frustration is with you, Africa Pop. I'm not going to mince words, but it doesn't have to stay with you. It's with the ideas. The accountability that you hold so dear and the self-awareness that you hold so dear. Consider taking a step back, maybe drink some wine, and listen to what you said. Really sit down there and listen to what you said and think about yourself as being represented in the group of Black women. Because when we hear from you, and I don't need an echo chamber, I don't need everyone to agree with me, but when we hear from you, it often is short-sighted and it's around the same ideas. And if you are an educated person who wants to tell women that their education isn't as valuable as they think because we overhype it, but every time you have an issue that we call you out on, you bring up back your education. If you want to talk about dating and having realistic expectations and all the above and being really, thinking about the values and whatever, you've been living on this earth, right? You know that not all marriages are good marriages. You know that not all marriages are good for the women. You know that there's tons of ways. Like you have not only met 3 Black women in your whole life, and you have not only met 3 women in your whole life who are in the dating prospect pool. You know that people go through things. The first things you go for is that you're married. There's a few things that you have really identified your worth and value for, and your right to speak. And what is hard for me to accept is that somebody who is gonna have the authority that you're gonna have, because you said you're in public health, you're in education. People are gonna come to you and expect a certain standard from you in terms of thinking about things, and you don't think these things through, and they hurt people because we are not the first Black women you have said things like this to, and I'm trying to help you with the self-awareness. It is not even about condescension. I have gotten difficult feedback in my life. My thing is that you're giving mean girl. You're giving backhanded statements that are meant to put people in the place, and you're giving this need to hold on to certain identity things that have nothing to do with you. And it is hard for me as a Black woman. I've been married. It wasn't great for me. Okay? I had to leave that person because I was being abused. So when I think about the things that you're telling Black women to run to, they need to have a measured way of looking at things. They need to be unfuckwithable. They need to be able to see something for what it is. When you tell me I'm hurt, what it is dismissive. I don't know what I said that was not factual. Everything I said was factual. Everything I said could be looked through and seen the connection. So if my tone and if my delivery, which you're protecting right now, if my delivery seems like I'm all in my emotions, it still doesn't take away from the substance of what I said. And you can see that I am consistently the same person, 10 tones down every time. So, and you've been consistently the same person, 10 tones down every time. And it's hard to continue with this conversation without the same accountability you want for Black women. Like, it's hard. And I mean, I respect you, Themis, so much for wanting to keep the space safe and for maintaining the integrity of the conversations you want to have here. And I apologize for if there were parts of I'm going to listen to it again. If there are parts of the delivery, I will preemptively apologize right now. If in the event I was disrespectful, but
Yeah, wait. I think so. I haven't been looking up because I've been in the Discord talking to people, but also I haven't looked up because there is a slight discomfort in my position. I don't want to police people's tone, but I also don't want a pylon. And how do I hold space for disagreement while also allowing for respect and all that sort of stuff? So for me, it is a difficult position to be in. And I'm not saying you're wrong, concerned. I'm not trying to police your tone. I'm just trying to not let this be something where we're dog pile. Because I think most of us up here agree that what Africa Pop, all of us, including Africa Pop, knows that what she said was wrong. Maybe that's not what she meant to say, but we understand that. I was hoping for more like a conversation with accountability and learning and all of that. And I hope that we got there through Truth Teller, because Africa Pop has reiterated that she understands from Truth Teller's perspective. And so that there was someone here that she could at least connect with to understand how and why she was wrong is a good thing. So, I mean, that's kind of what I was hoping. I've stepped back.
and also, Themis, I sometimes I feel like we just become so polarized that if someone doesn't agree exactly with what we say and think, it's just and let me say, I understand that my statement caused a lot of uproar. I do understand that. But even outside of that comment, I think that has been the worst one. There has been things that I've been attacked because I don't have the same position as another Black woman. And then it's like, oh, I hate us and I do this and I do that. And it's like, I just have a different position than you. And for me, that's why I do like to be in these spaces and talk to you, because we don't agree, but I can still understand your point of view. And it helps me understand other points of views that I may not necessarily 100% agree with.
Yes, but before they brought up the Chris Evans thing, the thing about mute in the back. The thing about Jamaicans who are educated and maybe not confrontational, I've probably shouldn't generalize, but like in my experience, they tend to give people outs. Truth Teller does this, and I do it. And I do it with Black men on here a lot. None of them take it because they don't realize I'm giving them an out. Like I will make an argument against them, and I'll say, but if you're saying this, then blah blah
Yeah.
blah.
Yeah.
And it's a way to like end the conversation on a good note, even though because like for someone to lose a debate, I don't need you to like, I don't need the world to be like, you got your whatever handed to you and you what will you like. I'm comfortable enough to be like, I hope that person got it, and here is an out, so you can take this out and we can move on with our lives. But I don't want that out to be an excuse, right? Because even the way in which Deanne spoke about the previous statistics that was brought up, where you brought it up to diminish the accomplishment of Black women, and then the 5.5 deviation, which it wasn't, was also brought up to say it was statistically significant. Like hearing you go back to that in the way Deanne actually said, why are you arguing back from that place? Have you not like accepted that conversation as it was? Like that was kind of disheartening. You know what I mean? And so while I accept that you connected with what Truth Teller said and how Truth Teller approached you, I do hope that that acceptance comes with, okay, I can recognize more than accepting the out that was given to me, that I was wrong more broadly and that I should adjust. Because the outs I give people is so that they don't feel embarrassed. I don't embarrass people. I don't like embarrassing people. So the out I give you is so that you don't get embarrassed, but that you go and do reflection on your own. Because it's not fun to be embarrassed in front of people. So
Yeah,
that I
I'm
just
not
wanted to
I'm not embarrassed, but so I'm sorry. I think Concern said that I don't think Black women should be educated. I'm like, where is this coming from? I've never stated that. I believe Black women should be educated. I have my master's myself. Like, there's maybe there is this perception because, you know, if someone says something that you don't agree with, then they can breathe on you like, why are you breathing so hard? So I get that sometimes one thing can lead to like, you know what, this person, whatever they say, I know they're going to come with some BS. But I've never said that Black women should not get their education, that the education doesn't matter. I mean, context matters, but I'm tired and my baby's tired. So but I do want to say that I do hear what everyone is saying, and that I will be more thoughtful towards some of the comments that have been said, or not even say it if I can't truly fully express the point that I'm trying to make.
Thank you. But in closing, let me say, if you're in the Discord and I'm acting up, please know that that's private. At least I probably should go to the private one. Yeah, I like memes or whatever. So like it's gonna go down there more than it's gonna go here, because I will be saying what I don't want to say publicly on there. So I will add you to the private Discord by the end of this week. Everyone should be moved to the private one, and we can
Okay, I
like
need to
chat there.
join.
But yeah, please don't hold me accountable for anything I say there. I don't know her. There's no such thing as accountability in there. Still be respectful, but I just wanted to let you know that. I want to thank you all. Concerned, it did not. Well, she left.
I'm
It
sorry,
did not.
Themis, can I ask real quick, Trilla, what state are you in Canada, you said?
I am in Canada. I'm in
Okay.
Toronto.
Okay.
I'm not in America, yeah. And
Okay.
if I may say quickly, Afropop.
Africo pop. Yeah.
Africo pop. I think what, you know, the chat and everyone was getting at is, and that's one of the things that I've been noticing and working on myself, is understanding that there is a difference between intention and impact. And when I feel like for a lot of people, people have trouble with acknowledging when we are wrong or when we say something that is an affront to someone, even if our intention is not to cause offense, to humble ourselves enough to be like, okay, once it's expressed that, okay, this thing that was said is in fact offensive, to just own it and just apologize, even knowing that, like, well, in your mind, and again, I'm not in your mind, so I don't know with certainty that your intent was not to, cause the offense that happened as a result of your statement. Because as I said, even as I was, giving you some grace, that to read it plainly as it is written, right? It is very like harsh, and offensive, and because it echoes a lot of what the manosphere people are saying in terms of discouraging Black women from dating out generally, and so to acknowledge that and to say just period, like, I am sorry, as opposed to if you feel, because that sounds like more passive aggressive than truly taking full ownership
Oh,
of
I'm sorry. I thought I said that I did say that that was not the right comment to say. I didn't know
no,
if it was
you
taken
had
something.
initially said if people feel like, you had qualified it before, like
My I'm saying straight out right now that I should not have made that comment. If
Okay.
I didn't realize I said those qualifiers before, but I'm
Yes.
saying right now that I should not have said that comment.
Okay. Well, thank you for that, because that's the thing, because it feels then otherwise disingenuous and like not true. And I even had a friend, I said this to one of my friends, me and her are not friends no more, because I was like, okay, I am a forgiving person by nature, and also too, I'm a Christian and I'm trying to live up to that, which is hard sometimes.
Me too. Yeah.
And I'm very much trying, and I'm like, Lord Jesus, like, this is hard to fight against like my nature, to be like, you disrespect me, I want to slap you. And it did become annoying with me and this person to be like, okay, you're not perfect, you're not God, and so therefore you will make mistakes. And if I'm telling you that what you said or what you did was hurtful to me, regardless of whether or not that was your intention, that is in fact the impact. And all that there is for you to do is say that I am sorry, period. No qualifiers, no like if this then that, because then that's not genuine. And so I'm grateful that you now said it.
Yeah,
Just
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I did that. And sometimes I'm glad you called it out. And sometimes that's what's needed, to be called out, to be like, oh, I said that, or I, did not fully it didn't come through that I fully owned it. So I'm glad you brought it up, because I didn't think that I put a qualifier on it. But if you said that's what you heard, then no, let me take that out, and let me just be clear and be like, that statement was wrong to say. So thank you for bringing it up, because like I'm being truly honest, I don't have no reason to lie. I didn't realize that I put a qualifying statement on it. And and that's why I'm grateful for these type of platforms, because sometimes you just be saying things and you don't realize everything that you said, and then sometimes you need to hear it back to be like, oh, I said that, I'm sorry, I did not mean that. Like that's I've said that, but that's not what I meant, and I should not have said that. So I'm grateful that you did say that, to bring it to my, because I don't want it to be that, oh, she's being disingenuous, she's just saying it because she was caught. No, I care about Black women, and that comment reflecting back, that was not the right comment to say.
Okay.
And I can fully own it and accept that.
Okay.
Asking myself, can I hear those like Africa pop in safe spaces after the ritual and violence of the manosphere in daily life? And it's a lot. Yeah, I hope that we can have better, productive conversations. But for tonight, we're done. Today's a Tuesday. We all have work tomorrow.
I know we all have work tomorrow.
The way y'all are cutting up in this Discord,
I'm
and
on
when
the
I
West
log out,
Coast, y'all, so I'm good.
And Deanne, can I say,
you.
I don't mean any I'm being completely honest. I do not mean any disrespect to you or anyone else. Truly, like sincerely. I know I could be bullheaded and have strong opinions, but I do not mean any disrespect. Sincerely.
Okay, I will take that in the spirit in which it is intended, and I thank you for saying it. Just know that the next time you come here as a moderator, because I'm fair to everybody. If you watch this show at all, you know that I come up here and if people come loud and proud, strong and wrong, I'm fair to everybody. So when we next discourse and see one another, I accept your apologies sincerely. And I expect that when I continue to do pattern recognition, which I do with everyone, I will see that respect. I will see that reflected. So I accept your apology and I hope you
And
have a good night.
and here we
Thank you. I
have
hope a good night to
another
you too.
here we have another person in search of love and affection that they're not gonna get here. Um Engineer, sir, I'm assuming you are a sir. If
He
you
wants his
quote
work.
if you quote to me the OK Cupid study, please don't. Like if you're thinking about quoting to me an OK Cupid study, please do not do so. Um, that is not peer reviewed, it is not useful, it's not academic, and it's sure it does not paint black men in any better light than black women. So if you're going to go do that study, please go do it somewhere else. I don't have the time or patience for reductive conversation that is not backed by anything. So if you're predicating your discourse on some really social media level response to dating and mating choices, please go do that somewhere else. That I don't know, Kevin Samuels, I think, brings it up. So go over there and talk about black women and black men's facial symmetry. Go do that over there. Please don't come over here. We don't have the time. You are talking to people who are extremely high intellect. We are literally going to do a live stream on Friday talking about punishment from a theoretical and philosophical level. This is not the place for people like you. I promise you, unsubscribing from this channel will do you a world of good when it comes to your self-esteem. The women here and the men are not here to engage in this mediocre, reductive level of discourse that you're bringing. So please take your foolishness somewhere else. We don't want it. The people here, their self-esteem is not where it needs to be for this to be effective. Goodbye
Exactly.
and
That
good luck.
part.
Bye.
That part.
Now, with that, I'm glad I got that out on someone else. I appreciate you guys so much. Deanne, as always, it is a pleasure. For all the moderators in the chat, also not just Deanne, just thank you guys. Thank you for being here and helping to facilitate the channel. Truth Teller, pleasure. Everyone who came up, a pleasure. Africa Pop, I do hope that you did actually internalize a lot of this, but not in a way that will break you, but actually make you think more broadly about things like that. So I also appreciate this. I appreciate that we engage in this conversation. I appreciate that other people were willing to engage with me. And thank you guys so much. On a Tuesday, it is nice to have like 566 people in a chat at 12 o'clock. So at least my time. So thank you guys so much.
Love y'all.
For the person who sent them the thing by mistake, it should be rectified now. So let me know that you are good through email. Thank you. Sober Bobo, I'll reach out to you probably tomorrow. Have a wonderful night.
Have a good night's sleep, Themis.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, everyone have a good night except Engineer. You don't deserve a good night.
Have a good sleep, y'all.
Bye. Have a great sleep.